And it's great to see, all the teams, the West Indies, obviously, that were here recently. Now Ireland and England have shown their support, should I say, for the Black Lives Matter. I think it's an important issue we face, and hopefully we can get on top of it, and we can look forward to a much brighter future for everybody.
Thank you, Michael, and we look forward to welcoming you back into the seat alongside me, as socially distant. In a few moments, a little later, because I think Vic Marks is going to come in and sit there in the next few minutes as we see David Willey open up proceedings, and the first delivery is pushed up towards mid-off, and there shall be no run off that first delivery. It's Sterling and Delaney, the opening pair here for Ireland. And Paul Sterling, a figure and a face we recognise well from the English county game. Of course, he now has to play his cricket as an overseas player following the issue of contracts for Irish players, and due to come back to Northants and play with them later in the summer. But it's David Willey in and bowling, and this one is squeezed out onto the onside, and there'll be the first runs of this first ODI in this 3-match series between England and Ireland, and Sterling is off the mark with 2, and we are underway. And David Willey, I said just before that moment when the players went down on one knee, just thinking back to the end of May last year when he was very diplomatic about things but left out of that World Cup squad. It must have been a dreadful time for him, but he's back in an England shirt, and he bowls that delivery which is pushed straight back to him using the modern terminology, as he put on social media the other day, pick for England, buzzing. So presumably he's still buzzing out in the middle as he leads this England attack with a team of Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, James Vince, Owen Morgan, Tom Banton, Sam Billings, Moeen Ali, David Willey, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid and Saqib Mahmood. So no Reece Topley, he's another one that was in the squad and perhaps will play a part at some point in this series on his way back from injury. And this is in the air and clipped straight away to mid-wicket, and immediately there is success, a catch taken there, and it is the end of Sterling. He's gone for only 2. As early as the 4th delivery of the innings, Ireland have lost their first wicket. They are 2 for 1, and Paul Sterling, with what in the end a soft-looking dismissal, just chips that out to mid-wicket, where it's an easy catch and an easy take, and immediately a breakthrough for Vic Marks to tell us all about. Good afternoon to you, Vic.
Hello, Kevin. It's lovely to see you again after some time.
Indeed.
And it's lovely to be here, but not necessarily just at the minute for Paul Sterling. We listened to you beforehand. Sterling is so important to Ireland. He's played so much cricket for Ireland and Middlesex, and we know that if he comes off, he is very dangerous. But he hasn't come off. A little bit of swing perhaps from Willey into the right-hander, and he clipped it and it went straight into hands of short mid-wicket. So it's an ideal start for England and a real blow for the Irish, because Sterling can be so dangerous, but not today. And a great comeback really for Willey, who of course played a lot of one-day cricket for England, but didn't in the end quite make that World Cup squad after about 2 or 3 years of being just about a regular. Well, he's back now and he's got an early wicket.
Well, maybe it is to simplify it too much by saying if it wasn't for Jofra Archer, David Willey may well have been part of that.
I don't think that's an oversimplification. I think that's probably where we're at. Yeah. And I think they made the right choice, of course, the England selectors. And someone had to go, and it was him. But he's back now.
And he's running away from the commentary box end with Andrew Balbirnie, the captain, in and pushes that first ball he faces from Willey in the offside up towards mid-off, where Moeen Ali is doing the fielding. Moeen Ali, who actually has been named as vice-captain normally, and has been, of course, more recently Josh Buttler. But Buttler, one of the players who, for sake of explaining, is still in the bubble, the test bubble. I think technically they're out of that bubble maybe for a short period of time, but they'll be back in soon enough, and certainly not able to come down to Southampton along with other players here. So Willie again, the left arm of David Willie in the bowls and work past Morgan this time along the ground at short mid-wicket. He'll go chasing that. They'll pick up a comfortable 2 to take the Ireland score up to 4 for 1, and that completes the first over of David Willie. But yeah, it's nice to, as nearly it always is, to see an interview and hear an interview with Moeen Ali. He was asked about it. He says it's a great honour to be a vice captain. Can't quite appreciate the fact that he's been chosen. He really likes it. But also I like the fact that he was asked the question, what is life like different in the bubble with all the players? And he was quoted as saying, well, when you spend 2 weeks together and nobody gets out and it's always together, he says, some of the conversations become a little more in-depth, he said.
Well,
which no doubt suits somebody like Moeen.
He's been around a lot of England dressing rooms now, and off the field, he's a key man. I remember, actually, I can give you, when we were in Sri Lanka, I'll tell you through the over, it was a quiz night, a fundraising quiz night, and they raised a lot of money, the England players, all at their own sort of organisation. Moeen was at the forefront of that, I can tell you. He was also one of the question masters, and he was very, very good at it and very funny.
Saki Mahmood is going to bowl his first over, and lifting delivery through to the wicketkeeper, bowling to Gareth Delaney.
Zipped through nicely, didn't it? He took that around about shoulder high, Bairstow.
He can bowl at pace, around 90 miles per hour. He clocks sometimes to Saki Mahmood, 23 years of age, Lancashire player.
I will be keeping an eye on the radar, as I was this morning driving down here, and see what pace he's going.
Long run up are 2 umpires, Mike Burns and Alex Wharf.
Oh, that's the oddity too. A lot of English umpires are getting a bit of extra work, aren't they?
And a bearded Mike Burns as well. At the far end, the bowler's end, and this one's down the leg side and signalled by umpire Burns as well. There's a leg side wide. 1 cap for Mahmood versus South Africa earlier in the year. He bowled 5 overs, 1 for 17. So many ways the events of January and February for both these teams, for England and Ireland, just seem such an age ago.
Yeah.
Mahmood back to his mark, bowling from the pavilion end, so coming running towards us, just a little to our left as we look out of the commentary box here, and a gap is found, but only as far as third man, where Adil Rashid is doing the fielding. Right arm throw, and Delaney is off the mark with a single, and Ireland moved to 6 for 1. 2 balls into this second over. England's return to this venue, where a few weeks ago, of course, the Test series began. The players, some of them were part of that original Test bubble, and they joined the one-day bubble, and they've been here working for the last couple of weeks, getting themselves ready. Mahmood now in and bowls again, up onto his toes, can't get it past backward point on this occasion. Again Balbirnie, and there will be no run. It is a little bit weird. I find that the weirdest of the moments at this stage are those where you're watching the cricket and you forget what is going on out in the real world, which I suppose is a blessing.
Well,
We're very lucky to be like that.
I think that's part of the attraction of it. And particularly, actually, listening on the radio, because it does feel like normality has returned.
Mahmood again, tall figure, in bowls, and Balbirnie just pushes that defensively up towards mid-on for no run.
You obviously don't get any crowd noise, but you, on the radio, you don't actually see anything, so you don't see all the empty stands. And 1 or 2 people have said to me, how much they may have enjoyed it before, who knows, but they were enjoying it because it was an escape and everything seemed to be as it was. And it's been a good TV product too, I think. Obviously you see the empty stands there, but you're focused mostly on the players.
And I think for me it's the players as Mahmood in and bowls, and that one carries just past the off stump through to the keeper, who we can congratulate and probably say it's because of them that it does seem normal, because the intensity of what was played in the Test match for me was second to none. But and I know you've questioned this in your own mind, Vic. Just wondering what sort of an impact it will have on the 50 overs competition, which of course is used to, as you wrote in your piece this morning. I mean, the whole thing about limited overs cricket, it is the boisterous crowd and the noise and that sort of atmosphere.
We'll see. We can hear the players, but we can't hear much else.
No. The mood bowls and helped on its way for another single down towards fine leg.
But
Barbari.
I do think that the Test series has surpassed expectations in that it didn't seem to contrive. The players take the credit for that because they were competing as fiercely as they would normally, and that's a terrific achievement given that the atmosphere, there's nothing there, just empty stands. I see we're having some mid-over music here, which
just for us, probably.
Just for you and me, Kev. Although we haven't been asked our choices so far.
No, I don't think they'll go that far.
Where's Simon and Garfunkel? They don't seem to have come up just yet.
And there's the proof, and the reason why they haven't asked us. We welcome listeners to BBC Radio Ulster, joining us this afternoon. Nice to have you with us. Also, 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, BBC Sport website and BBC Sounds app as David Willey comes in a bowls and width. And does he get an edge? He does. It's another wicket for David Willey. Well, what a comeback for England this is for Willey. And he has dismissed Andrew Balbirnie. The skipper has gone cheaply. He's gone for only 3. It leaves Ireland at 7 for 2 in the third over. Well, David Willey making himself count very early on this afternoon here at Southampton.
Well, he has. That's a wide ball. He swung a few into the right-handers. Maybe that one deviously did not swing. It just kept going across the right-hander. He went for the cover drive, as you do in a limited overs match, and he just nicked it. And up went the finger. And that's the captain gone and the senior player gone. So that's a nightmarish start for Ireland. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's not an obvious amount of movement out there, and they are 7 for 2. What a start for David Willey, then. And we've seen the virtue of getting it full, if nothing else. He's invited the drive twice, and in the first instance with Sterling, he just clipped it, perhaps with a little bit of swing. He clipped it straight to mid-wicket, with no great venom. That was full, inviting the drive a little bit wide. He took on the drive and nicked it. So, this could be a difficult day for the Irish unless someone gets stuck in at the crease. And now, is he a debutant, Tector?
Yes,
he is. What a way to start.
He has played at T20, yeah, he's not a complete debutant, but in this format, definitely, yeah.
I mean, he's come in, he hasn't had to wait long, but he's coming in a pretty dire situation.
Harry Tector with David Willey coming into bowl and full bat. He'll feel a little bit better about that because he's got defensive as it is into the offside. It's a lovely photograph doing the rounds yesterday. I love this sort of thing. Picture of a very young, mind you, 21 years of age, he's still very young, but as a boy, a schoolboy, pictured getting Owen Morgan's autograph.
Oh, right.
Really? I like those. I like those sort of photographs.
I didn't see that. No.
And nice. I think it was Cricket Ireland who put it. I think it was his father who initially put it about, and then Cricket Ireland passed it on to everyone. Nice to see. But what can he do with the bat here today? Big day for him and his family. And will he just pass the off stump through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow? For David Willey, I'm just thinking to myself, this could be another story, albeit with a slightly longer layoff of another bowler dropped by England who comes back to say, here I am. Stuart Broad, of course, only missed one test.
Yes.
But David Willey missing from that World Cup squad. In interviews since, he's sort of gone through the mental side of it and how he sort of pulled through. But to get this is, I think, a real bonus to him, and he's picking up wickets straight away. Oh. Another beautiful delivery, which young Tector goes forward to, and it beats him through to Bairstow. Well, David Willey could not be wishing for a better start than this.
Yeah, it just left him off the pitch, that more than anything. Well, I have this theory about people who are being dropped. If they're good cricketers, they don't have to come back with a vengeance. And Broad's done that. In the England Test team, Joe Root's done that. Ian Bell did it, had to do it. Andrew Strice had to do it. It's often a good idea to drop these guys. It really does galvanise them.
You have to brood over it for a little while, but he's back now, and again chasing that one. That was a little fortunate for Tector not to get anything on that. Goes safely through to Bairstow, though. 7 for 2 are Ireland, with 1 ball left of this third over. David Willey in this team perhaps wouldn't be if everyone was available for Owen Morgan to select from, with those still caught up in Manchester with the next Test series only next week against Pakistan. But I just wonder also how much England are looking at the World T20 and how players may play a part in that, which hopefully will be a little bit closer next year. And this one is pushed defensively into the offside by Tector to finish off that over at 7 for 2 after 3 overs. Tector yet to get off the mark, and Delaney on 1. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, obviously the urgency is diminished a bit because the T20, World T20, was scheduled for this October, November, and it's been postponed, hopefully 12 months.
Yep.
Willie will be perfectly young enough to play in that. But you're right to point out that amongst the current Test team, well, Archer and Wood are obviously key men in the World Cup, 50 over World Cup, and likely to be key men also in T20 cricket. So there is competition for places wherever you look. But Willie's never let England down. He has this left-handedness which they like. They like variety, particularly in 2020.
Edge wide of second slip off the first ball of Saki Mahmood's next over as well, and that one will race down to the boundary for a 4, much needed 4 by Ireland. But Delaney, who picks up that boundary, moves to 5, 11 for 2, and another sharp ball from Saki Mahmood, which he had to play at. Got an edge, raced away down towards the rope and eventually reached it.
Yeah, it went through a third slip. There are 2 slips. Good pace in the right direction from Mahmood.
Good start from the England bowling attack here. In again, and this one is pulled away. Nice shot through square leg. It's going to be successive boundaries here. So Delaney's on to 9 and takes the Ireland score up to 15 for 2 in this 4th over.
Well, that'll make him feel better because that came off the middle of the bat. And Ireland's fate at the moment is in the youngsters. There's about 40, not much more than 40 years between this pair. So we've got to take the positives in the 21st century, Kevin. If Ireland get a total, it'll be the young boys who get them there, probably.
It's Delaney, 9 not out. It's Saki Mahmood running in now, powering in to bowl to him, and that's driven through the air. That's another 4. It's a lovely one. This time the other side, through the covers to the boundary. Another 4 for Delaney. Takes Ireland up to 19 for 2, and Delaney to 13 not out.
Well, that's the cover drive. Beautifully struck. Great power. No point chasing. Just over pitch from Saki when he just leant into it. No great effort. Great timing, though.
Certainly was. Held the pose as well. The sign of the batter is happy with what they've just produced. What about this one? Has to be defensive, and he is. Doesn't get carried away. Better ball. Following 3 successive boundaries. The start of this 4th over the innings, and the 2nd from Saki Mahmood.
He has a stance that invites the Yorker, which is quite cunning, really. You'd like him to pitch it up, but his bat is held incredibly high. But he's looked good in this over after the fortuitous 4, then 2 beauties.
Mahmood to his mark again. All to Delaney. In and bowls, and defensive, nice and solid. Better deliveries, and met very sensibly by Delaney, not getting carried away. He's had a productive over anyway. 1 ball left of this over at 19 for 2. At the end of this over, potentially tricky situation.
What happens?
Well, I have to leave and remember so many things. Like taking my own headphones with me, for example.
Yeah.
You've got the same as I've.
Well, I got into it eventually.
Okay.
You'll get into it, son.
Yeah. Thanks.
At Old Trafford.
Thank you.
But it's quite difficult to remove them sometimes.
Yes, I've already practiced and found it quite difficult. Now, will there be runs here? There will be one if they scamper through quickly. There will on the leg side. Doesn't make great contact with it, but enough to keep the strike. Pick up a single, he moves to 14. 20 for 2 after 4 overs. I shall learn one lesson quickly, which is to hand over to you to give me as much time to get out, and it'll be Michael McNamee who will replace me.
Well, runs in that over, 13 of them. And I'll need to be settled down. 2 terrific shots, though, from Delaney. And it's going to be fascinating for the non-Irish here to just have a look at what should be the next generation. I mean, it was always a bit unfortunate. Ireland suddenly get test status, things are buzzing, but the really good team are just starting to creak a bit. They desperately need players coming through, and Delaney and indeed Tector are the ones identified. Well done, Mike. You did that very smoothly.
It's like one of these TV quiz shows. Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon, everyone. We will get quicker and quicker at this, Kevin. Don't worry. Woody continuing from the hotel end, and he's in this bright sunshine. Delaney with the bat held high. He leaves that one to go through to Bairstow. I mean, in the amount of time it took me, Victor, to walk from my room into the TMS studio, suddenly the Ireland total shot up because of those boundaries through from Delaney. So
that's right. And
I should be walking the corridors more often.
Well, you may have to stay in the corridor an awful long time if you're a superstitious man.
It's certainly for Ireland at the moment the corridor of uncertainty.
Yes.
What a glorious venue! My first time here. And Willie is in. He's bowling to 1 slip, and he's into young Delaney, who's able to leave that one, and it also goes through to Bairstow. It's still 24-2. Delaney on 14. Harry Tector, another popular young man in this Ireland squad. He's still to get off the mark, the middle of 3 brothers, all of whom could end up playing senior international cricket for Ireland.
He's the older one, is he?
He's the middle one.
He's the middle one, right?
Older one is Jack.
Right.
He's also an Ireland captain under the age level, and possibly the best of the 3. If that's not unfair to the other 2, is young Tim. So
Tim Tector.
Tim Tector from a great sporting family in Dublin. And here is David Willey running away from his left arm straight down the ground by Delaney. Is it going to bounce twice, 3, 4, 5 times into the boundary? And it's another one. So Gareth Delaney is decided. If you want something done, do it yourself. Lovely straight drive. And another one for Delaney. He moves on to 18, Ireland 24 for 2.
Well, that's made Willie think a bit. Everything's gone perfectly for him so far. It was a perfectly good ball, a length ball. And as I say, he holds the bat really high and really high on the handle. And he just swung through the line, trusted the bounce. He didn't quite middle it, but it still went for 4 easily.
I'm sure the word baseball will be mentioned in reports tomorrow. Another classic cut through for another 4 runs for Delaney, and he's playing T20 cricket at the minute. Ireland 28 for 2. Delaney on to 22, and Harry Tector's just standing watching.
Well, that's a terrific shot too. These aren't the worst deliveries. Again, he trusts the pitch, he swings through the line, sort of drives on the up, and he rushes away square of the wicket. And Willie's thinking, well, he can't keep playing like this and getting away with it. Can he? Well, we'll see.
He's going to give it a go. 3 inside the circle in the offside, 1 slip, 3 inside on the leg side. As Willie is in again, he's taken a bit of a pounding from Delaney this over, who pushes this into the onside, and there's no run.
And he opens in the Test team now, does he?
Well, he's come in for McCollum,
yeah.
Who you might remember featured last year.
Well, so you have to turn up on time for Test matches now, because he obviously likes to play a few shots.
And he's got 89 not out against Oman. This is just his 3rd one-day international. Also bowls a little bit of leg break bowling. And at the moment, he is the main man as far as Ireland are concerned. Well, he's in once more, and he swings at that one, Delaney, and that just gets a little bit big on him down the leg side. He moves as if he suggested I was always going to leave that one, but it went through to the keeper. So at the end of a very eventful over, Delaney's in 22. Tector's barely seen the strike. Ireland 28 for 2.
Well, Willie wanted to put a stop to this nonsense, so he just banged one in, almost intentional sort of bounce to length, and he did chase after it. He could have gloved it, but he didn't. But it's an interesting sort of technique. He looks perfectly orthodox in his stance as he waits for the bowler running up, and then just as the bowler gets towards the crease, up goes that bat incredibly high, with his hands also right at the end of the handle So there's a lot of energy to be imparted when it comes down.
Touch of the periscopes as well.
Yeah.
2 slips now for Tector. He's batting at the hotel end. 5 overs gone. And Delaney is dominating so far after those early couple of breakthroughs for England. Mahmood is in, and that's a wide one. A swing by Tector. And a diving take by Bairstow. And I think Harry Tector just wants to get that 0 away from his name, doesn't he?
That was, yes, he reached for that one. It was a swish, really, rather than a drive. It might have been a wide. It was very close to being a wide.
Extremely wide delivery. And Bairstow had to dive low to his right. And there is that hum. Is that an artificial hum added as sound effects? It is very odd with all these white seats empty around the Ageas bowl as Mahmood is in. A drive by Tector. And it's fielded square on the offside. No run.
That is, if you like, an artificial hum, I think. They've had it on the TV, and I think we had it at Old Trafford on the radio as well.
You can listen without the hum, I'm told, online, Victor.
Can you?
Hum or humless?
Okay, well...
I suppose when we get to our age, the hum, you don't know whether the hum is there all the time.
I just thought I had a faulty microphone.
Mahmood, far end, running towards us. Tector wants to get off the mark. And that's a forward defensive shot. And Harry Tector just adjusts his helmet. Running through his head. The fact that all the folks back home listening and watching. I don't think the weather's quite as nice in Ireland today as it is in Southampton. No Barmy Army, no Blarney Army here.
No.
Case of what might have been, of course, these games should have been played in September, so we're only here in Southampton because of the pandemic. And at the moment, it's the 2 youngsters in for Ireland after 2 of the established stars made way early on. And he's been bowled! And Harry Tector, unfortunately, in his first one-day international, has been bowled by Mahmood for a duck. And Ireland now 28 for 3.
Yeah, I got a feeling there was a little bit of inside edge there. He's infuriated. It was short of a length ball, and he tried to force it. I think he was desperately keen, as you mentioned, to just get his account started. And he wasn't quite in control of the stroke, and it just took the inside edge. And I see we now realise we've got the electric bales here. They lit up, and
that's just what you need on a day like this.
Yeah. Poor Harry Tector then. It's not a dream debut for him. And it's 28 for 3. We're only in the 6th over. And we need someone, or Ireland needs someone.
To stay with Delaney.
Exactly. Delaney's played 4 or 5 beautiful shots.
Well, the scorecard so far, Sterling lasted 2 balls. He was caught by Morgan off the bowling of Woolley for 2. Skipper Andrew Balbirnie lasted 7 deliveries. He was caught behind by Bairstow off Woolley for 3. And the 3rd wicket to go, Tector bowled Mahmood for a 9-ball duck. And currently Delaney is 22. And Ireland are 28 for 3 in the 6th over. And Gareth Delaney is the man holding this innings together, and at the moment is the only man in green standing between a fairly ignominious total. But remember, Kevin O'Brien, shall we have a moratorium on the word Bangalore, Victor? Well, 2011 and all that. He has done a lot more. He's one of the old guard.
Every time I bump into the Irish, I just love the fact that when we went back there to Dublin post that World Cup match, the English press corps arrive in their masses.
He's been a sort of ever-present. He's missed very few of Ireland's ODI matches, Kevin O'Brien, now in his mid-30s. And he just pushes that into the offside off Mahmood.
So we revel in the hospitality. We turn up into the press box. We get our laptops up. See the Wi-Fi signal. Okay, so what's the code? Bangalore 2011.
Well, it has to be something, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I can remember that.
I think you'll find that's just a random collection of letters and numbers, Victor.
Yes, I'm sure.
But yeah, he still has plenty to offer.
Mind you, I was there, you were there, I think, weren't you?
I was watching and listening.
Okay.
An unbeaten century in one of the warm-up matches, Kevin O'Brien. Again, he pushes that out in the offside. And he knows he's going to have to play a big innings today if Ireland are to get anything at all out of this match, and that's the end of the over. O'Brien yet to get off the mark. Delaney's in 22 end of the 6th over Ireland, 28 for 3.
I mean, the slightly alarming thing, it was in 2011, was it 2011?
2011.
And Kevin Bryan is still going strong. He'd played a fair bit of cricket by the time we got to 2011, but that was in the most incredible innings and a terrific match.
He's played, Victor, he's played 145 out of Ireland's previous 156 one-day internationals. He's played 96 of the 98 T20 international matches. But I say an unbeaten century in the intra-squad match just over a week ago here at the Bowl. And he's watching now as his young teammate Gareth Delaney is waiting to receive this ball from David Willey and played down the ground by Delaney. And there's no run where the ball is fielded by Moeen, the vice-captain, under Owen Morgan. And still the sun beats down, Bertie. Cloud in the sky. And apart from the match officials and the players, there's not too many human beings on view.
A few cameramen,
Camera people, yes.
It's probably the odd steward. We had stewards at Old Trafford, but I don't know who they were stewarding.
Invisible spectators. Willie, left arm over the wicket. That's another swing of the bat. And fielded.
Hang on, no, he's not fielded.
He's gone.
He's sliced
he's
it.
been caught.
He's sliced it.
I thought it had bounced in front of the fielder and he's gone.
Well,
the lack of crowd reaction and the lack of, let's face it, a huge reaction from the England players. But Delaney has gone. The 4th wicket is down. He just drove at that, flashed off the bat. And a good catch taken in the gully.
Yeah, well, that's a huge blow. Delaney had shown some defiance, but he sliced that drive. It's not quite coming on, I don't think, and it was caught by Tom Banton, who, when he's playing county cricket, spends most of the time with the gloves on as a wicketkeeper. But he's a backward point there, and he took a fine catch. Delaney had promised much. He got 22 in no time, with boundaries galore, 5 boundaries I think, 4 of which were right off the meat of the bat, but he's gone now. It's all happening too quickly. I don't know whether the Irish are nervous. Even though there's no crowd, there's plenty to be nervous about. And they've had a long layoff and they are the underdogs, but it's not going well. They just need a couple guys to hang in there. It's an odd, it's not a terrifying attack. England have a very serviceable attack. Saki probably has the greatest pace. Tom Curran is very clever, and there are 2 spinners. There are no other options really in this team. Well, at the moment they don't look like they need more than 5, but it is a bit of a nightmare start.
New batsman is Lorcan Tucker, another of the 20-somethings, wicketkeeper batsman, playing at just his 9th ODI international. Averaging just over 20 with the bat. And it's with my green cap on, and I have a green cap on, it's just feeling a little bit painful. An Irish team looking rusty. And England utterly dominant at the minute. And Ireland might be setting some unwanted records today. Willie is in once more, and a big appeal. Huge appeal by England. Nothing doing, says the umpire.
They've probably got a review, have they? I think they've got the option of a review.
Tucker first ball.
They're going to do
pushing
it.
Forward.
They're going to take it.
Owen Morgan makes the signal. And Tucker, I'm sure, a stomach full of butterflies at the moment.
Yeah.
It was a nervy shot first up to
I think the
Willie.
ball needs to have swung a little bit. Remember, his left arm over, he's pushing forward and it's hit him on the front pad. It swung a little bit. It's a question of whether it pitches in line and then straightens up. I mean, it won't be far off, that much I can tell you.
Moeen is scratching his beard as they're waiting for this decision. The England team in their World Cup winning sky blue with those dark shoulder patches. Big smiles all around. Big smiles from David Willey. And he's waiting to see if that
We're all waiting to see, actually. I think we've caught the engineers or whoever's responsible for delivering the replays. He might survive, Tucker, on the fact that we can't get the replay out.
This is Aston Villa Sheffield United all over again, Victor, isn't it? My team survived because of a faulty VAR. And we are... Well, I was looking at the big screen. There is a big screen away
here
to
we
our
go.
right.
We've got it.
And
I think he's...
it's
anyway.
on the stumps. Looks out.
If you could move on to Ultra Edge, please.
Looks out from here, Victor.
Well, we're checking on whether there's a nick.
Flat line.
There's no
flat
nick.
line. Ball passes the bat. There's a flat line. Roll through to
Nothing
the pad,
Ultra
please.
Edge.
Did it pitch in
Okay,
line?
and if we go to ball tracking, please.
Here we go. This is the critical bit for poor Tucker. It's not looking good.
Pitching in line. Impact in line.
He's
Hitting
gotta
the
go.
wickets.
He's got to go, I'm afraid.
Go back.
So, Tucker duck, a golden duck for Larkin Tucker.
Well,
LBW to Willie.
Willie is having a field day. It's 28 for 5.
You many plans for the evening, Victor?
Well,
Sorry,
I had plans, but I can change them. I was going to be sitting in my room in between popping in here, scurrying a match report to meet a deadline. Well, that deadline is not looking so difficult at the moment because this game, well, unless someone can dig in, I mean, there's a very experienced Kevin O'Brien there, but, you know, the Irish are running out of batsmen.
I think mentally we have to get past 38, don't we? Lords and all that.
Yeah. Well, it's slightly different conditions too, but yeah.
We remember 3 years ago a very poor Irish batting performance in the first of 2 one-day internationals. That one at Bristol, where Ireland were all out for 126. And at the moment, 126 seems very far away indeed.
Now, we've got Curtis Camphor. Is this his debut?
This is his debut, yes. Man born in South Africa with Irish ancestry. 21-year-old all-rounder.
Well, if he gets runs here, he might play for a long time.
I'm told Coach Graham Ford likes the cut of his jib. And he got 34 in the squad warm-up game last week. And has faced, I think, taken the wicket of Tom Banton back when Camphor was playing underage for South Africa.
Oh, right. Well,
that all goes out the window.
It's a taut start, but an exciting one for him.
What are Willie's figures at the minute as he runs away from us to bowl to Camphor, who just plays that off his pads?
Well, he's got 4 for 12 from 3.4 overs.
And the sad thing is there are quite a few bowlers who've got their best figures against Ireland. Some of them part-time bowlers, but Willie is enjoying himself in the sunshine. And Ireland at the moment are all at sea. And it's just a little bit painful. Ireland 28 for 5. 2 batsmen still to get off the mark. Kevin O'Brien at the long striker's end. Willie is running away from us in a shorter delivery, and on the tip of his toes, Camphor is up. And there's no run. What on earth do you say to a young man coming in his debut? What does Kevin O'Brien say? Play your natural game? Coming in at 28 for 5?
I don't think you just... I think you just watch the ball, play the next ball. He's probably... He's avoided the agony of having to wait a long time to get stuck into his first match.
You're accentuating the positive.
Yeah.
And Willie into Camphor, who leaves that one, and a slightly untidy take by Bairstow. England utterly dominant. End of the 7th over. 2 batsmen at the crease are still to score, Camphor and O'Brien, 28 for 5. And if there are any Irish listening, please keep the prayers going.
Yeah, it's tricky, but I think you need to try. You keep him as relaxed as possible. You can't have too much information flying around. I mean, just think there is the prospect that when everyone else has failed, actually, you do have the opportunity to be a hero. Suddenly, an opportunity. But you see, I think the positive spin is if you bat number 7 for Ireland on a regular basis, you won't very often have 43 overs to bat, the opportunity to bat 43 overs. Make the most of it.
Indeed so. Mahmood resuming from the far end and pushed out by Kevin O'Brien. There's 2 slips, 3 men inside the circle on the offside. A man back on the third man boundary. And a couple inside the circle on the onside. Mahmood is at the minute has been a little bit of a bit part player to David Willey.
Yeah, I mean, Willie's bowled perfectly well, but stuff has happened at this end.
Bad stuff, Victor. Mahmood, still beautiful sunshine in Southampton. O'Brien directs that away behind square on the offside. He's off the mark. Ball is fielded by Adil Rashid. And Ireland get off 28, 29 for 5. O'Brien off the mark.
Yeah, well, they'll be very relieved to get off 28 when they lost 3 wickets.
It had been going so well, Victor, up until about 2 o'clock. Been going well for the Irish. And then the match started.
Well, there's an extra slip in there. 3 slips for Camphor.
We've got Morgan, the captain. We've got Jason Roy at second slip. And
Moeen, I think.
Moeen, yes, the vice captain's coming at third slip. Mahmood is in. And that's a fairly dramatic leave by Camphor. And through to Bairstow. If you were a spectator here in the ground, it'd be a lovely drowsy feel, ideal conditions for a little bit of late lunch and something nice cold and chilled. This wonderful location with the bowl feel to it, the amphitheatre feel to it, with the trees and the hill in the background there. Absolutely gorgeous. I don't think the Irish players, though, will be taking in the vista at the minute.
No.
As Camphor is waiting to go off the mark. That ball is outside the off stump from Mahmood and left through to the keeper. Getting the 3 figures, getting past 50 at the minute is target number 1. Getting the 3 figures for Ireland is target number 2. And it's very easy to say in these circumstances. These words are very easy to speak.
I mean, you don't expect much sort of sympathy from the English setup. You know, everyone's been here for 2 weeks, training away, intense training, and you know, you're not going to suddenly ease up after all that preparation.
Absolutely not. Camphor, bat raised. He pushes it out in the offside, and he's nervous to get off the mark in the same way that Harry Tector in one of his pre-match interviews used a lovely Irish, very descriptive Irish word, Victor, brutal. His nerves, Harry Tector says his nerves when he's batting or going into bat are brutal.
Brutal.
And at the minute you would describe this as a fairly brutal Irish batting performance.
Yeah.
It's a very useful word to describe many things that are not acceptable or not worthy of praise. Camphor drives at it, and it's fielded in the offside and spun back to Bairstow by Sam Billings. And that's the end of the over. End of the 8th over. I'm going for, well, I'd love to go for a lie down after all that, but Ireland are 29 for 5. Kevin O'Brien's on 1, and Curtis Camphor, the new guy, is yet to score. And I'm going to stay here because we're going to have a
You
a
stay
change.
there because I've just started my exit.
Your exit strategy.
Yeah.
It is a faff, isn't it? Oh, he's unplugged the wrong thing, is he? Oh, Victor.
Try again.
That's Victor crackling there. Oh. Please release me, let me go. He's been released. I'm going to be joined by England T20 bowler Samal Mills. He's just adjusting his sockets and plugging everything in. David Willey, the man of the moment for England. That's a shorter ball. It's swung away in the air by Kevin O'Brien, but evades the fielder, who's Sam Billings, running in, and O'Brien gets a fortunate single to add to his one already. O'Brien's on 2. The start of the 9th over, Ireland 30 for 5. Tamal, how are you? You didn't expect to be sitting here with Ireland 30 for 5, did you?
I can't say I ever did. I'd love to join you in better circumstances. But
You're very generous.
Unfortunately, it's not the case. But you know, as the bowler in me, I can't say I'm disappointed. I like seeing wickets, and the left armour swinging the ball around, taking wickets. That's great for me.
Willie's in once more and pushed away by Camphor, who's faced 8 deliveries so far.
What were your expectations coming into this series? You'll obviously have followed the team a little bit more closely over the last kind of 6 to 8 months.
I am one of life's naturally pessimistic men, and I was just concerned about the rustiness of the Irish side coming into this, and conditions in Southampton and on a beautiful late July afternoon are very different to Malahide in May when Ireland might have had some success. Willie is in and pushed out in the offside, and no run for Camphor. What he made of the bowling so far?
I think it's been good. David Willey swung the ball. There's not been huge amounts of swing there, as you'd expect. It's a beautiful day here, not a cloud in the sky, sun coming down. There's been just enough swing there for Willey. He's got a couple to shape back in, he's got a couple to seam away. Saqib Mahmood's relied more on pace and bounce, but they've hit their straps. David Willey especially hasn't played for England for such a long time. He'd have been.
Is he a man with something to prove, do you think, today?
100%. He said he kind of fell out of love a little bit with the game, struggled with the disappointment of missing out on the World Cup last year.
Well, he's in once more. That's a wider delivery and driven in the covers nicely for 1. They've come back for 2. Camphor's off the mark and a good diving save to prevent the boundary. And Ireland are suddenly rushing away into the 30s. Camphor on 2 O'Briens and 2.32 for 5.
Yeah, it's going back to David Willey. I think he took some time away from the game. He last played back in November, I think it was, in the T10 tournament, decided to kind of pull his name out of all the other T20 leagues that were going on and just kind of find his love for the game again. I think he got to a stage where he said he was at games just wanting them to be over. So the break certainly done him good. He's been bowling beautifully so far.
Well, he's in once more, and that beats Camphor all ends up. And right through to Bairstow, it was Tom Curran with that lovely piece of fielding off the last delivery. And a little puff of the cheeks from Curtis Camphor. A little bit of walk, a little bit of gardening. No doubt there are butterflies churning about in the stomach there, especially in the situation in which he's come in here. Ireland 32 for 5. All sorts of technical things going on with our screens here. I think the big screen is finally back working as David Willey is away from us. And left arm onto the pads of Camphor, who forces that out for a single through square leg.
Few debutants in the Ireland side today, not gone so well.
There's a feeling of the changing of the guard. Tamal coming in. We'll have Ali Mitchell coming in after these further thoughts from Tamal Mills.
Youngsters coming in to replace the old guard out for Ireland and in the commentary box here with BBC. A beautiful day there down in Southampton. England, great start, have Ireland 33 for 5, having won the toss. Owen Morgan. His opening bowlers have responded brilliantly. David Willey 4 for 16, Saqib Mahmood 1 for 17 into his 5th over.
Hello, Tamal. Very happy to be described as young guard there. 3 slips in place as Mahmood is in. He's up on his toes. Wasn't sure where that had gone. It ballooned up and plops into the ground just a foot or so away to his right-hand side on the offside. It's picked up very swiftly. And there's no run. So 33 for 5 in this 10th over. Welcome to the bio bubble.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
It's a little bit different. It took me a while to get in yesterday. It was difficult to penetrate to get in.
You should try getting out.
That'll be me in a few days. As I said, I've just had a little baby a couple of weeks ago, so these have been the first.
Congratulations.
Last night was the first night's sleep I've had for a few weeks, so I'm loving being here.
Saqib in, and there's a waft outside the off stump and through to the keeper, but there's some good carries, Camphor, to try and play at these deliveries. Bowling well.
Yeah.
So you've had a good night's sleep then, feeling refreshed?
I feel brilliant. It's the best I've felt for a little while. But no, it's great to be here. So the pitch, as you said, I think they're going to be using this pitch for the first 2 ODIs I read, so I think they left a little bit more grass on this one just to keep it together, so come Saturday when we play the next game, the pitch doesn't deteriorate too much, but as you say, there's been some good pace and good carry.
And Saqib is in again past the umpire, full driven. Oh, only as far as mid-off, but some awkward bounce there, whether the ball just sort of came across the square and hit a little rough patch, but could have actually been a little nasty one in the face. That's like Vince there at mid-off. But Yeah, it could have been nasty. I think England, I'm just seeing the replay on that, managed to get his hands behind it and protect the face. Reminiscent of, there's an incident like that in the test match just gone. And then, not least, the poor wicketkeeper is Indies, Dowrich. Oh, and a pull attempt by Kampfer. And it goes through to Bairstow. Didn't get his eye on that one at all. It's a really good spell of bowling from Saqib, or both the England opening bowlers. Him partnering David Willey in a right arm, left arm combination as well.
Yeah, and they're two different bowlers, aren't they? Willey more of a pitch-up bowler, looking for swing, looking for seam, and he's certainly got a little bit of both of those. Whereas Saqib Mahmood's more of the bang it in, a little bit of a shorter length. He's consistently between that 86, 88 mile an hour. So he's got 3 slips in here, so Owen Morgan looking to attack. Been really good from the England opening bowlers.
Kampfer stands with his bat poised in the air, comes forward, then shouldering of arms to let that one go through to Bairstow. Not tempted into a shot. Got the 3 slips. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and David Willey, and Rashid is down at wideish third man as well. How about you, Tamal? Have you been back bowling in readiness for a blast season?
I am, yeah. I've been back in this week. I've loved it. It was a strange one. I didn't realise how much I missed it until I actually got back. I hadn't bowled for 4 months since being out in Pakistan, middle of March.
Here's the last ball of the over from Saqib, in up past the umpire, bowling full, and that has been well driven through the gap for 4. Wonderful cover drive from Kampfer. He picks up his first boundary. And Ireland then, after 10 overs, so that's the power play completed, they have lost 5 wickets in that time. 37 for 5. So it's been all about England in these first 10 overs. They've been brilliant.
Has. Brilliant shot from Curtis Kampfer, though. Your first boundary in international cricket. A bit of a half volley from Saqib Mahmood, but you still got to put it away, and he certainly did that. Smacked it across the ground through the covers for 4.
So good for you to be back then and running. When you've had such a long time out, and you obviously with your back as well, presumably you don't want to launch straight into it. For people who perhaps don't know, just remind people why you no longer play red ball cricket, why you are white ball only. It's
been 5 years now since I've played a 4-day or a 50-over game, so I just play T20s now. I had a lot of back problems back in the day, so those first, no matter how long you've been out for, those first few balls, you're a bit nervous. Is how is everything going to feel? So you ramp back into it slowly, and I'm well into my work now. So I can't wait to get back playing in the blast later on in August.
Willie continuing here, a little dabble outside the off stump by O'Brien into the ground and then fielded at gully. Do you work your pace up? I mean, how long does it take you before you really go? You know, is it within your first session, or are you literally sort of, I'm going to take a session very gently, and then my next session I'll ramp it up?
Oh no, so I've actually started. I've been just documenting my bowling on my Instagram to give a feel of what kind of a month's training looks like. So I'll definitely build it up. That first session, I kind of just built it up. I did 5 overs off about half a run up, starting with some walkthroughs.
Willie in again to O'Brien outside the off stump, and he's doing a drop and run into the offside. And I think some quick singles would be a good thing for Ireland here, just to get the batsman moving, rotating the strike, and start to build a partnership.
Yeah, definitely. Can't afford to get too bogged down. I know the situation's pretty bleak if you're an Irish fan, 38 for 5, but you still can't just give up. There's a long way to go in the game. You've still got personal pride. There's milestones out there to be had. There's runs to be had. It's a lovely day. The pitch is it's doing a little bit, but it's by no means a minefield. So you've got to show some steely determination, and obviously Kevin O'Brien's been there and done it all and played for Ireland so many times.
Willie in now to Kampfer, who's defending, and a quick single being taken, very sharp, one-handed pick up, underarm throw at the stumps, misses, but the dive put in by Kampfer, and he's made it home. But England very sharp in the field as well, and why not in the position they're in? It's James Vince moving in very swiftly with the pick up and underarm. So back to your bowling regime.
Yeah,
do you feel that you've built it up nicely now?
Yeah, again, I've only had 2 bowls. So I had a bowl yesterday back at the ground at Sussex. Built it up to maybe around 70%, and then hopefully, I'll bowl again on Sunday. I'm here for these first two ODIs, and I go back in and training on Sunday, and I'll hopefully won't be too far away from my full run up then, and then we'll kind of into August, and we're kind of a month away from that first game. So I'm really excited.
Willie around the wicket now, and it's full on the pads, clipped past mid-wicket. 1 should become 2. It's a wide outfield here. Picked up in the deep, and Sam Billings with the return throw into Bairstow. Ireland then 41 for 5 in this 11th over. We've got O'Brien 5 off 8, Kampfer 8 off 19 now.
Yeah, we got some good training at Sussex. The boys have been in. They've been playing a 2-day friendly against Hampshire, and they play the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy on Saturday. So all the boys are really excited about playing cricket again. It's a shame, obviously, there'll be no spectators there, but you never know. Come the time when the blast comes in September, I know that a few trials are going on. Hopefully, we might be able to get some sort of crowd into the stadiums, which would make a really big difference. I'm looking forward to being back training. I know, like myself, Luke Wright, Ravi Bopara, we're all going to be training together, getting ready for the blast. So it's exciting to be back.
Round the wicket again from Willie, full, punched out towards cover. He'd just asked for a slip to come into position, and Morgan is in a catching position at short mid wicket as well. Was there a lot of anxiety, did you sense, around your teammates about whether cricket would return at all, or was everyone sort of fairly relaxed?
No, definitely. There was kind of that early June, kind of late May time. There was probably guys, if you had to ask them to choose, guys would probably say that they weren't expecting to play at all this year, and then things kind of accelerated pretty quickly in terms of coming back to training and then games being organised. And
Willie in again, defence time up to mid-off, last ball of the over. So dot ball, 41 for 5 after 11, Ireland.
And then a lot of guys didn't expect to play at all. So it's definitely a blessing, and we're all very, very grateful to be back out there training. Even just training, it's been all the lads have got a bit of a spring in their step. Guys were over doing their workouts from home in the garden, going for runs in the park and things like that. So we're really grateful to be back. As I said, the Bob Willis Trophy starts this weekend. And then the T20s come the end of the month.
It's energising, even you sense just having everybody back together and seeing your mates again, and even for us in broadcasting, and we've shifted from the test matches where there's been a sort of cohort of us together, and coming down here and having some new different faces and people to talk to. It's refreshing for everybody. And Owen Morgan bumped into him in the lobby, not literally because of social distancing,
of course,
but he'd just come off the golf course, I think, and he said they've genuinely really enjoyed it because it's time in each other's company where there hasn't been those external distractions, because you are all here together, and actually it's a relatively short space of time that the one-day squad are together here in this immediate term. First change of bowling here with Adil Rashid coming on with a slip in place as he comes in now, full, turned away by Camphor but no run. So good to see Rashid into the action. All the early wickets taken by the quick bowlers here. 41 for 5 in the 12th over. I think the golf course has had a fair hammering over the course of the last
I can imagine. I'm eyeing
week.
it up myself on this day off tomorrow.
Rashid in again, shaping to play and letting it go. Signs from early grip for Rashid. Out the back of the hand, that last delivery. Bairstow reading it well behind the stumps. Well judged in the end at Camphor. Faces up again, and Rashid in once more, and he goes back, and that one again turns in towards him. They're bringing out the googlies early.
Yeah, I'm not too sure Curtis Camphor picked that one overly well. He rocked back, looked to cut, and the ball jagged back on him. He had to bring his bat down and ended up having to kick the ball away from landing on his stumps.
Could have easily rolled back. Rashid in again, and that one pitching outside leg. Oh, he's got something on it. Bonnie Bairstow's appealing for the catch. Umpire not interested. Bairstow's got his hands on his hips and then nonchalantly now flicked the ball back to Rashid to say, well, no. But he's finding some appreciable turn out there, and he's not being read at all by Camphor. Down the leg side, little juggle by Bairstow. Rashid in again, full, driven this time, but only as far as short extra cover, and it's stopped. A bit of a ringing of the hands as well. It was struck quite hard. Banton fielding. Rashid tossing the ball from hand to hand. Past the umpire. In again to Camphor. Comes forward and looking to drive once more, but finds Banton. And there's no run. Well, an opening over where Rashid certainly challenged. 41 for 5. 12 overs of this Island innings completed. And the wickets, well, 4 for David Willey and 1 to Saqib Mahmood. Sterling was caught by Morgan off Willey for just 2. Gareth Delaney caught by Banton off Willey for 22. Harry Tector on debut, cleaned up by Saqib Mahmood without scoring. Balbirnie, the Ireland captain, was caught behind off David Willey for just 3. And then Lorcan Tucker LBW to Willie. 2 wickets and 2 balls for David Willey. No hat-trick on this occasion, but fantastic start for Willie back in an England shirt after he thought at one point that his England one-day career might be behind him. So disappointed and dejected was he to have been left out of the World Cup squad. And Jofra Archer, with his rise, going in above David Willey, but he's got a real opportunity here to prove a point, and he's started fantastically well. So O'Brien on 5, Kampfer on 8, and at the opposite end to Adil Rashid, we've got Tom Curran coming into the attack as well. Bright sunshine, clear blue sky, glorious sunny day at the Ageas Bowl. O'Brien on strike, his Curran, his right arm over, tuck away behind the square for a single to Curran. It's been a little while since anyone's played competitive cricket. I mean, the Test series, it was quite remarkable, I thought, at how competitive it was and the high standard of cricket. And these teams have both had warm-up matches coming into this, but there is nothing like actually knowing that this is now full-blown international where it all counts.
Yeah, you're right. And I was a bit surprised about, the fitness, the overs. A lot of the bowlers bowled. The West Indies, obviously, they kept a pretty unchanged side throughout the whole series, which was a credit to how fit the guys have stayed during lockdown.
Curran, short ball, just back of a length. Not a bouncer, but pulled away with control for 4. Behind square, there's a deep square leg back, there's a fine leg back. Picked his spot nicely, Kampfer. Second boundary for him, 46 for 5 now, Ireland.
Yeah, really well timed. Just rolled his wrist, got on top of the bounce. His men both at fine leg and deep square. Sam Billings was in a few yards on the boundaries, wasn't able to catch up to that ball, but a well-timed boundary there for Curtis Kampfer.
Yeah, the man on debut, facing up again to Curran. Gets behind this one, blocks it back up the pitch, and Curran picking up, and there's no run. They're playing his first game for Ireland, having represented South Africa through to under-19s level. Played for them last back in July 2018. He's on a developmental emerging player contract, I think it's called in Ireland. Born and raised in South Africa, and now has committed his future as Curran is in again. He picks it again, back up the pitch. Good lining bowled by Curran, not giving much away. He looks like he's had a haircut, doesn't he? A few of the players have managed to get it.
Yeah, he doesn't mind a hairstyle, Tom Curran. He's sporting a bit of a naughty moustache as well, from what I can see on the TV monitor to our right.
Turns at the end of his mark, running in with the green trees behind the pavilion, and Curran's in, tucked again away off the hip. Quite timed it as well this time. Brings Rashid off the boundary, and they've taken a single. The throw comes back in over the stump, so Kampfer's on to 13 off 29. O'Brien 6 off 11. And he can do a good deal for his reputation here on debut, Kampfer, if he can hang in and build a good partnership with O'Brien.
Yeah, and he's an all-rounder as well, so he's going to have a job to do with the ball later. I read that the last time when he played for South Africa under-19s, he managed to get Tom Banton out when Banton was playing for England, so a little rivalry there.
Curran in again, turned away once more. It's forward of square this time. Another single, turning over the strike neatly. That'll be a good rivalry then. And those two face up once more. It's the end of the over, 48 for 5.
Yeah, definitely. And look, Kampfer's obviously come over from South Africa. Ireland have obviously seen enough where they were after him. They wanted him to come over and pledge his allegiance to them. I'm not sure what his situation was like back in South Africa, but he thought it was worth coming over to Ireland to play. So this is an opportunity. Look, your team are 48 for 5 now. He's 13 from 29. So he's seen enough balls. You should have a good feel of the wicket. He didn't look like he was picking Adil Rashid particularly well, so that's something he's going to have to watch as his innings goes on. But an opportunity there definitely for the young all-rounder to make a name for himself and kind of cement his place in the Ireland side moving forward.
Rashid about to come in again. England in their dark navy trousers and light blue tops. Gives us one a little bit more air on the drive. And picking out Banton there at extra cover. And there's no run. Of course, all these matches count towards the World Cup Super League and the pathway to qualification for the next World Cup. Every game does count as Rashid's in again. Little Fuller defending that time to the onside. I think it's a good thing that ODIs now have context. Every series has a point to them. Although it's a little bit like the World Test Championship, where actually not every country plays everyone else in the table. As Rashid in once more, full. Kampfer's driving. Sorry, O'Brien rather, getting it away, coming back for a second. And they come back comfortably for 2. 50 is up for Ireland, but it's for the loss of 5 wickets in the 14th over. They would have hoped for a little better than that. I think they rather feared being put into bat by England, which is exactly what happened. But then Willie and Saqib, magnificent with that new ball. Oh, it's an edge down the leg side, running very, very fine down to the boundary in front of us. And it is bye signalled.
I think that might have missed everything. Another googly from Adil Rashid. Yeah, through bat and pad of Kevin O'Brien. Johnny Bairstow also missing it, just missing the leg stump. That goes straight through. Runs away down to the boundary and 4 bye signalled by the umpire.
With his back to us, I thought the ball must edge to squirt down, but yeah, between that inside edge and then how did it miss leg stump as well? Rashid in again now to O'Brien. He gets forward, defends. You know, I was in Bangalore that night when O'Brien went berserk. Yeah, it was not a happy hunting ground necessarily for England, that ground, because there's a dramatic tie with India during that World Cup as well in Bangalore, and then the defeat by Ireland as Rashid's in. Oh, it's a full toss, and that is swatted away. It's going to be some work on the boundary now to save 4, and Willie does get down, and the run 2. The throw comes back into Rashid. It's a full toss to end the over with, but 14 gone, 56 for 5, with O'Brien 11 off 18, and Kampfer 13 off 29. So these two have definitely got to bed themselves in and try and bat some time. I mean, it's so difficult when you've lost these early wickets to try and rebuild an innings with meaning. But yeah, they've got a debutant out there. They've got the experience of Kevin O'Brien, who's now a veteran at 36 years of age.
Yeah, definitely. There's opportunity there, as I said. Kevin O'Brien's going to have to produce something similar to Bangalore that night if his team are to stand a chance of winning this game. But there's opportunity to take some momentum into the rest of the series, cement your place, and score some runs out there.
Kampfer facing up to Curran outside the off stump. Dabs it behind square on the offside. Big call of no. Well, he was sporting a streak of pink, I remember, during that World Cup match. Kevin O'Brien, never mind like lockdown hairdos. He was, I think it was in support of a cancer charity, as if I remember rightly. 56 for 5, then 15th over. Curran getting ready to run in again. Kampfer crouches low over his bat and then holds it raised. Oh, and struck on the pad. Got that pad right outside the line of the off stump, it seemed. 56 for 5. He stays. No intent to review at all. Yeah, beautiful looking ground. This one, when the sun is shining and there's just a little breeze in the air. The trees that flank the ground and flags fluttering on the pavilion with the marquee-like roof, a white tinted roof. Curran's pulled out of his run. False start. I think his shoelace needs retying. So down he goes onto one knee, and he'll look after that. Do you know what? While we do that, we might have a change in commentary here. I think there's time. Michael Carberry is in position. Good morning, good afternoon even to you.
Good afternoon.
I'll let you give your assessment of what things are looking like, and then Ishagur is coming in here.
Yeah, interesting phase. I think Ireland is just starting to the recovery phase.
Worked off Kampfer's hip out to fine leg. Tom Curran bowling a ball just back of a length on around middle and leg as they come through for 1. Ireland moves to 57 for 5. 3 more balls left of this over then of Curran's. Double change it was for England after an excellent spell from David Willey and Saqib Mahmood. Curran turning at the top of his mark will run away from us at the Hilton Road end as he's past the umpire. Kevin O'Brien turns that out to deep backwards square. jumping on his toes as he played it and comes through casually for 1. Goes to 12, 58 for 5. Bright blue skies here at Hampshire. I cannot tell you how lovely it is, feeling the warmth through the screens here. Just a complete contrast to what it was like up in Manchester Calves.
Absolutely. This is an everyday occurrence down this part of the world, Isha.
I was surprised, though, as Curran pushes away now. He bowls. Camphor, thickish edge down to third man. As, they'll come through for 1. Camphor moves to 15, 58 for 5. That you said this is the first time you've been back here.
It is,
Since
yeah.
you were down in Hampshire.
Yeah, it is since I left in end of 2017. Haven't been back to the ground since, so it's lovely to be back. I still live in the area, but yeah, I haven't obviously been to the ground for a while. Just sad there's no crowd to see the game.
As O'Brien dabs at 1 outside the off stump, it goes past point out to deep cover. They'll come through for 1 at the end of the over. It's 60 for 5. O'Brien to 13. Camphor on 15. Very much trying to navigate through a tricky period here after 5 wickets fell at the start of the innings at regular intervals. And the players will now take drinks. It is a warm day at the Ageas Bowl. As ground staff run onto the pitch as well with their brushes, just to give a bit of a sweep, removing any debris and clearing up.
There wouldn't be
delivery
that much debris, would there, at this stage?
No, I
would there?
know. Just making sure the delivery area is fine for the bowlers. So just good to have the one-day team back in action. Last time they played on home soil, they were lifting the World Cup trophy at Lord's. Very different side to the one we saw back then, though, with the absence of a number of the players that were involved in the Test series. But a wonderful opportunity for other guys to come in and take their chance, I guess, as they're building towards the next World Cup. And with the T20 World Cup, I know it's been postponed, but that around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's at the top of the show. You know, the likes of James Vince, young Tom Banton, who's come into this series, 1 or 2 others, Joe Denley, who's just been recently left out of the Test squad, as is Johnny Bairstow, a recall for Davy Willey as well. There's a few guys knocking on the door who in and around that squad or been a part of that squad over the last sort of 4 to 5 years, who obviously didn't make the cut in the World Cup, but they'll be very keen, I'm sure, to want to just give the selectors a gentle reminder that we're still about. And I think it's also important for that main squad that you've got the guys on the peripherals, that they've got some cricket under their belt. Not to show any disrespect to Ireland, but it's important that they get a chance to showcase their skills whilst the bulk of the squad is obviously on Test duty. So I think it's a good plan from England to make sure that these guys are as ready as they can be.
Just having a look at the players now. Yeah, just still taking on some drinks. So while we wait, I'll just take you through the scorecards so far. If you're just tuning in, England won the toss and elected to bowl first. Owen Morgan saying that the pitch might get better. Hard ground to defend, of course, here at the Ageas. And well, they would have been delighted with the start that they had. The first wicket to go was Paul Sterling, who can be so very dangerous. He went looking to work the ball leg side, an easy catch off the bowling of David Willey, just shaping the ball back into him. And the next to go was the captain, Balbirnie, playing at 1 outside the off stump. It caught the edge, it went through to Bairstow. He was on 3 at the time. The score 7 for 2. And then it was Tector on debut who came out and was bowled by Saqib Mahmood. Delaney, who looked good out in the middle, scored a couple of 4s through the covers and around the ground, was out for 22, another wicket to Willey, and the final wicket to fall of Lorcan Tucker, and the score was on 28. So here comes Rashid, he's bowling to Brian, who drives back to the leg spinner. And since then, These two have formed a partnership, 60 for 5, as we continue with the 16th over. He's got a man at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Rashid, slip in position, deep cover, and the only man back straight out at long off. Kevin O'Brien just surveying the leg side field before he sets up once more, bat tap, before he looks up, and is still at the crease. Rashid bowls. Kevin O'Brien works it out to deep mid-wicket for a single off the front foot. Moves to 14, 61 for 5.
Yeah, just an interesting point. You know, I've just seen that they've got long off back at this stage. I mean, 30, 61 for 5, a little bit of spin on offer. Isn't it case to bring him up into the circle?
As Camphor dabs one, he's looking to play at leg side, but a bit of spin on offer for Rashid. Falls out onto the offside as he runs in to collect it. Back at the top of his mark, spins himself a catch. Here he comes now. He bowls. Camphor pushes past the bowler out to that man at long off for a single. Gets off strike. Exactly what you're talking about. Goes to 16, 62 for 5.
Yeah, you know, it's just, you know, it's important that England just don't allow Ireland to just tick along here. You know, keep the pressure on.
O'Brien forward press, back in his crease, cuts past short third. It might even go to the boundary if deep cover can stop it. He does. They'll come back for 3, Will Ireland, and that score now goes to 65 for 5. Kevin O'Brien to 17.
You know, I think to someone like Kevin O'Brien in this situation, you've almost got to throw the gauntlet down to him a little bit and challenge him to go over the top at this stage of the game.
Camphor on the back foot, carving that to the offside. It's a thickish edge pass slip down to the third man boundary. Moeen Ali on the chase. Will he stop it? No. He almost gives up just as it trickles into the rope. Camphor picks up 4, then goes to 20. At the end of the over, it's 69 for 5. And 9 runs coming from that over of Rashid.
Yeah, it wasn't a great 2 balls there for Rashid over, slightly too short, and the batsman able to rock back and cut them away. Moeen Ali, as I say, they call it the Rose Bowl, or it was the Rose Bowl for a reason. It runs away very quickly down that end. But yeah, as I was saying, I think, you know, England just need to be mindful of just not allowing these two to just tick along. I think they can afford to be a little bit more attacking in their approach. You know, even put in a slip at this stage. You know, entice these guys to go after it, leave some gaps. You know, he might just force a mistake, a false shot.
Tom Curran to continue then. He's got a deep cover, third man fine leg, and a deep square back as he's through his action. O'Brien manipulates that out to deep backward square. Adil Rashid runs around from fine leg to collect the ball and throw it in. They come through for 1. He was quick to the ball there across the turf, Rashid, as O'Brien moves to 17, 16, 70 for 5.
Tom Curran settling in on a nice line here, which was why I think the slip should be in at this stage. Give himself a chance to get wickets.
Camphor, bat hovering above the stumps, defends 1 to the offside. Tight to that middle and off. Tom Curran off a good length as Morgan comes in to collect the ball with lots of energy. I think he'll be delighted to be back out there. Owen Morgan, after the birth of Leo, spent some time at home during lockdown with Tara, but a good build-up to this series. Spoke about wanting to just see how his back was after the last few games of last summer as Curran approaches the crease now to Camphor, who's working it to mid-wicket, no run, and decided that actually he was in a place where he could continue.
Yeah, it's great to see him out there. I mean, he's obviously you know, going to go down as one of our greats in this format, and I think he's still, you know, he's a magnificent leader. That, you know, been very much at the helm of the transformation of this England cricket team.
Kampfer. Defends to the offside, looks to set off for a single, but is sent back by O'Brien as Point rushes in to collect the ball. James Vince position there. Just a reminder then that this is the first match of the new Men's Super League, which is qualification for the next World Cup in India in 2023. And Ireland are part of that. As Curran, arms pumping, past the umpire, bowls to Kampfer, turns it to mid-wicket, no run. So India and the top 7 teams will qualify for the World Cup. India naturally qualify as hosts, then the bottom 5 will join 5 associates to participate in a world qualifying tournament. And not every team plays each other, so that's all been organised. I had a look at England's lineup as Curran bowls now to Kampfer, who's pushing to the offside, finds its way to Point, and no run is taken at the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it, 70 for 5. No West Indies, which I was quite sad not to see them as part of England's run of games in the lead up to the next World Cup.
Yeah, I think West Indies, they're a very exciting white ball unit. Had great success obviously in T20, as we know, particularly in the World Cups. But yeah, England, as I said, they've got an exciting journey ahead leading into the next World Cup.
Kevin O'Brien covers the ball to the offside, extra cover, runs in to collect it from Rashid. As he now walks back to the top of his mark. That man still out there at long off as Rashid is into his stride, through his action. O'Brien on the back foot, punching out to deep cover. Owen Morgan dives to his left to grab the ball. Gets up in one motion and throws it in, but they don't take the single.
Yeah, that back's fine.
Looked very agile there, Owen Morgan is.
Absolutely.
Rashid is through again. Kevin O'Brien driving with power and force out to long off for a single. 71 for 5 goes to 19. Kevin O'Brien, most experienced player in this Ireland lineup. Over 140 games for his team as Rashid flights this up to Kampfer, who just gently guides that past extra cover and comes through for another single, moves to 21, 72 for 5. 10 points, though, up for grabs for each game. So there's a lot of context placed on every match.
Yeah, it sounds a good competition, a good way of doing it.
As O'Brien works the ball back to Rashid, no run. We have it in the women's game, a women's ODI championship, whereby it is effectively qualification for the next World Cup, as O'Brien is driving but finds the inside part of the ban and goes out to mid-on. No run is taken at the end of the over. Not found it that easy to read the googly, Kevin O'Brien, as it's 72 for 5. O'Brien on 19, Kampfer on 21, and a partnership worth 44 after being 28 for 5, Ireland. A few more words from you, Michael, and then in comes Kevin.
Yeah, steady. The game's sort of in slight balance at the moment, I would say. Ireland's starting to make a decent recovery. Curran has been generally on the spot, as has Rashid. I do feel Owen Morgan can just afford to be a little bit more attacking in some of his fields, certainly to Rashid, who has the mystery.
So it's Tom Curran in bowls and up onto his toes, worked for no run onto the leg side. Another seamless transition from one commentator to the other, without a moment of panic or it's not fitting, it's not. Anyway, hello, Carbs. Nice to be back with you again.
Nice to see you.
Sun is shining. At 3 wickets going down for 28, it was oh my, but well done this pair.
Yeah,
well done.
They've played really, really well. They've kept it simple. They've taken the runs on offer. They've lowered their risk.
Curran in again, and this is very nicely pulled down towards fine leg. I thought looking for it a lot squarer than that initially, but it still will bring another run.
As Owen Morgan said at the toss, the wicket tends to get better as his game's worn on, and it looks that way certainly now at the moment, where there doesn't appear to be a lot of lateral movement from Curran. He's generally just attacking a line just on off stump, just outside.
So Curran looking as if he's wanting somebody to move, and I'm looking out there on the leg side. Nobody seems to be responding. But he's not bothered. His head down again. He really does get his head down before he comes into bowl, and that's a real effort delivery, which really takes off. Well, it's been given as a wide because it got so high over the batter through to the keeper. Umpire Alex Wharf signals so it takes the score to 74 for 5 now.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, Tom Curran, when you face him. He's got a little bit of a slippery bumper. He doesn't appear that quick, but he certainly bends his back, gets onto you a little bit quicker than you think.
And his head down again. He doesn't have the longest approach and run up, but he's in bowls and on a decent length, just turns. That is more square on the onside for a single. And Kevin O'Brien will move to 20 and take Ireland up to 75 for 5. So it wasn't looking so good at 28 for 5, was it? But well done this pair for steadying the nerves. And Camphor on debut as well. But speaking of Camphor, as they were in the Irish camp, it's exactly what they told us to look out for. This character, this terrific cricketer and a good spirit. Up onto his toes, and he'll find a gap down towards third man. And there is a fielder down there. Sharp right arm throw, but enough to allow the South African-born Irish international to pick up the single. 76 for 5, 2 balls remaining of the 19th over. In this privileged position, be able to sit and enjoy a bit of cricket. Domestic season in England starts on Saturday proper as well. There's a little bit of breeze blowing around. Not too sure as I noticed that when I was outside, and this time it doesn't beat the man at backward point. It's straight to him off the bat of Kevin O'Brien, so there will be no run. Yes, I barely noticed it when I was out there, but there is a breeze blowing. If you have a look at the trees, it is the most glorious ground with the trees behind the pavilion as we look, and then a smaller number away to our right hand side as well. Being old enough, I was able to take everybody through various commentary positions in this ground since I think it was 2001, something like that.
Yeah.
And just again angles the bat but finds the fielder at backward point. There will be no run. Various porter cabins. I think it was a little tent to start off with.
Yeah. When I started, it was all porter cabins on what is now the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and the Shane Warne stand was porter cabins when I started here in 2006.
Yeah.
And I've been very lucky, obviously, over the 10-12 years I was here, that the development's amazing. I mean, I felt very lucky as a domestic player to walk out here most days and apply my trade. And the ground looks fantastic. First time I've been back since I left. It's just sad that we obviously don't have the crowd here, because obviously over the years England has been very, very well supported here. I think the atmosphere has been electric, as it was playing here for Hampshire as well.
76 for 5 after 19 overs. Adil Rashid will continue in now and bowls, and was that chopped down into the ground in front of the slip, or did it carry all the way through? Maybe bottom edge. Jason Royalty is there at slip. But Adil Rashid bowling his 5th over. He's conceded 15 runs so far this afternoon. 20th of the innings. In and bowls a little quicker and can't get it past the fielder at backward point, who is Moeen Ali this time, Camphor, so he remains on 23. And Adil Rashid, ever busy. His brain's working as much as his arms and his legs, and he makes his way back looking for an LBW appeal, but it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, but the bails have come off. With the keeper, Johnny Bairstow, with his back to us, it's not always easy to tell if it's a quick. Yes, very quickly with those bails off did the keeper Bairstow. So we just give Alex Wharf enough time to come in and put those bails on and successfully backpedals. I always worry about umpires when they run backwards. They're going to fall over, but he doesn't do so. And again, another dot ball just pushed into the the offside. So nerves settled here a little for Ireland. Not a pair of O'Brien and Camphor, Kevin O'Brien. It's Camphor who is on strike at the moment. Curtis Camphor in, Rashid and Fuller this time pushed into the offside, no run. The time that I started to fully appreciate this ground was the very first 2020 finals day that was held here, and we were allowed on the field to play. And I went down there in the middle, and it was packed. It was very busy.
Yep.
As we see Rashid in and bowls and worked away onto the leg side, and
that was 2010, wasn't it?
well, I'm pleased you remember the years of these things.
I only remember that because everyone was on the pitch. It seemed like at the winning runs.
I'm so exactly. I'm so old-fashioned. We weren't allowed on when I first began. Anyway, 76 for 5 after 20 overs. But down in there, if this is not stating the obvious, you felt the bowl. You felt that it was an amphitheatre. You felt as though you were at the centre of all, and the atmosphere around was brilliant for me as a spectator, if you like. It must have been amazing as a player.
Oh, absolutely. From what I can remember, the weather wasn't too good, wasn't too kind to us through the day. We had a few showers, certainly through our semi-final, and a bit, and I think bits of the final as well. But it was just pandemonium right at the end, where we had Dan Christian on sort of half a leg, and his runner running when he shouldn't have, and the groundsman coming on painting lines and that kind of stuff. We didn't know if we'd won or they'd won. It was a great, fantastic day. I mean, it was, it's always a privilege being the home team, and to win it on your home ground was amazing.
Good to see Moeen Ali introduced to the action with his spin here from the hotel end, and there'll be a run. First ball he bowls, played away on the leg side for a single. Kevin O'Brien will take the Ireland score to 77 for 5. We'll have more details about that World Cup Super League during the interval when it'll all be explained to you if you can't follow it. As Moeen in again bowls on the leg stump, again allowing the batter just to work with the ball and find himself a single out there on the onside. It does give things a context. However, with everything else that's going on, it's also going to give a few a bit of a nightmare and a headache to try and work out how they're going to get all these games played. It has been pushed back, as we'll find out during the interval, as Moeen Ali bowls again and is pushed into the offside. I think they've given themselves an extra 8 or 9 months in 2023 to get the tournament staged. And again up onto his toes, the batter, Brian, pushes that for one. He has to settle for one because Camphor loses his balance and his footing at the far end, and Kevin O'Brien, ever competitive, looks a little disappointed, but sometimes that happens, you slip over.
Yeah, I think even in hindsight, I think that would have been a very tight two. James Vince very, very quick across the ground, great throwing arm as well.
Moeen Ali bowls again, full, and defensively just 2 or 3 yards in front of the batter, and no run. There's still a hubbub around and about. Of course, we're not too far away from the motorway as well, so we'll be picking up the noise of traffic. We'll take that. Even if we haven't got a crowd, just the noise of the traffic rumbling past. Push back up to Moeen Ali. And the spinners, both Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid, they're very busy. They get through their overs. Many thanks to Michael. He'll be back with us a little later on. 79 for 5 after 21 overs. Kevin O'Brien is 22 not out of 35. And we've got Camphor 24 not out of 54 balls. This current run rate, the projected score is 188. Well, they certainly would take that, will Ireland. And that for that's 2 wickets and 2 balls for David Willey, which was Lorcan Tucker. It was not a pretty picture at that stage. Adil Rashid in again. And bowls to O'Brien. It's in the air. Will it carry all the way out to the field? Yes, it does. And it's the end of the partnership. And Adil Rashid takes a wicket. The catch way there in the deep by David Willey at wide, long off. So he can't keep him out of the action. He's either bowling and taking wickets or involved with the catches as well. But it is the end of O'Brien. Caught Willey, bowled Rashid for 22 of 36 deliveries. And now Ireland 79 for 6 at the start of the 22nd over. And once again, as Vic Marks takes a seat, a wicket falls. Welcome back, Vic.
Well, I was just about to say, since I've left, the Irish have done pretty well. They hadn't lost a wicket, and just as I was putting the microphone on, Kevin O'Brien played very sort of sensibly, has holed out to a long off Rashid. So I wonder if they can get through my little half-hour stint here without losing another 5, because they lost 5 in the first half hour, all sedate and all under control for about, I don't know, 50 minutes or so, an hour, and now, well, the 6th wicket gone. I mean, 79 for 6 is just poor rather than an absolute nightmare, given that they were 28 for 5. He's I don't think that was it, but he's certainly got that googly going, hasn't he, old Rashid? And not only the Irish batsmen occasionally struggle to pick it, so does Johnny Bairstow. But it had to wait a bit for that 6th wicket, but it's come now, and now we really are into the all-rounders, I think. Simi Singh has come out. It's a partial recovery. They put on 50 together. But that's not enough, I'm afraid.
I can cope with you having to struggle with the fall of wickets. Seeing Michael McNamee cope with the fall of wickets, it's a little bit more difficult, and he is standing behind me, so I shall not look around, just in case he starts to blame us. But Simi Singh, an off-spinner by trade, one of the 19 players awarded central contracts, 18 ODI caps over the last 3 years. And that first delivery pushes back to Adil Rashid, and there shall be no run. It's 79 for 6 in the 22nd over. We'll be talking about all things Irish cricket during the interval as well. Looking forward to speaking to Warren Dutron, the Chief Executive of Cricket Ireland. At that point, another great delivery from Rashid. Has the better of the batter there.
Wow, a lovely leg break. It has spun more than we thought, really. He gives it a rip. That's a perfect leg break, which actually bounces a little bit as well. It's googly spun. You'll treat him to a googly. Always good to test a new batsman, see if he can pick it.
In and bowls, bat on that, drilled into the ground and straight towards shortish cover, where Owen Morgan is doing the fielding. And stopped. 2 balls left of this over. Rashid again from a wide-angled approach where he was going to, and then, as busy as he is, he tends to come in quite rapidly from one ball to the next, but a little bit too quickly that time. Now he's in and bowls, and will there be a gap here? Oh, there could be a run out, dreadful run out, and that could be the end of Singh. Run out with a throw from Owen. It isn't Owen Morgan. It's Tom Curran, I think, is it? We'll get even Tom Banton. I'll get it right in the end with the right arm throw, but it's a dreadful run out. That's more the story, and I'm afraid it's the end of Singh. He's gone. He just pushed the ball into the offside, whether nerves or whatever it was, but he set off for a single. There was no way the camper was coming for that. Turned round and he was way out of his ground, such a long way out. And he takes a look at his partner, but fair to say that there probably wasn't a single there. And as I say, whether it was nerves or not, he's been undone and he's out.
Well, I think it was nerves, because there wasn't really a run there at all. He was right on the back foot, pushed it out square on the offside, and then, to his shock of his partner, he started scurrying for a single, and quite legitimately, really, he was sent back. And Banton, who's proving to be quite a handy outfielder, he spends most of his time in one-day cricket at Somerset keeping wicket. He sent in a good throw, plenty good enough. Bairstow removed the bells and Singh was nowhere to be seen. So that's another calamity. As I said, I've only been back for 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 wickets have fallen.
It's
79 for 7. Now we're wondering whether 3 figures is on the cards. Camphor's done well. He's quite right to send it back, actually.
It's a horror story at the moment for Ireland, and therefore ideal for Michael McNamee to come in and pick up commentary after, again, more words from you, Vic.
Yeah, well, there's never a good time for a run out, for honest. Possibly Wellington, New Zealand, about 40 years ago, but apart from that, I can't think of one. The new batsman is McBride, and he's facing Rashid, who gets a full-length delivery up there, which is pushed out into the covers. Michael.
Apologies, Victor. That was
That's
as
right.
slow as you. I got my cables all tangled up.
It's all right. You've got a lot to deal with at the moment.
I was slightly traumatised at 28 for 5. Then things sort of calmed down. I'm back in trauma mode.
I know. I mean,
being strictly unneutral.
Well, I think you're allowed to be a bit unneutral.
Is that a word?
It's good enough.
My brain is mangled. And I think Simi Singh's brain was
Well,
slightly
his
mangled,
was mangled.
there.
It wasn't a run. It wasn't a
No.
good run, particularly in this situation. Possibly in the last over or two, but it was just pushed out on the offside. He was right. He was going to struggle to get to the other end in time, let alone Camphor.
Moeen at this end, the hotel end, is driven back straight by Camphor. The man at the non-striker's end, the new batsman, is the man from the northwest of Northern Ireland, Andy McBride. Moeen is in, there's no slip. And it's pushed, and again, nervy calling from the man on debut, Curtis Camphor. Ireland are looking incredibly twitchy.
They are.
79 for 7. You can argue Kevin O'Brien really shouldn't have played that shot, and Simi Singh shouldn't have made that call, but give himself a little bit of room. Camphor pushes it out on the offside, and there's a run for Ireland. 80 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well, nicely, Kevin O'Brien, using all of his experience, I guess. And I don't quite know where he was trying to hit that ball from Rashid. Maybe a little bit squarer, but he ended up holding out to long off, which is not great when there are 5 wickets down and about 30 overs to go. He had played nicely up to then. They put on 50 together. I suppose you have a dilemma when you're batting in that situation, and that you know in your heart of hearts that you need quite a big score to beat England.
Field changes round for the left-handed McBride, who just takes a step back and forces that away for a single on the offside.
So in games like this, you can sometimes have a dilemma of, do you go for respectability, or do you be really realistic and say, well, hang on, we need 250 plus if we've got a chance of beating England, and therefore take more rests than seem necessary. I think he could have played for respectability a bit longer, if you see what I mean.
Moeen into Camphor, who drives straight to skipper Owen Morgan.
Now, Andy McBride must be the son of... Is he the son of the old off-spinner, if you like?
Yeah, there's 2 of them. One was his uncle, one's his dad.
Yeah.
So often in Ireland, pushed away for no run by McBride. The family connections.
Yeah.
The brothers, the uncles, increasingly now the sisters and mothers.
Yes.
Ireland 81 for 7. McBride's on 1, Camphor's on 25. Irish run rate is on 3.5 at the moment at the end of the 23rd over, and still the sun shines. I apologise to my friends, family, listeners in Belfast and all parts of Northern Ireland. I think not having a very nice day weather-wise. I think it's a wee bit better further south on the island. But Ireland currently struggling, 81 for 7. And the man of the match in Bristol 3 years ago, Adil Rashid, is in. It's a push by McBride. He'll get a single for that.
Well, that's good running, because that was just a little inside edge push on the leg side, but Camphor called him, and there was one there. But there was also scope for a bit of panic, but they both reacted well there.
Camphor, squad number 85 on his back. There's one slip for Adil Rashid. Watchful batting from the new boy, and no run.
Well, he's the highest scorer so far.
You've jinxed him now, Victor. Thanks very much.
Well, no, I'm hoping he won't be. I mean, that means someone else will get some.
It's a TMS equivalent of the odd couple, me and Victor, I think. Just pushes that back to Adil Rashid, of course, man of the match. He I'm not sure what the word is. He eviscerated the Irish middle order in Bristol, May 2017, with a fifer. His best ODI figures. And he's a little bit more air there, and the Beals have been sent flying.
He beat him outside the off stump. He's got a good rhythm as Rashid, and he's also found, as you'd expect, more spin than the finger spinner, Moen.
It was tidy work by Bairstow, but Camphor was in his crease. Jason Roy is the slip. 3 men on the boundary. One behind square on the leg side, one at mid-wicket, one on the covers. Adil Rashid is in, and the batsman is driving for a single. And Ireland move on to 83 for 7. Such was the flurry of wickets, I didn't get to tell you why Gareth Delaney picked 64 as his squad number, picked by his mother.
Right.
Who said, well, cricket's all about 6s and 4s. So he's 64. Left-handed McBride pokes that out. Defensively, no run.
So his brother can be 46.
Well, presumably, yes. Delaney's as well. The future of Irish cricket. A little confab at the minute between Andy McBride and Curtis Camphor.
I mean, I suspect the ratio, I mean, in cricket actually, you get a lot of father and son combinations, more than in most sports, I would have thought, for some reason. But in a sense, the smaller the cricketing nation, the more you're going to get. Because New Zealand, with this fairly small population, there's a huge heritage of brothers and fathers and sons. And obviously that applies with Ireland.
83 for 7, Moeen from the hotel end.
And there's a fair few.
Forward.
Fair few with England as well, of course, with over the years. The Butchers, he's here, Mark Butcher's here.
He's brought his guitar as well.
Has he?
Have you brought your mouth organ, Victor, no?
No, I left it at home. I saw it there.
That's a blessed relief. No run off that one either. A little push by the new boy Camphor.
Our friend Jonathan Agnew is invested in a ukulele.
Oh dear.
He's not here.
Camphor again just behind square on the leg side, and he's just being pinned down again, Curtis Camphor, but he's showing a lot of patience. 26 not out from it's difficult to see with the sun shining on our screen. 66 deliveries so far, indicating there's patience. Moeen, he doesn't hang about between balls. A quick single taken, and McBride makes his ground okay, and Ireland get away with that one. Quick calling, quick running.
Yep.
Ireland 84 for 7.
Well, I noticed, looking, just glimpsing at bits of this Super League, that you lose points if your overrate's not up to it.
That's true.
And with Moeen and Rashid in combination, England have always been pretty good, actually, at getting their overs in.
Moeen coming round the wicket. Batsman just steps back, strokes that away. More runs for McBride. One more to the tally, 85 for 7. And I would say there's a nice sort of lull over the ground, but not particularly nice if you're an Irish fan listening. 85 for 7. It's an improvement on 28 for 5. Moeen back from the other side of the wicket to Camphor. He forces that out in the offside for a single.
Yeah, well, they're picking up the singles quite nicely
I
against
tell you,
Moeen.
Moeen doesn't hang about, does he?
No.
End of the over, 86 for 7. McBride on 3, Camphor on 28. And that leaves me nicely, your talk of fathers and sons. Victor, can you wish my son Callum a very happy birthday? He's a teenager today, 13 today.
13 today, what? Happy birthday, Callum.
So all the trouble starts today, I
We'll
think.
look after your dad as best we can.
Yes, indeed.
He'll be back soon.
Hopefully.
I don't think you've got to go into quarantine, have you, when you get back?
Don't tempt fate, Victor.
Oh, right.
Rashid, 1 for 17 so far. And he's up to Camphor, who flashes the bat at that. Easy piece of fielding. Is that Woody fielded there?
So.
Rashid it once more. Gives it a twirl. Little drive from Camphor. He hasn't seemed overly concerned at the minute. Rashid, I think, is his googlies did for Ireland and Bristol 3 years ago.
Well,
Couldn't read him at all, the Irish.
Well, he's got a very good googly by any standards, actually.
He's got one slip in. And they're going to chase one run. And there's one more for Camphor.
Tossing that up, inviting the drive. Good piece of cricket, actually. Pushed it, drove it nicely. Good piece of fielding, mid off. Scampered single.
There's the left-handed McBride on strike. Defensive shot, oohs and ahs.
I think that was
Goes through to the keeper.
Well, I think that was the googly. It's hard to see from this distance. But, he's bowling it more and more frequently, especially in one cricket. Yeah, it's a nice googly that bounced and just kept going.
McBride did well to not make contact with that. He makes contact with the next delivery and forces it to mid-off. .87 for 7 at the moment. Another defensive shot offered. And another very quick over from a spinner.
Yeah.
87 for 7 Ireland. Brian on 3, Camphor on 29. That's the end of the 26th over. Ireland making slow progress, but you can understand their tactics.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would be a
projected
major
score of 167. If we reach 167, Victor, I might do something outrageous.
Well, I look forward to that. I mean, that's a very optimistic possibility. What they're saying is that if they keep batting at this rate, they'll get 167. I mean, at the end of that little panel, there was 327. If you go at 10 and over.
Moeen is in. And pushed away. A bit of a misfield. The man close in on the onside, but the Irish pair think better of it. Ireland very much under the cosh here at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton. No run off that as Camphor deflects it away on the offside. There's a little nod to his batting partner saying, well, that was the right call, Andy. There wasn't a run there. We've seen Simi Singh depart after a poor call, and they will run off that misfield and they will get a single. And one more for the Irish tally. That's the skipper. Just let that one evade from his grasp. 88 for 7. Camphor's on to 30 with Brian on 3.
I think Camphor's booked another game in. For certain.
Well, you've got to say the coach made the right call. He spotted something. Good character so far been shown by the man winning his first cap. And a defensive shot offered by McBride to Moeen. Of course, the vice captain to Owen Morgan. And Moeen is in once more in the sunshine. A drowsy feel now to this game. It's a poor return back to Moeen. And there's no run. Blue sky all around the Ageas Bowl. It's reflecting off the tinted roof on the far side. Moeen gives that one a little bit of air. The batsman gives himself a little bit of room. There's one more for Ireland. And that's one more for McBride. And at the end of the 27th over, Ireland 89 for 7.
But they are rattling through. I mean, they must be no more than 2 to 3 minutes per over, which is how it should be if the slow bowlers are on. There hasn't been much fetching of the ball from the boundary necessary. Actually, they're progressing mostly with singles. Moeen, yeah, a very good choice, I'm sure, as vice captain. He's captain Worcester a little bit when he's had the chance, and they've done very well, particularly in white ball cricket under his leadership. He's a key man in the dressing room. He's a delight in the dressing room by all accounts.
Adil Rashid bowling to a slip. And a little bit of a scamper from Andy McBride as he drove that ball. There's always a single there, and he's got it. Andy McBride, 27 years old, averaging 16 with the bat. And best bowling figures of 3 for 38 against PNG a couple of years ago. That cricketing geographical powerhouse of the northwest and Northern Ireland, where every village is a team and the local rivalries are.
And every McBride is an off-spinner, it seems.
Keenly contested matches, shall we say.
All right.
We need to turn the stump mic off, I think, for someone. Now there's a quick run, the ball down to the keeper, the bails are off. But I think Mr. McBride made his ground okay.
Yeah, well, it's always all right if you both go. There was a little nudge on the leg side. In the end, it was actually Rashid himself who set off to field it and hurled it back. But
a diving slide from
they were
McBride.
just in time. And they're just having a bit of a post-mortem. 2 batsmen. That was all right. Yeah, just about.
Wasn't it? I think it needed a direct hit of the stumps to put McBride in any sort of trouble.
Yeah. He's going to have a go around the wicket, which is quite unusual for him in a limited overs match.
McBride has on striking balls wide of the crease.
Yes,
Rashid.
That must have been a googly. That's another cracking googly too. He's got his rhythm terrifically. He's good pace on the ball, lots of zip. I think he's come around the wicket to try and get that edge, because if he bowls his googly from over the wicket, it seems to spin too much.
McBride is the man under pressure. He's clouded that one. They've come for a single direct hit, and he's in trouble, and he's made his ground once more. So the Irish running between the stumps at the moment is creating singles. It's creating a little bit of worry for the teammates.
Yeah.
Sitting and watching, and Coach Graham Ford.
Well, at least there haven't been any hesitations between this pair, but the field's up, and they're minded to play push and run to mid-off, mid-on. We're not that deep most of the time.
A ring of 3 in the offside, one even closer in. That's a big hit, and that's a cracking hit by Camphor. And it's 4 runs.
Yeah, well, he's dragged that. There's no one out on the leg side, and he's plunked his left leg down and helped him over the mid-wicket area. It was actually the googly. Now, whether he picked it, I'm not so sure, but
in a couple of hours' time, he'll say, of course it did.
Yeah. I thought, well, he tossed me the googly, so I thought there's no one back on the leg side. I'll pop him over mid-wicket. Well, that's what he did. And now he's up to 35.
And Ireland are approaching the 3 figures. That's an offensive one. The peel, I think the ball came off the bat first. Half-hearted appeal from England. And that's the end of the 28th over. Ireland 96 for 7. Camphor, the man impressing on debuts, 35. And Andy McBride, slightly more experience behind him. He's on 6.
So Camphor is an all-rounder, is that right? Well, he can bowl a bit, can he?
Yes, that's how he's been
sold
to us.
Well, he's done a good job so far. He's shown a pretty calm head.
He took the wickets of Simi Singh and George Dockrell in the Irish intra-squad game, as Moeen is back at the hotel end. That's a carving cut by McBride that's fielded by the man in the gully. And Moeen is in once more. He's drifting on to McBride's pads, and he pushes that away on the leg side for a single.
He likes to sort of nudge and cut on the offside and deflect on the leg side. He's a sort of busy little left-hander, it looks like. McBride looks fairly orthodox, but he's always he's got a lot of singles.
And he's still got plenty of time to play with.
Yes.
Moeen over the wicket. And Camphor drives. Moeen fields off his own bowling. Ireland, of course, won the other 2 matches this summer against England, Saturday and Tuesday. As Camphor picks up a single, square of the wicket. Ireland inching towards the 100 mark. Another rapid over from Moeen.
Well, I don't know whether they're going to use the same pitch for all 3 games. It's possible. They've got a couple of test matches to play here later in the summer.
Still 2 balls left. And Mankey comes down the wicket. The big appeal for LBW.
We can't have that. He was a long
so far
way
down the track.
I don't think they
was
can
Andy
review
McBride. Moeen is having a discussion. There's a general discussion.
They're not going to review it, are they? Or is that the end of the over?
I think they are reviewing
it. They are going
nothing
to review
ventured,
it.
nothing gained from
Well, he was a
Moeen and
long,
Morgan, the
long
captaincy
way
pair.
down. And this will be interesting whether that is taken into account. He came down the pitch and he ended up almost kicking it because he couldn't get his bat on it.
McBride is the batsman. 1-2 long steps down the
But
track.
he's so far down the pitch. I'm not sure that you don't get a little bit of leeway there.
You need a fortune teller to tell that, Victor. Right. The crystal ball is being rubbed.
I mean, I think it's hit his pad before it's hit his bat.
Move on to.
But he's miles down the pitch. I don't know. It'd be an odd one. It'd be almost a freakish one. Now, look, whilst this is going on, I'm going to start my exit strategy. And I hope they're still batting Ireland by the time I get out of it.
Ready to go back on field to Alex. Alex, stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
So umpire Alex Wharf has been told it's not out by the TV umpire Martin Saggers. No huge surprise. And Andy McBride survives on 7. Camphor's in 36. Ireland 2 away from the century. And McBride just gives himself a little bit of room as Tamal gives the table a wipe. He knows where Victor's been before. Ireland then, they over 98 for 7. McBride on 7, Camphor on 36. Ireland recovering from a disastrous start. One stage they were 28 for 5. It was all going drastically wrong. A little bit of a rally with Kevin O'Brien and Curtis Camphor leading that resistance. And then another couple of quick wickets. O'Brien holding out and Simi Singh, you say, running himself out. Tamal has joined us.
Yeah, it didn't look great, did it?
It didn't look great. Strange that there were nerves for a man in his 30s, but that's how cricket can affect you. Rashid from the far end, forced away. And that's a scamper back by the man at the non-striker's end. There's no run there. Camphor's the man on strike, who's shown admirable character and restraint. It's probably the commentator's curse. And further thoughts from Tamal. And then we'll hear from Isha.
10th over from Adil Rashid. Well, brilliantly so far as he comes into bowl. Just patted back to Owen Morgan, who's fielding short at cover. There'll be no run. It's well brilliantly Adil Rashid. 1 for 25 from his soon-to-be 10 overs. He's got that shoulder problem that plagued him last year. Well and truly sorted. He's able to get a little bit more pace, a little bit more fizz onto the ball as he comes in again.
And pulls out. Nicely done, Tamal.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it. There's, Rashid is now back at the top of his mark. Tosses himself a catch as he's through. Bowls left outside the off stump by Camphor. He was on 36 on his debut. He's played pretty well given the situation. Came in at 28 for 5. He's got a man out at deep cover. Deep backwards square as Rashid is in again. Camphor playing that pass slip to short third. So he looks to guide with the spin. He is getting a bit of turnout there, Adil Rashid. Played his first shot in anger really against the spinner in the last over as he launched him over mid-wicket. Read him well as Rashid is through again. Camphor pushing forwards. Call. There's a run-out opportunity at the bowler's end and he's in. Andy McBride just came running at him. There was a bit of hesitation from Camphor and then he got his head down. Throw was sent in by Moeen Ali. Bit wayward. And that is the end of the over. So the single taken, Camphor to 37 and the score 99 for 7 after 30 overs. It's been slow going for Ireland as wickets have continually fallen throughout this innings. And in a mindset where they just want to try and bat through the overs.
Yeah, you got to try and just bat your 50 now. It wasn't looking like it was going to be particularly likely after the power play. It may still not be the case with 20 overs still to go. Adil Rashid finishes his 10 overs, conceding only 26, 3 maidens in there and a wicket. He'll be really pleased with his first run out of the summer. Moeen Ali's halfway through his into his 6th over now.
Here he comes, he bowls. Kampfer works it to the leg side, square leg, no run. It's a deep backwards square. It's quite fine to Moeen Ali. Deep mid-wicket. Square leg mid-wicket and mid on as Kampfer gets deep into his crease and punches out to deep cover for a single, comes through, moves to 38, and that is the 100 up for Ireland. 7 wickets down in the 31st over.
You can hear a small ripple. I assume from the Ireland balcony. Obviously, there's a few ground staff and the like scattered around watching, but slow going for Ireland. But they got there to the 100 in the end. Has been a little bit of turn, as you said, Isha. Be interesting to keep an eye on that. This pitch is going to get used again for the second ODI, so could take a bit more turn come Saturday.
As Moeen Ali comes around the wicket to the left-handed McBride, who punches to extra cover. No run. Bright sunshine here at the Ageas Bowl. This is a lovely summer's day as Ali threw his action to McBride, who clips that to just past mid-wicket. Comes through for another casual single. Goes to 8, 101 for 7 then. TV highlights, of course, available tonight on BBC Two at 11:35. In-play clips as well on the BBC Sport website right now. David Willey back into the side and picking up 4 crucial wickets in his opening spell.
Shame there's no crowd here. This place will be beautiful today.
Yeah.
Great day here down here at the Ageas Bowl.
Always a nice buzz. It feels quite open here at the Ageas as Ali is through again to Kampfer, who pushes out to deep cover once more. Moves to 39, 102 for 7. I remember a number of the games here at the World Cup, and there was an incredible buzz. And what a World Cup it was as well, just the sets of fans that we had at each game.
Yeah, I remember obviously I covered the India-Afghanistan game when Afghanistan probably should have beaten India.
Yeah.
They fell short in the end, but there was a really, really good atmosphere here for that game.
McBride gets deep into his crease, cuts out to deep cover for 1. Rotation of strike here for these two as they pick up 4 from the over of Moeen Ali. Goes to 103 for 7. McBride to 9 and Kampfer on 39. Partnership worth 24 for these two as they punch gloves in the middle. Yeah, I think it was Mohammed Shami. I think he needed to perform at the end and he bowled some searing Yorkers right at the toes. Ended up winning the game. And they're under a bit of pressure.
Well, indeed, good times, different times last summer. This time last year, obviously England were lifting the World Cup. But we're glad to be back watching, and I know the lads are about to be playing. I'm looking forward to getting back playing as well. So we're grateful for what we can get out here, as it looks like Saqib Mahmood are going to come back into the attack.
Yeah, his first spell, 1 for 21 from his 5 overs. He'll be running in from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, bat-like canopy, standing tall above the pavilion. Third man, deep cover, man at deep backward square and fine leg off the boundary about 15 metres or so. Adil Rashid down there as Saqib Mahmood comes into McBride, who drives to extra cover, no run. Not a cloud in the sky. It's a lovely feel here at the Ageas Bowl in Hampshire. Almost as blue as your sunglasses, Tim.
Yeah, my first shift in here, there was a bit of a glare coming off the table and the glass in front of me, so I thought I'd put on a pair of sunnies. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. You'd say perfect conditions for batting, wouldn't you, normally, but hasn't been the case for Ireland today, unfortunately.
How's fatherhood treating you? Big congratulations to you.
Thank you.
As Mahmood is in to McBride on the back foot defending to Owen Morgan, who comes in at extra cover.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, thanks. My little girl, she's 3 weeks tomorrow.
You were giving us regular updates, weren't you, on social media?
Yeah, luckily my wife doesn't have Twitter, so she doesn't know some of the things that I
she does now.
Yeah,
India.
Hopefully she's not listening. But yeah, I was probably sharing a few things that she probably would have liked me not to. But it was all in good fun. But no, she was brilliant. The baby's doing great, and yeah, I'm grateful to have a couple of nights sleep in the hotel. She sent me a sarcastic text at or a passive aggressive text at about seven this morning, asking if I'm sleeping well.
As McBride cuts out to deep cover A wide delivery from Saki Mahmood off good lead. They push for the single and look for a 2, but settle for the 1. McBride to 10, 104 for 7. So dad duties, you've been getting up in the middle of the night and making sure the baby's okay?
Yeah, I do get up. Obviously, there's a limit to what I can do. Obviously, I can't provide the baby with the food she needs. But yeah, I'm up changing nappies and burping her and things. So I don't just take myself off to the spare room or just put the earplugs in. I do. I try and do my bit. But yeah, India definitely has it tougher than what I do.
Kampfer bat hovering by the stumps, drives to mid-on off the bowling of Saki Mahmood. It comes through, chasing his shadow. Yeah, Owen Morgan. Congratulations to him as well on the birth of Leo. I hear Leo's a TMS fan as well.
Oh really? He's probably tuning in now.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but I know Leo was listening in during the Test series as Mahmood circles at the top of his mark. Camper with a light tap before bat hovering, stump high. Mahmood bowls edged down to third man. Adil Rashid moves to his left to collect the ball 10 metres off the boundary. The throw comes in, they'll come through for 1. Camper to 40, 105 for 7 now, Ireland, with 1 ball left of this over.
Tom Curran doing some push-ups down. He's down at fine leg. He's just stretching, limbering up. Guys must be a little bit stiff in between spells. Obviously, the lads had a few warm-up games here, but this is the first real competitive game of the summer for a lot of these players. So you have to make sure you stay limber and stay ready in between your spells and don't stiffen up too much.
But high from McBride, who pulls the short ball out to deep backward square. In the throw comes as they come through for another 1. Go to, at the end of the over, 106 for 7, 32 overs bowled. Here at the Ageas Bowl, England winning the toss and electing to bowl first. They're in a wonderful position in this first one-day international of 3. The starter of the Men's Super League, of course, qualification for the next World Cup. And they started with a bang. David Willey with 4 wickets in that first spell, and have been behind the 8 ball ever since, Ireland, as Moeen Ali will continue. I mean, just looking at the test bowlers as well, back-to-back tests, such a congested period, it must put so much. It's almost a shock to the system, isn't it, for the bowlers, as Ali is around the wicket to McBride, who punches out to long off on the front foot, comes through for a single, goes to 12, 107 for 7. Sorry, this board is sometimes not updating quickly, so.
But no,
yeah,
you're right.
107 for 7.
I was impressed with the West Indies. They kept an unchanged bowling attack for the most part, didn't they? I know Alzari Joseph dropped out for the last test.
As Kampfer turns one out to fine leg for a single off the bowling of Moeen Ali.
But Kemar Roach and Big Shalangeva in particular, they came charging in all series, which was really impressive with how congested the tests are. As you said, England obviously rotated successfully, as it ended up being. But I think fair play to all the players that managed to get through all 3 test matches. It's a great effort.
Ali bowls, McBride clips to mid-wicket, no run. Does it make your body ache when you see the...
Thinking about it, yeah. I haven't even played a 4-day county game for the best part of 5 years now. So, yeah, no, you have to take your hats off to the guys.
Ali bowls short to McBride on the back foot, looking to punch out to deep cover, but doesn't get the timing. It falls in front of David Willey at extra cover as Ali turns at the top of his mark. Comes past the umpire, bowls, advances does McBride, past mid-wicket, will come through for 1. Goes to 109 for 7 then, Ireland. McBride to 13. It's still an intensity to it, isn't there, though, with the limited overs format. I mean, sometimes for yourself, bowling the 4 overs in a T20 game, but you're often sprinting around the park, aren't you, as Ali bowls to Kampfer, who gets deep into his crease and carves out to deep cover. Throw is sent in, they come through for 1. 110 for 7 at the end of the over. Kampfer to 42, McBride on 13.
Yeah, you're right. And T20 especially, you come off, that hour and 15, however long the innings takes, you come off, seriously tired. As you say, you're running around in between overs, and it's almost, even though the bowling's, of a similar intensity, everything's just more rushed. Obviously, you've often got the crowd, the atmosphere, the pressure, the adrenaline's running that bit higher, which maybe takes your breath slightly. So you definitely do. You feel it a lot more sometimes coming off after a T20 game than you do, say, after a session in a 4-day game. Even though it's longer and you may have bowled more overs, just that intensity level is slightly different. And then 50-over cricket probably just fits in the middle of that somewhere.
Saqib Mahmood to continue from the pavilion end, runs towards the bowls. Kampfer misses the ball outside the off stump. I think it just cuts him a little bit. He was looking to drive and then almost held in the pitch, came back in outside the off stump. Through to Johnny Bairstow, who of course has the gloves for this series. Joss Buttler with the test side at the moment. Kampfer, if he keeps going, could be on the verge of a century on debut.
Imagine that. Get to
42 at the moment.
Get to 50 first. That'd be a great start to your international career, especially a team that you haven't spent a lot of time around leading up to.
Waving his bat now above the stumps as he guides to point, no run.
He's going to have a job to do with the ball later. He's an all-rounder, so I'm sure we'll see him bowling. So it's one encouraging thing that Ireland can take from this is youngster on debut, coming in, scoring. At the moment is in the 40s. Hopefully he'll go on past 50. If he can grab a couple of wickets as well, they might think, okay, we've got a player here in the middle order for the long term, an all-rounder to potentially build around.
Mahmood shuffles forwards, runs towards us now, hustles in, dynamic action, bowls on the back foot and defending to the leg side is Kampfer. What have you made of Saqib Mahmood then? 86 miles an hour, that one from him. It's not as tall as you, not as bulky probably, but he's got a nice whippy action, isn't he?
Oh yeah, all the attributes are there. They put up a graphic on the TV. He's consistently been between that 86 and 89 miles an hour, so he bowls good pace. Got that slingy action, the ball, when conditions allow, he definitely gets that ball to reverse. He hit the deck with a new ball, got a few to carry through nicely. So all the attributes are there, and England definitely like him. They've had him in the last few squads, haven't they? They like what they see of him.
Kampfer drives past point out to third man. He'll come back for two. He wasn't entirely in control of that one, Kampfer. Good length delivery outside the off stump from Saqib Mahmood. It's just skidded on every now and then. Guess that's what his action allows, is that ball to kind of come through and zip off the pitch as they go to 112 for 7, Kampfer to 44.
Yeah, and we actually, a company I'm part of on Instagram, Pace Journal, we actually interviewed Saqib recently and we broke down his action, his mindset, his variations and everything. So we got to know a little bit more about him from speaking to him for a good hour.
Bowled short and worked away out to deep backward square by Kampfer, just on his toes and whipping his hands through, almost like a short pull jab. Comes through for 113 for 7, Kampfer to 45. So what did he say? How many variations does he have? Has he always had this action?
Yeah, I think he's always had the action, but he spoke to us about how he sometimes alters his action to, he'll lose his front arm, for example, to try and get the ball to tail into right-handers to kind of make him a little bit even more slingy than what he actually is. So the fact that he's able to do that already in his young career is really impressive.
Comes around the wicket to McBride. Left-hander pulls out to fine leg for 1 at the end of the over. And Rashid sends a throw in. So McBride to 14 as the score moves to 114 for 7. 34 overs have been bowled here at the Ageas. 16 overs left. What will they be looking at? What will they be aiming for here?
Oh, it's tough. If you can get north of 200, I think they'd take that at this stage. Obviously, they're 7 down. McBride's looked nice actually since he's come in. He's looked tidy. He's not played overly expansively, but 14 off 30. Kampfer's obviously really well set now. They're both going at a very similar strike rate. He's 45 off 97. So it will be, can they accelerate at all come the back end of the innings, should they get there? Obviously there's still quite a way to go in the innings, still 16 overs. Can they maybe target the spin a little bit more?
As Ali bowls to McBride, who's again deep into his crease, gives himself room to cut out to deep cover, comes through for another single, moves to 16, 115 for 7. There's Kampfer on 45, just scans the leg side field. He's got a man at a long leg almost, Ali, as he bowls that short of a length, gets deep into his crease and punches out to deep cover. Does Kampfer as he comes through for 1. Goes to 46, 116 for 7 now. On debut, if you're just tuning in, Curtis Kampfer, 21 years of age, South African born, but Irish grandmother, as McBride slog sweeps out to deep mid-wicket. He'll pick up 1, will push for the 2 as the throw comes in. James Vince out there at deep square, running to his right. Will go to 118 for 7, McBride to 17. Bat stump high, as he looks down the track. McBride forward and defends to the offside off Ali. Heat blazing through the glass here at the Ageas Bowl as Ali is around the wicket to McBride, who again pats the ball back to the bowler. It's a 1-2 step for Ali as he reaches down to collect the ball.
Bit of a greenhouse in here, aren't we?
It's Warlam as Ali bowls, tosses it up a bit more. McBride goes for it, up and over mid-wicket this time. More force in the shot, he'll pick up 6. The first 6 of the innings for Ireland at the end of the over, and a good one. 10 runs coming from the over, 124 for 7. McBride to 23, Kampfer on 46 then. A few more words from you, Tamal. And then in will come Kevin.
Yeah, Andy McBride must have Test match special in his headphones, in his helmet, because I said he's been playing nicely without playing a shot in anger, so he drops down on one knee and really smacks Moeen Ali over deep mid-wicket, takes himself on to 25. It's a really nice shot. Pretty low risk as well, with both mid-on and deep mid-wicket, both inside the circle, only deep square leg out on that leg side boundary, so decided to take a calculated risk, and it paid off for him. Went a good 5-6 rows back to our left from where we sit. And they go to have a drink in their respective camps. The Ireland players gathering to our left, England all sat around and alright, a few having a stretch. England will be very happy with their work so far. 124 for 7 are Ireland in their first innings.
So I'm trying, and I'm not going to use the word shades, okay? Sunglasses. Right? It would just be stupid if I tried to say shade. And yours look good. I mean, I'm not that old to appreciate how good you're looking today.
Thank you very much. Very kind, very kind.
And I imagine you won't get a bigger compliment all day.
No, maybe all year.
However, they're not making a jot of difference to me, these sunglasses. You're spot on. It is so bright. Yeah. Am I complaining? No, but it is very bright. And it's a wonderful picture. In front of us. They're having the drinks. I tell you what I just spotted there as well. It's the little things about cricket that have been affected by COVID and the like. So a bowler, although Moeen is one of the more steady, shall we say, of the bowlers, but another bowler who's just been hit for 6, last ball of the over, there's nothing they like better than swiping off the umpire, taking the umpire's fingers with them, the cap or whatever, storming off.
Maybe a kick of the turf on the way out as
well. But they can whip that cap off the umpire now because a teammate's got it. They won't be wearing a sweater today, so they sort of have to just sort of temper that a little and just politely take it, as Moeen did off his captain Owen Morgan on that occasion.
Yeah, you can't be ripping it off the captain's arms, can you?
No, you can't be going, I'll have that.
I did notice actually before the very first over of the game, it took me aback. I saw David Willey running his own cap down to the boundary, putting his cap where he was going to field for the following over, and then running back to the end of his mark. So, little wrinkles in the game that we're not quite used to. But
I know a few umpires on the county circuit will be quite rightly, I reckon, saying, look, you've proven you can look after your own stuff. Carry 100%. On doing so.
No, you're very correct. There'll be a few umpires, you say, next summer, hopefully when things are, say, back to normal, where they won't be taking your cap and they'll kind of just be shooing you off somewhere else to...
Your problem, mate.
Exactly.
Not mine. Now then, we've got another partnership building here, haven't we? Much needed by Ireland. 15 overs remaining. that actually, and bearing in mind there are 7 wickets down, that's got to be viewed as a long time, hasn't it? They've just got to just keep it ticking along as best they can.
Yeah, I've said that a few times. I think batting the 50 overs will be a win for Ireland from where they were after 10 overs. I'm sure that, you know, the money would have been that they'd have got bowled out inside of 25 to 35 overs. So they've done well to get to this point. Camphor on debut has done really well, supported by the likes of Kevin O'Brien and now McBride. So yeah, that should be the target. Don't worry too much about the scoreboard. Just try and bat out your 50 overs and then give yourself a chance come, you know, in a couple of hours' time.
Tom Curran will return to the action. He's going to bowl from the other end now, pavilion end. 4 overs, 16 runs he went for first spell. He's powering in to bowl towards us now, and that will be runs off the first ball of that next over. Into the offsides, just one more to the total, and it takes Ireland to 125 for 7. McBride on 23, Camphor on 47. This partnership, 46 runs from 80 deliveries. The other partnership that Camphor was involved with, which was the one with Kevin O'Brien, got to 50. And then O'Brien was out. So can they go a little better this time? Let's wait and see. So he's going to come around the wicket now. So the left-handed McBride, who pushes that into the offside, and there shall be no run.
A couple of slower balls there from Tom Curran to start his second spell into his 5th over now. Bowl the back of the hand, slower ball really well. So he walks away from us, collar up.
I don't know how long his hair got during COVID, but he's had a short, sharp cut since then, hasn't he? As he comes in, again, head down, just love the way he comes in, powering in. And that one is worked well onto the leg side, and there shall be no run. It is a wonderful bowler, but it does look as if he puts a lot of effort into it. I mean, every now and then he'll try an even harder approach and delivery, but he has such a look of determination upon him. Last time I saw him was probably in the Big Bash over the winter time, and he was bowling superbly at times, and also he can hit the ball as well. He's terrific. T20 cricketer, limited overs cricketer, in now and worked away by McBride behind square on the leg side for a single. 125, 126 for 7, beg your pardon. The ball turns over. 2 deliveries left to the 36th over here. Owen Ali is bowling from the other end. We'll see if he continues his 8 overs so far for 30 runs. Terrific spell of bowling today from Adil Rashid. That really was very special to watch that. Going to come over the wicket again to the right-handed Camphor, who will push that one square for a single. He gets down to it now, right arm throw. That's Sam Billings out there.
Yeah, you're right. I thought Adil Rashid was brilliant earlier, but he bowled really good pace. It's been mentioned a lot how he struggled with a shoulder injury the last couple of years, but he's well and truly over that now, and it's just allowed him to get that little bit more fizz on the ball. Makes it that little bit more difficult to get away, especially when it's turning. As we've seen a little bit of turn offered on this pitch this afternoon.
Curran around the wicket again. McBride this time, and he just helps that on the way. Swing with the delivery, which gets high above him and just helps it down to the boundary here, which Adil Rashid will have to recover the ball, but it's already got to the boundary rope, so it's 4 more to the total, and it takes McBride to 28. The end of that over. 36 overs gone. 131 for 6.
Yeah, a lot of fortune there in that shot, but Ireland won't mind, the batsman won't mind. Short ball from Tom Curran, a good short ball after a few slower balls earlier in the over. Rushed onto him, top edge over the keeper. And speaking as a bowler, there's not many more things that frustrate you more, but it brings up the 50 partnership for Ireland. Camphor contributing 24 and McBride 28 of those, so really good little period of play for Ireland after what was a less promising start to the day.
Camphor is on his debut, let's not forget that. So he will be really enjoying himself out there today. He'll find a run, they'll have to be quick. Another chance for a run out. No, McBride makes his ground. I've seen one run out. It's not always been as sharp and as good as it should be, but on that occasion, no damage done. Camphor moves to 49 now from 101 deliveries, 132 for 7. 37th over. Moeen Ali continuing to bowl from the north end. In his 9th over, bowls and leaning back and push into the offside. Again, they'll have to be sharpish about it. David Willey getting down well to retrieve the ball there. But there's enough time and space for them to go through for 133 for 7. Moeen Ali patiently waits for the batter. Camphor to be ready for him. Now he is. LBW playing back. Umpire Alex Wharf takes a look, says not out. And now it's for Owen Morgan and the others to have it appears, the quickest of discussions to dismiss any idea of going for a review on that to Mal Mills.
Yeah, they didn't even converge, did they? Everybody stayed in their respective positions. It was a quick ask. A little bit of turn from Moeen Ali. So it might have been going down, missing leg stump. Batsman played back and missed it completely.
Next delivery, driven hard and firm. Morgan can't field it cleanly, therefore they go through for 1. They'll have to be quick still. And the throw, I don't think that was too far away, but they make their ground and it brings up the half century. So well done to Curtis Camphor. Everything on debut, everybody else seemingly falling, collapsing around him, and he still brings up a 50. His 50 off 103 deliveries, 4 fours. And Ireland so grateful to the man on debut today. 134 for 7 is the score. 2 balls remaining of the 37th over.
Yeah, it's really impressive from the debutant. As we've spoken about, hasn't played for Ireland before, hasn't played a game in Ireland. So coming into the team, no experience at this level certainly, and to prove himself able, that will settle a lot of his nerves personally, get his feet under the table and hopefully set him up for what will be a successful international career with Ireland.
Graham Ford, South African himself, of course, spotted him and now a delivery which he looks to cut this time, McBride, and just in the end just loops through to Johnny Bairstow standing up to McBride, who's 29 not out of 41 deliveries. Next delivery is punched square on the offside, out towards the boundary, but it'll just be a single. It's the end of the over with the score at 135 for 7. 37 overs gone. McBride's moved on to 30. Camphor on 50. 103 deliveries, 4 fours. McBride with a 6, of course, to his boundary as well. So the highest partnership we've seen from Ireland, who have been in the mire at 28 for 5. They lost 3 wickets, but no addition to the score there. 2 wickets in 2 balls. David Willey, who's bowled very well. Adil Rashid has bowled extremely well. And we've also had the run out of Simi Singh. It's going to be Tom Curran to continue from the pavilion end. His 6th over, in and bowls. Low on the pads, out onto the onside. They've been running well so far, this pair, but at times, on a couple of occasions, looked a little risky. That was one of them when you thought they were going to go, and in the end they thought better of it. Correct decision. Once again, it's Curran who runs towards us from the far end. That's the pavilion end, and he comes around the wicket and it's driven up to mid-off. No run. The interval will be talking more about the World Cup Super League, how it's all going to operate, the thinking behind it. We're talking with the ICC about that, and also we'll be talking more about Irish cricket, where they stand COVID related financially, but also where they're trying to make progress with their players. And this is cut behind square on the offside, and in between the 2 fielders out there as well, one at cover point and the other down here at third man, so it's a boundary. And it sees McBride move on to 34, and the Ireland total to 139 for 7. 3 balls into this 38th over. Played that shot very neatly, and he did well to find the gap perfectly to the boundary. Awaits the next delivery from the blonde-haired figure of Tom Curran, and he drives that again virtually in the same spot. Is that a little closer to the fielder? Well, it is closer, but it's still past him to the boundary rope. It's another 4 successive 4s here now for McBride. He moves to 38, and it's 143 for 7. 2 balls left of the 38th over, and Mike Carberry is back alongside me here now, watching the second partnership of any worth within this innings. And this innings of McBride off just 46 balls, 38 not out, including 3 4s and a 6. And now he's gone aerial a long way. It's going to be safe, but how far has it gone? Over long on. One bounce, won't get to the boundary rope. It's pulled back about a yard inside from David Willey. Well, at the moment they're trying to rebuild the innings and the partnership, but McBride clearly is feeling confident about things. He tried to get hold of that cleanly and get it out there to the boundary. It's a long boundary to find here at the ground, but he got himself a 4, and it takes the score to 145 for 7. 1 ball left of the 38th over, and Curran in again. This time he pulls that. Is he caught? Yes, it's well caught. There at backward square leg, and it's a wicket for Curran. It's the end of McBride. He's gone for 40. It's 8 wickets down at 145 for 8. He raises his head to the skies. Well, it looks as if he was enjoying himself there. I just wondered whether he was going to get ahead of himself a little, and he's fallen. Mike Carberry.
Yeah, I just bigged him up on on TV there, saying how sensible he played, and I think on reflection, I think there was a bit of poor cricket really. There's still a long way to go, still best part of nearly 12 overs left, and I think it was important that he stayed with Camphor, who's played beautifully. Okay, yes, he's trying to take the aggressive hand in the partnership, but there's still a long way to go. You've got to try and back the 12 overs to try and give Ireland something to set England that's competitive. Now you've just opened the door now for potentially England to run through and mop this up pretty quickly. So yeah, probably wasn't a great option at the time. I think probably be going out hard a little bit too early, in my opinion.
There will be a time in a game when a ball comes like that, and you've just found a couple of boundaries where you'd have a go at it, but it was the wrong choice at the wrong time of the innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. As I said, at this stage, he's got to see himself as staying with Camphor as long as he can. I would say try and take it as deep as possible, really, with up to maybe 5 overs left, something like that, where they can try and up the ante, and he himself will be probably past 50 himself, no doubt. So yeah, it just Ireland losing wickets at the wrong time, and it's been a running theme of things through the innings.
45 ODIs for Andy McBride, so he's got experience behind him. I was just wondering for a moment whether in that sort of situation, more experience, and of course you're not going to get it from a debutant at the other end, will have taught you how to play that in that position, and perhaps have that sort of experience. But Andy's played a few ODIs now, hasn't he, himself? So
yeah, he has, and I think no doubt he'd be sitting there in the change room, head in hands a little bit, thinking, what have I done? It wasn't quite the right time. He just pressed the go button a little bit too early.
Barry McCarthy is the new batsman in, and shot is played square on the offside, and there will be 1 more to the total. The batsman having cross, so it's started the next over anyway, isn't it? But just 1 more to the total there. It was a decent catch actually from Billings, because he had to get down to it, and his knees as they hit the ground, you just got to make sure you just get yourself right. So he took the catch well. Yeah, defensively,
beautifully judged. Never easy. Coming out of no crowd with a white ball, slightly dirty white ball, but again the execution, it was sort of hitting no man's land.
Next ball edged down towards the sort of fine third man area. So McCarthy is off the mark with 1, and the score 147 for 8. 3 balls left of this over. We don't want to bang on about the crowd, but the intensity the test matches were played in, minus the crowd, was impressive. It's a different situation here to some extent, but certainly doesn't seem to have been having detrimental effect on the England players. They still seem very much up for it. It's certainly not quietened down Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. He's still giving plenty.
You never keep Johnny quiet, let me tell.
The only difference is we can hear a little bit more of what he's saying than normally. And defensively,
it's never dull playing. Never dull playing with Johnny Bairstow, let me tell you. When you're batting, he always good for a chat.
148 for 8. Two-way conversations with you or one-way?
Oh, we've had our chats over the years. Very nice lad, as always. But yeah, in the typical keeper mould, I would say.
Owen Elliott is bowling here and defensively pushed back to Moeen, and the end of another over. So that's the spell now for Moeen. It's 10 overs, no wickets for 37. Mike Carberry, if you just go through Moeen and work of the spinners we've seen here today on this pitch, which I think we're going to use again for the second ODI. A little bit more from you, and then it'll be Ali Mitchell who will replace me here.
Yeah, I think Moeen, again, has done a great job. I think it was a lovely time for him to bowl, obviously with Ireland being in all sorts of trouble, and they couldn't really afford to launch an assault on him. And he's stuck to a good game plan. He's kept his line very tight to the off stump. To the left-handers, he's come round the wicket, got a little bit of drift, which has sort of cramped their arms and forced them to go across the ball a couple of times. So again, showing his class, showing his experience.
Hi there, Michael. 148 for 8, then the 40th over, and it's Curran coming in, and it's tucked behind square for a busy single, coming back for a second as well. Pick up and throw comes into Bairstow, isn't able to take it cleanly, in fact. So quick run 2, and Ireland bring up the 150 for 8, though. That's the problem, isn't it? But we have seen a couple of good partnerships, and Camphor continuing, mighty impressive.
Hi, Alison, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Love your green dress with the in support of the Irish. Support of the occasion.
You're not the first to remark that I'm wearing green today. There was no bias intended, I assure you. Curran racing in again. Let's come back in a touch. Defended into the onside and no run.
Yeah, you're right. I think Camphor has played a magnificent knock so far, way beyond his years. I mean, it's unbelievable that this guy's on debut. He's playing as someone who's been around for 5 or 10 years and has really shown this Irish batting lineup how to bat in these conditions. He's kept his method very simple. I like his methodology. The one batsman really to use good footwork.
Yeah, he looks utterly unfazed, doesn't he? A bit of pace taken off that one. Brings the bat down, defends it into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, he's looked very composed, totally undaunted by the occasion, and I don't know whether perhaps the lack of crowd maybe helps that, because it probably didn't feel like a huge international occasion with all eyes on you. It's a completely different atmosphere to any atmosphere you'd expect when you make an international debut.
Absolutely. I think this will be, they say your debut is always a game to remember. This certainly will be, yes.
Facing up as Curran's in, tries to pull but gets in a tangle. He's struck on the body.
Ouch.
Down on his knees. Think is he okay? He's going to take a moment here.
I think man to a man, that's going to hurt.
I'm going to leave you to comment on that. Yep, he's sitting on his backside and he's in no rush to get up on both feet, on one knee. Oh, there we go. He's up.
I think that dull stomach ache kicks in around about now, I think, from personal experience. Yeah, the ball just didn't really get up and then, just skidded through and a little bit through the shot a little bit early. Hopefully he's okay.
Yep, settling over his bat again. 150 for 8. 2 more balls left in the over from Curran as he comes running towards us into bright sunshine, gets up on his toes, wasn't quite too sure where that went. Inside half of the bat, away towards the square leg umpire, and they scamper 1 as Bairstow moves across to his left-hand side to pick up. Camphor onto 55. And I mean, you look at the half century, came off 103 balls, but it wasn't really about the number of balls or how quick he scored, was it? The match situation has required someone to stick in and forge partnerships.
Absolutely, and that's why it was so disappointing that McBride departed in the way he did, because you just felt that, you know, another 5 or 6 overs, they just had to take it a little bit deeper before starting to try and launch their assault.
Curran, last ball of the over, goes full, clipped towards deep square leg, brings the man in off the fence as they take 1 to end the over. 152 for 8 then. 40 overs completed, and there was a time when it didn't look as if Ireland were going to get anywhere near the 40 over mark, because they were 28 for 5 in just the 7th over. And David Willey, in his first full one-day international back since prior to the World Cup, when he was overtaken in the lineup by Jofra Archer and his surgents into the side. Willie he was just so disappointed to miss out, came roaring back, 4 wickets in his opening spell, including 2 wickets in 2 balls as well. He was right on the money from the off, wasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dave Willie's been a great acquisition to the England setup since he's been a part of it. So very experienced now. He's been around county cricket and the international circuit for a couple of years. Wily competitor. And the Irish batsman never really came to terms with his accuracy. He found a little bit of swing as he always does, with a little bit of natural variation. The ball just pushed across the right-handers, and some of the batsmen caught a little bit flat-footed.
And he's got another chance to add to his tally now, because he's in bowling full and it's driven out towards deep cover for a single. He's never taken a fifer in one-day internationals, David Willey, so he can go chasing for a career best.
Absolutely. Now's the time, isn't it? A bit of rabbit stew, as they say in the game. Mop up the tail. He'll be very keen, and it gives the selectors a little nudge just to say, you dropped me, but I've come back. I'm still here. How he gets, it's the only thing he can do at this stage of his career.
Absolutely. And Mitchell Stark's nickname is the Mop in the Australian team, for the way he cleans up the tail. Coming back into the batsman, quick drop and run into the offside, underarm pickup, and safely through for a single, taking Camphor on to 56 and Ireland 154 for 8. Yeah, I'm not sure Mop, whether it's a sort of complimentary name, and when you understand why, you can. But I
thought it might have been a hairstyle reference.
Yes, so that would be more like Lasith Malinga. He's sort of that mop hairstyle.
Lockdown hairdos, hair salon shut. Some interesting hairdos in the Test match series I've seen. Headbands flying around. Oh, plenty.
That's Stuart Broad's lucky bandana now, isn't it? Willie, left arm over, bangs in a bouncer, pulled but missed and through to Bairstow. Wide, in fact, so a little too short from Willie, but McCarthy absolutely shaped for the pull and was eyeing up, not a deep mid-wicket in place, but a few feet in from the boundary. But he was really hurried into playing the shot.
Yeah, good use of the short ball. It's important you get the ball up around the helmet. More difficult to control as a batsman to try and hit the ball down from that sort of height. So good skills from Willie.
Here's Willie running away from us. Past the umpire, in bowling on a length, cuts back in a touch again. Defended out to the offside and no run. So your home is not far away from here then, just a few minutes?
Yeah, I still live in Hampshire area, so I live 15 minutes from here, just towards going out back towards Portsmouth. So I've been here now, nearly 15 years.
Yeah.
The years have gone very quickly. Love living down here. It's been very kind to me, obviously. I've played a number of years here. It's great to be back. Unfortunately there's no crowd, so you can't see any old faces, but I really enjoyed my time here.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether any staff are allowed in our part of the bubble, even if there are any on site. As Willie's in again, outside the off stump, angled behind square on the offside, picks out the fielder and no run. If I heard did meet, there's so many sort of extra staff put in for these matches as well. And yesterday I met the ECB's medical manager, and we come into contact with each other in the media. We're always aware of the players and the umpires, but the army and the team that are also just making this biosecure bubble happen and keeping it secure, some very dedicated individuals. So I met Ella, who's the medical manager.
Yes.
Do you know Ella?
Right. I've come across Ella a few times.
Willian again, defending. And no run up towards mid-off. McCarthy stays on 3. 155 for 8. One more ball to come in this 41st over. Well, you probably can say more about Ella than I can, but in my brief meeting with her, she explained that she's a hand therapist.
Yes,
that's the phrase.
Yep.
But she was called upon by the NHS as she was working in hospitals in the height of COVID, and then she got asked whether she could take 3 months to come and bed down at the Ageas bowl as Willie is in, left arm over, down the leg side, it's come off the pad, behind square, they're scampering 1, that's all they'll get, and leg by is signalled. 156 for 8. Then at the end of the over we've had 41 of them. Camphor's on 56 and McCarthy on 3. So when we talk about bubbles and how many nights in the bubble, and I think I'm up to maybe nights well, I had a week here and then a couple of nights at home and then in a run of 26 nights, and I meet Ella, who is pretty much here until September.
Yeah.
I thought, I'm not going to mention how many nights I've been in a bubble ever again.
Puts it in perspective, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? Yeah, it's been an unbelievable effort. Not just from the players. I mean, obviously, naturally, the players will take the plaudits, but it's the people around, the organisers. It's been a massive effort from everybody to try and get some sort of cricket underway this season. As I say, it's been very unusual circumstances. I mean, I for one have turned up at the ground Monday. It was like CSI Miami. People walking around in forensic suits and being swabbed up the nose and back of the throat, and then going through temperature lamps and these kind of things. But it is about protecting each other, I guess.
Saqib in from the pavilion end outside the off stump. It's chopped into the ground, fielded after one bouncer, backward point and no run. I set the temperature tent off when I arrived at the ground yesterday, which was a bit alarming. I had to go through it 3 times, but the only reason really was because I'd switched off the aircon in my car as I sort of approached the ground, and it was enough just to tip me by sort of a couple of tenths of a degree over the mark. So very, very accurate.
See, I've always known you to be cool, calm, collected.
Well, the guy in the temperature tent, after it buzzed, he just looked at me and went, oh, well, hot stuff. It was a charmer.
I wouldn't disagree.
This has been heaved away over the leg side and straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. And it's the end of McCarthy trying to go big and trying to launch Saqib out of the ground. So 156 for 9, and England edge closer to bowling Ireland out here.
Again, very odd option at this stage. You've got Camphor set on 56. He's batted really, really well. He's been the bedrock of the innings. And McCarthy's just come in. I do remember McCarthy from our time in county cricket. He's quite useful for the bat. He's quite a useful striker of the ball. Someone who can at least hang around for the next 3 to 4 overs. And as I say, you've got to try and take the innings deeper. This total as it stands at the moment is going to be nowhere near enough for this current England batting lineup, who are very confident at the moment and playing well. You feel so. Again, just one of those options. I think when they look back at the game footage, I think a lot of them will be sitting there thinking they haven't quite taken the right options at the right time.
Yeah, it's part of the evolution, isn't it? As maturing as a side, and there's a mix of young and experienced players in this island setup. Yeah.
I guess yes. You have to remember that some of these guys have barely played 20 games of international cricket, and a lot of them haven't even played 20 games of first-class cricket. So they are very, very inexperienced. So I guess mistakes like this will be made from time to time. But I guess the key to a good side is how quickly you learn, and the key to being a good player is how quickly you learn and try not to repeat these mistakes against the very best players.
And it's one of the youngest and man on debut who's holding firm for Ireland at the moment. So he's doing a fine effort out there, Curtis Camphor. And again, a lot of eyes will be on this match because it is, again, the only cricket that's being played around the world, and the start of the World Cup Super League as well in terms of World Cup qualification. Craig Young is a new batsman, and he comes forward to Saqib, blocks him back up the pitch. Saqib's bowled beautifully, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think he's been very impressive. Looks like he's got a yard of pace as well. He really runs in, he steams in. Very, very almost reminds me of a sort of young Waqar Younis, in a little bit slingy. Unfortunately, we don't play with just one ball anymore. We have two balls in this game, so the reverse swing is kind of taken out of the game now, but he would be someone that I see would be very useful with that sort of low slinging action.
And again, forces Young back defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Searching for his 3rd wicket of the innings, Saqib, having early dismissed the debutant Harry Tector for a duck. So marked contrasting fortunes for the 2 debutants today.
Yeah.
Anyway, as for the temperature tent, I opted.
I'm intrigued. You left me hanging.
Well, after he remarked hot stuff, I thought I'd back away.
Blush? Did you blush?
No, I said I'll just sit in the shade for 10 minutes and cool myself down. And then I walked through and I was fine.
Nice.
Saqib in 156 for 9. Ireland hanging on as a bouncer. A good carry through to Bairstow. and then the rehearsed stroke is swinging the ball away through over deep mid-wicket. But James Vince is still down there. He took the catch to dismiss Barry McCarthy.
Always nice to receive a compliment, isn't it, Alison?
Exactly. I wasn't going to turn it away.
Absolutely.
You know Ella well, though. She actually played some cricket. She knows Charlotte Edwards. She knows Isha Guha. Yeah.
And very impressive.
And she was telling me, I think she had a part, or she designed the fielding gloves that you see the guys wear in warm-ups.
The Pro Mitt.
They're called, yes.
Yeah.
Well, to me, they look like sort of the hockey hand guards.
Yeah.
As a hockey player, driven and square out towards deep.
Very, very grateful to Ella. Let me tell you, as you know, pre-season can be a cold time in mid-March, and the amount of fielding we do, in particular me fielding at cover point when people are lacing cover drives and square cuts at you're very, very grateful for those mitts. So thank you to Ella.
157 for 9 at the end of the 42nd over. Young on 1 and Kampfer 56 off 112 balls. It is incredibly glary down at the front here. There was a test match here where we reverted to folding scorecards and tucking them under our headphones to create visors.
Nice. Okay.
We haven't quite got to that sort of innovative stage just yet, but it's beautifully warm, isn't it? I mean, for all the mucky weather there was in Manchester during the test match, it's glorious to see bright sunshine for cricket here.
Absolutely.
David Willey is running in again now to see if he can finish off the innings. That one doesn't quite get up either. Young looking to pull it away, comes off a bottom edge and out towards square leg, and they've gone through for 1, so he's off the mark. 157 for 9. But yeah, Ella lives she's based in from Nottingham and working in Derby, so she's a long way from home and family, but not that she would be allowed out of the bubble, I presume, even between matches to visit people either. So tremendous effort, and the things people are giving up in order to help cricket happen.
Absolutely, it's been a massive effort. We applaud the NHS, but it's people like Ella who deserve a very special mention.
Willie in, looking for that Yorker, whipped away though. Well played by Kampfer off the toes, down towards fine leg to pick up 1. Yeah, looking to hit the spot, Willie.
And at this stage, does Kampfer decide now that this is the time to open up? 1 more wicket left. Does he go for it, do you think, or does he still try and eke out the 1s and 2s, try and build that partnership? It's one of the conundrums now as the batter in. What do you do?
What would you do in this situation?
I only knew one way, Alison, to be honest.
Hit out or get out, you saying?
Something like that. Good game's a quick game, as they say.
Young facing up, Willie to the new batsman is in. Tend mid-wicket, tumbling stop by Moeen, and no run. But Willie a chance to execute those Yorkers, show that he's a fine bowler at what is now the death and the dying stages of this innings, as well as with the new ball up front. But he was on a hat-trick at one stage, 2 wickets in 2 balls. The first half hour was dramatic.
It was. Wasn't looking good.
No, Ireland have a lot to thank Kampfer for. It's over his bat now, then holds it raised as Willie is in. Very, very full. Take some pace off that. Outside the off stump, but Kampfer again reading it, laying the bat on the ball and easing it. Sorry, Young that was, easing it down to third man. So reading the changes in pace well.
Yeah, and sensible cricket. Again giving the strike back to Kampfer. The man who's in, he's batted superbly so far. Good cricket. I think good options. Try and get a small partnership going, and then maybe have a look with 2 or 3 overs left.
Ireland they just need more runs. 160 for 9. Willie in again, bouncer, and he's gone to pull it away again and missed. Through to Bairstow once more. He's got the sense that Kampfer's eyes lights up when he sees the ball dropping short. But if he is going to pull, he needs to make sure that he goes very square.
Absolutely.
Getting it between deep mid-wicket and fine leg.
Well, born and raised in South Africa, so you'd feel, growing up on those fast bouncy wickets over there, he's very adept on the pull shot, very comfortable with the ball above his waist, but it's a big boundary out there.
He's waiting again. Willie, clear blue sky above him. In now, bouncer, he's gone for it once more and missed. Surely one of these is going to take the top edge, but we're going to have to wait for another over, but that one could not have been too far away. Kampfer stays on 57, 160 for 9 after 43.
Yeah, good over from Willie. He's a strong bowler, strong boy, David Willey. He's one of those guys, again, deceptive bouncer. You associate David Willey with sort of pitching it up, trying to swing the ball. So you get into that mind frame of trying to push forward at him, and then he lets the surprise bouncer go. But he's judged the height superbly. You know, just on that sort of shoulder line. Whereas, as I said before, it can be a difficult height for batsmen to control, as you saw with McBride. He didn't sort of hit it at that sort of no man's land region. He didn't try to hit it down or up. Very good skills, good execution.
Saqib, with the pavilion behind him, and now 4 chipped in the air, almost a caught and bowled. I mean, it was hit hard, came back hard at him, down the ground for 4. He put out a hand, but Young picks up a boundary.
He completely stuffed me outside. I was looking through mid-wicket, and that's flown through mid-off. Excellent shot. Obviously timed it well. Great option again. You know, as I said, the ball's over-pitched, and he's just hit the ball back where it came from. Very, very simple method.
I think Saqib, well, it was in the air off the bat, but I think a hand probably would have lost a fingernail.
Probably, yeah.
It's hit pretty firmly.
So the bat sound amazing. I listened to Jason Roy knocking up this morning. It sounded amazing from where I was.
The evocative sound of cricket back. Short ball missed, looking to pull it away, and then raise of the head as if to say, how did I miss that? But again, I've got James Vince lurking down there in front of the groundsman's, shed. It's sort of the groundsman's tunnel, really, isn't it, that goes under the stand?
I never know what you really call that, to be fair. All the years I've been here, tunnel, is it? It's not really
because it does go all the way through, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I guess it is a tunnel, really.
It's like an underpass.
Very good.
There we go.
We call it the underpass.
Groundsman's underpass.
That's right.
Goes through to the... You call it the nursery ground here?
Yes.
Still ground?
We used to... Well, they still practice over that way, I believe.
Saqib racing in again. A little bit of width here, and that's been flayed away over extra cover. Won't quite reach the boundary, though. Isn't timed to perfection. But Young is throwing the bat and takes Ireland onto 166 for 9 in this 44th over.
Yeah, big boundaries to clear out here at the Ageas Bowl. You have to earn your boundaries here. It's one of the big. I believe it's probably one of the biggest playing surfaces in the country, if not the biggest. You really do have to connect.
Well, he's 9 off 10, Young. So this is a handy little last wicket knock. Saqib, and again comes back into him. I think that's flown off us. A bat in there, down towards the third man boundary. As Rashid is there to sweep up. No, it's off the pad. Leg by signalled. One more for the total, though. 167 for 9 in this 44th over. Young 9 off 11. Camphor at the other end, 57 off 115. He's taken part in 2 half-century partnerships. Very important for Ireland. You'd fancy they still don't have nearly enough runs, but for the 6th wicket, Camphor and O'Brien put on 51, and then for the 8th wicket, Camphor and McBride put on 66. And now Young doing his best to hold up England as he faces up to Saqib, who bowls with outside the off stump. It was searching swing and a miss through to Bairstow. Certainly looking for some quick runs, but not always keeping the eye on the ball and making a connection. Michael Carberry has made way for Vic Marks. Hello, Vic.
Hello, Ellie.
Had a good journey down from Manchester.
Well, I've come via Devon, of course.
Yes, with permission.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think that was permitted.
It was.
They let me in anyway.
Well done. Well done.
In the end.
Well, England looking to wrap things up here. Saqib and up past the umpire again. Takes some pace off, but it's back of the length and it's pulled gently down towards deep square leg where Vince is fielding, and they take 1 to end the over. So 7 runs coming off it, 168 for 9. We've had 44 overs, Camphor on 58, Young on 9. And Vic, if you're able to talk for a short moment, Isha is going to be here in a little while.
All right, well, tell her to get here before this innings finishes, will you? Well, the innings is still going. That's the amazing thing. I mean, at one point, remember, on this day of days for Ireland, not a great day, certainly not the start, Ireland were 28 for 5. And the anticipation was that this is going to be a complete anticlimax. Well, thanks to Curtis Camphor, who's now on strike, as Willie comes into bowl, he romps down the wicket and he spoons it, and he is not caught at extra cover. It just eluded the hands of Owen Morgan there. I thought he was going to hold on to it. In the end, he didn't get a finger to it, I don't think. And it's 1 run, and the score is 169 for 9. He's taken the single at the start of the over. Willie's been deprived of his 5th wicket. There's great excitement here in that Isha's here before the end of the innings, as we knew she would be.
My Vic, as Willie bowls short, too young. He just ducks underneath it. And had a deep cover, deep backward square, fine leg and third man. Men up inside the circle at mid-off and mid-on. For David Willey, who's searching for his maiden 5-wicket haul in one-day cricket. You well, Vic? I haven't really seen you too much today. Just
I know. Well,
passing.
you seem to be very busy.
It's one of those where you have to really time it. If someone's on lead on radio, as Willie bowls to Young, who's forward in defence, pats it back down past the bowler, 2 extra cover, and you need to swap over on radio first to allow that person to then go and lead on television. Because this is live, whereas television is highlights, and if you do miss one ball, you can...
We've got to prioritise us then, haven't we? And if you could just lock up a little sidebar from my newspaper, I'd be very grateful.
There's a few of us in the same boat, because Young
smashes
it up in the air, down the ground, up and over mid-off. There's a chance on, no. Jason Roy dives as the ball falls to the floor. Turns and throws as they come back for 2, so the score 172 for 9 and Young to 11.
Well, it is quite a recovery, this 28 for 5. It looked a complete non-event. And I've got another optimistic thought for Michael, our Irish Michael. England are fantastic at chasing. 270, 370, they love it. 170, they won't know what to do. They'll be...
As Willie has passed the stumps, bowls,
and
it should be taken. It is taken. The final. Oh no, he's dropped it, is he?
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. He's just hands on face. I think he might have hurt himself, Jason Roy, diving forwards. But it was Young driving the ball in the air to mid-off. David Willey has finished off the innings, 172 all-out Ireland, and he's picked up his maiden 5-wicket haul in one-day internationals. What a return for David Willey. He joins the rest of his team. There's elbow touches all round as they all gather together and make the walk off the pitch. I'm just looking at the replay from Jason Roy. Yeah, I think it's the way he dived. He kind of threw the ball as he took it and then laid on the floor for a few seconds afterwards.
Yeah, actually, those catch, it looked a simple catch. It's quite difficult sometimes at mid-off to tell how quickly the ball is coming towards you. And in fact, that was coming very slowly. And he ended up having to dive as a complete miss hit. David Willey, 5 for 30 from 8.4 overs and 2 maidens. Well, that's pretty handy. And no one will begrudge him that. I'm just thinking back to last year when he was in the squad for about 3 or 4 years and a stalwart member. But understandably, and quite correctly, if we're blunt, he was omitted from that World Cup squad so that Jofra Archer could come into the team. But it must have been a hard pill to swallow after 4 years, more or less, being a regular. So he's back now. He's got 5 wickets. He will, in the future, have to work harder, perhaps, to get those 5 wickets. I mean, he had a dream start with a bit of help from the Irish batsman, but nonetheless he's bowled well over the wicket. A little bit, only a flicker of swing for him out there. But he's picked up 5 wickets, and as I say, he'll be delighted with that, and quite rightly so.
Ireland will be disappointed they haven't been able to bat the full 50. 44.4 overs bowled in this innings. The England players have disappeared up the purple stairs into their dressing room. Owen Morgan staying behind to just rehearse a couple of shots out in the middle, do a bit of visualisation.
Yeah. He may have just shouted what sort of roller he would like. Someone rushed towards him. I presume we now have the official break of about half an hour. But so we're ahead of schedule, but not anywhere near as ahead of schedule as we thought we would be. We have got a game. I mean, at 28 for 5, I thought, I wonder if I could sneak out this evening. But I wouldn't have done, of course, but it did cross my mind.
Well, you would be allowed to. Sneak
Well,
out.
exactly. Well, I know, but how good security?
Sneak around the corner to another part of the ground.
I
yeah.
don't know. Okay, no, I hadn't thought of that. But so there is a target there. Sides have lost chasing 172 in the past.
Well,
we don't expect them to, but they have done.
I asked Morgan the question after the toss of how they would look to approach this when they did bat. Would it be more of the same? Because we've seen an aggressive approach from England for the last 3 or 4 years. That's how they play. Or would they be slightly more measured, given it's their first game back after a long layoff? And he said it'll just be a case of, more of the same, really.
Well, that's the way they play. That's why I'm just only sort of semi-seriously raising the point. They are not a side suited to chasing 170 and 50 overs, because they'll want to get them in 25, and they'll probably get them with a lot of time to spare, one assumes. But they have to think about it. Do I have to do that? Do I have to play these big shots? Because we've only got to get 170. I could play very cagily, but I don't suppose they will. Not with that lineup. Not with Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow at the start. But sometimes things can go amiss when you're chasing a very small target, and there's no necessity. There's not the same intensity anyway. However, at the midway stage, I do place them as favourites.
I'm not surprised. So, Ireland 172 all out here after England won the toss and elected to bowl first. Bright blue skies here at the Ageas Bowl. You feel the warmth in the commentary box, the glare off the bat-like canopy in the distance, hovering above the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. The players will take their break, and I'll just run through the wickets for you. So it was Paul Stirling who had to make the decision to leave Middlesex to play for Ireland. He was out for 2, and that was inside the first over. That was Court Morgan bowled Willie. Just a gentle chip, really, to mid-wicket. Second wicket to fall was the Ireland captain, Balbirnie, playing and flirting outside the line of off-stump off David Willey, just angling across him. He was out for 3. The score was 7 for 2. And then Harry Tector on debut, out for a duck, bowled by Saqib Mahmood off his 9th delivery that he faced out in the middle. 3 for 28 then the score was, as Delaney was the next to go after a couple of useful strikes, 5 fours that he scored before he was out for 22. 28 for 4 at that stage. Then Lorcan Tucker without adding to the score. LBW to Willie coming back into him. 28 for 5 then Ireland were before the recovery. Kevin O'Brien out in the middle scored 22 before he was dismissed. Caught Willie, bowled Rashid. 79 on the board at that stage. Then Simi Singh with a careless run out, 7 for 77. Andy McBrien, a good partnership with him and Camphor out in the middle. The debutant moved the score to 145 before he was caught by Billings off a short ball from Tom Curran. McCarthy next to go on 156. He was on 3 at the time, caught by Vince Mahmood. And the final wicket to fall, the one of Craig Young, looking to launch over the top. He miscued it and fell in the hands of Jason Roy, diving forwards off the bowling of David Willey. 5 wickets then to him, 30 runs off his bowling, 8.4 overs that he did bowl. And Ireland 172 then at the start of this ODI series. It's now time to head to Kevin Howells.
I got to stay up until 25 to midnight to watch you on the telly tonight. Well, maybe I will, maybe I won't, but it'll be on the iPlayer anyway. But it's the TV highlights on BBC Two coming up later this evening. In-play clips on the BBC Sport website right now, if you want to see what took place during that first innings. We'll be talking more about Irish cricket in a moment or two's time. But as we've said, this is the first match of the new ICC World Cup Super League. It's basically the start of the qualifying process for the next World Cup in 2023 in India. Now, it's not been welcomed by everybody. We'll discuss that ourselves in a moment, and particularly the impact on teams like Ireland. But just before we came on air, I spoke to the general manager of cricket at the ICC. His name is Jeff Allardyce, out in Dubai, and he told me how it's going to work.
The aim was to tie the various ODIs that are played between countries over the course of a 4-year World Cup cycle to qualification for the World Cup. and the Cricket World Cup Super League is the vehicle for doing that. There are 13 teams in the league, the 12 test-playing countries and the Netherlands, and the tournament the league was going to run between May 2020 and March 2022, spanning 2 years. Each country is going to play 8 series as part of their league, and each series will be 3 ODIs. It was originally supposed to kick off with Ireland versus Bangladesh in May this year, but with the COVID disruption to the game, the England versus Ireland series commencing today is the first series in the Cricket World Cup Super League. So the results of these matches are pretty significant in that each match is played for 10 points. The winner gets 10 if it's a no result. Or a tie or an abandoned game, it'll be 5 points each. Each team will get 24 ODIs over the next probably two and a bit years to qualify for the 2023 World Cup, which is due to be hosted in India in now October, November 2023. So it's the start of a long road for qualification for all countries, but certainly a bit hinging on the result of today's game.
I don't want to go into the details and the arguments that still go on in some quarters about the number of teams who play in the World Cup, which is now at 10. But I do want, if I can, to put a question to you as how challenging it is to try and make sure this is fair to some of the smaller nations.
Yeah, I think that one of the aims of the league was to try and make sure that the smaller nations in particular had a fair chance to qualify for the World Cup, and by fair I mean by playing the same number of matches in a league as some of the higher profile countries. And normally in the past, when scheduling takes place, the smaller countries normally get fewer matches against the higher profile teams. But what we've managed to do with the fixtures for the Cricket World Cup Super League is ensure that the smaller countries get exposure to other smaller countries, medium profile countries, and some of the higher profile teams as well. So it's everyone's got a fair chance. Everyone starts on the starting line together, and one of the aims was to make sure that they did get that volume of matches against the higher credentialed opposition.
Obviously, not everybody can play each other. There are some teams whose sides won't face. How was that come to? How was that arrangement?
Yeah,
created?
Sure. It's a good question. The calendar originally, I mean, we were looking at trying to qualify or run the qualification league over 3 years of the 4-year World Cup cycle. At the time we were going through the exercise, there were a lot of existing fixtures in the calendar. Some of them were able to be moved and accommodated elsewhere. Some couldn't be moved, and in the end it got too difficult to run the qualification over 3 years. So the decision was made to span it over 2 years, which meant that there was only time to play 8 of the 12 possible opponents in the league, and they were the matchups between which of those 8 teams each team played were determined by relative rankings at the time. So everyone gets a spread of lower ranked teams, middle ranked teams, and higher ranked teams.
This is a little unusual for me because I'm in a situation where actually I think I understand this. I think it's quite simple, but others have been a little critical, saying that it isn't easy to understand. And one of the problems is, I guess, for you, trying to marry the fairness of qualification with the Future Tours programme. It must be a serious challenge, Jeff, to get all this sorted.
Yes, it was. It took 2 or 3 years of fairly regular meetings with our member countries to get to the point where it was we came up with a structure that was unanimously supported. And we're also doing it across other formats as well. As you're aware, the Test Championship series between England and West Indies just finished a couple of days ago, and so the aim was to try and bring context to as much of the cricket between major World Cup events as possible, and to try and juggle it in the FTP was a challenge originally, and right now there's a lot of uncertainty around the calendar moving forward, just as countries are working out how and when to resume hosting international cricket as when they come out of the COVID-19 disruption.
How concerned are you? And look, none of us are in a position where we have really any idea about the way forward at the moment, generally. How concerned are you about getting these matches played? It seems ridiculous in some ways, but to talk about something which is still a couple of years away, but there's a lot of games to be played, and you need this sorted out before then. You've got teams that may go into the qualifying tournament if they miss out. How concerned are you about that volume of games?
Yeah, it's good. About 2 weeks ago, we announced the postponement of the 2020 World Cup in Australia, and as part of that announcement, the dates of the other ICC events through to 2023 were also confirmed. And one of the key decisions, as far as which has helped the Cricket World Cup Super League, is that the Cricket World Cup, the 50-over World Cup, scheduled for 2023 in India, has been pushed back to October-November that year, where originally it was in the calendar as February-March. So that extra 8 or 9 months is going to prove pretty crucial, I think, in terms of giving us the opportunity to reschedule some of the matches that have already been disrupted in the Cricket World Cup Super League, and a series have been postponed, and also gives us a bit of a buffer for any series that might be interrupted or affected in the upcoming months, as there's so much uncertainty around each of the cricketing countries and how they'll be able to resume hosting international cricket.
And I think just to finish off, as you say, with everything else that's going on, you must be breathing there in Dubai a sense of relief that eventually the Super League is up and running here today.
Yes. It's good to see international cricket back again. I think the job that the ECB and their team has done to create the bubble at the venues and executed over an extended period of time. Full credit to them, full credit to Cricket West Indies and Cricket Ireland as well for, with all the uncertainty around the world at the moment, for jumping on the plane and coming to the UK and participating in these series. I mean, they're being very well looked after by the ECB, and the fact that we are playing international cricket is a credit to all of those countries. And I know from talking to some of the other countries that they're all paying very close attention to what's happening in the UK and how to create a biosecure environment in which to play sport at this particular time. And some of the learnings from these series will be passed on to other countries and hopefully help them be able to stage international cricket in the near future.
That's Jeff Allardyce, General Manager of Cricket at the International Cricket Council. Warren Dutron is Chief Executive Officer of Cricket Ireland. Michael McNamee, my colleague, is alongside me to talk matters of Irish cricket. But Warren, thank you, congratulations to you and everyone at Cricket Ireland for getting your players over here and getting a game or two of cricket in. It's no easy task, Warren.
Good evening. Thank you for the welcome to the show. It's good to be here. It certainly hasn't been an easy task, but I want to echo Jeff's comments about our how impressed we have been with the quality of information, communication, frequency of communication with ECB, Steve Elworthy and his team, and Tom Harrison as well, keeping us fully in the loop. We had a number of engagements with ECB, and really, our starting point was, how can we make this happen, as opposed to let's try and find a way not to make it happen. You understand, it was effectively about, we approached it in a very positive mindset, which is, how can we make sure that we're going to fulfill our obligations, international member, of course, along the way ensuring that ECB is going to be doing its utmost and understanding the process that the ECB has been going through, and really from whether it be transportation, whether it be COVID testing, whether it be the biosecure environment, even down to the leisure facilities the hosts have been providing to us. It's really provided us with a level of comfort at each step of the way.
I want to feel safe. At 28 for 5 in the 7th over, were you thinking it was such a great idea this afternoon? But a recovery for you.
Well, look, I think those of us who've been watching Irish cricket for long enough know neither never to get too downcast about a particular stage of a game, neither do we get overly elated at halfway to a game, because frankly you never quite know what's going to happen. I certainly do recall one particular game between Ireland and England in the World Cup in 2011 where when we were 111 for 5, I think there were certainly chasing 327 or 328, there were certainly reasons to be pessimistic. Perhaps lightning doesn't strike twice, but then again, chasing 92 or 173, I think we probably would have taken that at 28 for 5.
So if we're going to mention 2011 and the like, Kevin O'Brien quoted this week as saying, talking of Irish cricket, we've brought it as far as we can. He and the playing colleagues of his era, so to speak. He's still very much involved now, but so-called old guard. It's now up to the younger guys to bring it further. You have taken the players, given them contracts. Where do you think you are in terms of just looking at the playing side of things to start off with? If I get your thoughts, Warren, and then I'll turn to Michael McNamee on this one. Before we go on to about the Super League, where you are in terms of trying to produce some players who can compete consistently on the international stage?
Yeah, look, I mean, I'd say go back to 2012, 2013. I remember having a conversation with David Richardson when he was still general manager of cricket, and ICC was talking about putting in place a financial assistance programs for the high performance countries, the top associate members. And he said to me what it was that we thought that we needed from an Ireland perspective. We were at the time the best associate, and we said, look, 2 or 3 things that we'd require. Number one, we need to make sure that we can put in place an academy program, and number 2, we need to put in place a form of, I suppose, our version of county cricket, state provincial cricket, to make sure that we had a proper gap between club and country. And as a result of the ICC funding that came through the following year in 2013, we established those 2 programs. Now, it's going to take years, decades to have, probably in terms of the interprovincial competition, as stable and as successful and as, I suppose, as consistent a programme as the more established full members have been able to put into place. But certainly, as I look down the list of some of our players, the likes of Gareth Delaney, Heatley Tector, Lorcan Tucker, Barry McCarthy, those guys have come through our interprovincial programme. So we have to believe, therefore, that having come through both our academy and our Interpro programme, that we now have, I suppose, a regular talent ID and talent development programme. What we need more of is A-team cricket, or our Wolves programme. That's something that we need to do more of, certainly the times that we've done it. Most recently, Sri Lanka last year. We played against both Afghanistan and Bangladesh and Zimbabwe last year. Our Wolves beat the full teams of both those test nations. So we definitely believe that we have the talent coming through. And I can genuinely tell you that there's a real sense of excitement about those new players who are coming through. I think there's I think there are 4 or 5 players under the age of 24. And when we're talking about replacing some of the greats in the squad that we've had, the golden generation of players, the Porterfields, O'Briens, Ed Joyce, Niall O'Brien, over the years, it's so important for us to replace them. And I think you're witnessing a team in transition.
Okay, a transition, Michael McNamee.
Well, that's what it feels like. Warren, good evening. Michael here. Lovely to talk.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you too, or even talk to you.
Lovely to have the sunshine as well. The team selection feels like a team in transition, but I want to ask you about, I mean, you're a man who put his hand in his own pocket to help out Cricket Ireland. To what extent has COVID-19, which is obviously much bigger issues for the world and businesses than cricket, but to what extent has the pandemic made you rip up your financial spreadsheet?
Well, for 2020, certainly. I recall we had a board meeting at the beginning of the year at which we were about to present a budget, and I think between the time we sent the paper out to the board and the meeting, Leo Varadkar, the Irish Taoiseach, appeared in the US, spoke to the Irish public and said, right, it's time that everyone works from home, we're about to go into lockdown. And at that point, our budget, as was going to be presented, became a work of fiction. We had to go back to the drawing board and come back and try harder. So we came back, presented another budget, one in which at that stage we were staring down the barrel probably of a 25 to 30% year-on-year decrease in revenues. We went past 10 million euros for the first time in 2019. We published our accounts just a couple of weeks back. But we project this year it's going to be something nearer probably 7 to 7.5. Of course, we've not had to commit to expenditure, but we've also had to cut our cloth, which has meant that we have had to cut back in programs for performance, for participation, marketing activities, spreading the gospel of Irish cricket to a population that we believe is hungry for our story.
How much can you level with this, both Michael and I and the audience today, following on from what we heard from Jason Holder, the West Indies captain, following the Test series against England only a couple of days ago, when he referred to the inequalities of the top teams with those of smaller nations, whatever you want to call them, because he makes the point that in the West Indies, and it must apply to you as well, I imagine, Warren, that it's great to be playing countries such as Bangladesh, Afghanistan and others, but in terms of TV interest, in terms of public interest, you need the bigger nations to come along as well, and that way that the money is spread. What is the way forward on that one, Warren?
I suppose there are a couple of questions there. I mean, in terms of the spread of teams that we play, it's no surprise we do play an awful lot against Afghanistan. We do play an awful lot against Zimbabwe, but we're also part of the World Cricket Super League. We're not within the World Test Championship, so we sit outside of that. But by virtue of being in the World Cup Super League, it therefore means that we do have access to the ability to play against the top teams. Look no further than where we currently are at the moment, playing against England. Yes, it's not in Ireland, but that doesn't mean that we haven't had some outstanding days out against England in Ireland over the last number of years. So being able to have a consistency of matches against these top teams, 3 matches, giving us that consistency of content is essential for our player development, there's no doubt. But equally, playing against the likes of Afghanistan and Bangladesh is also an imperative to ensure that we are gaining rankings points in World Cup Super League matches too. It certainly isn't all about being just one way. And the final point is about the money. That is something that it wouldn't be a surprise if anyone's listening from the ICC to say that is certainly an issue that we raise consistently. We don't believe that the funding that we receive or the distribution that we receive from ICC is sufficient to be able to, I suppose, ensure that we are going to be as competitive as we feel we ought to be against the more established Test nations. Now, equally, I also get the fact that we arrived as a Test nation in the middle of a funding cycle. Full members find out what they by and large are going to receive from ICC over an 8-year period. Ourselves and Afghanistan were pretty much parachuted into that, into full membership, and effectively as a result of that, some of the full members had to take a haircut. So we do understand and appreciate that, but we equally said by the time we get to the next funding cycle that starts in 2023 or 24, we believe that should certainly be rectified.
Warren, did Test status come too early for Ireland? Would you do anything differently if you could hop into a time machine?
As in not accept Test status?
Or delay it if you could?
You know what, because Michael, I guess if we do that, therefore we're going to have to give back those Kevin O'Brien's 100. We're going to have to give back that extraordinary experience we had in Malahide in 2018, that perhaps even more extraordinary experience we had against England at Lord's in 2019 with Tim Murtagh raising the ball for his fiver and what was going to be a fairly unforgettable first session of play for anyone who is of Irish love who are watching that. So no, I'm not sure we would give it back. My feeling is it was right that Ireland, Afghanistan and Zimbabwe were left out of the World Test Championship. I think if the experience of Test history shows anything, it's that teams who come into the Test fold and immediately are given 3, 4, 5 Test series against let's use the obvious ones, England, Australia, India, South Africa. They're probably it's going to take them years, in some instances decades, to get used to that format. I think we've demonstrated that we're probably we probably have sufficient talent within our squad, as I think we've proven in certainly 2 out of the 3 Test matches, to believe that we are properly competitive. What we do need, to go back to the previous question, is sufficient funding to ensure that we have the ability to play Test cricket more than we can currently afford.
Well, the thing is, and we thank you for joining us today, Warren, we're about to settle down now for the second innings here. The point that was made by Jason Holder, and it applies to Ireland as much as it does the West Indies, if the other nations don't look out, there will be no international cricket for us to enjoy, and that's why they need to take a serious look at it. And many cricket supporters will be offering you as much support as they can give, Warren Dutron and Cricket
Thank you
Ireland.
very much.
And thank you very much for joining us. Warren
Thank
Dutron, Chief Executive Officer of Cricket Ireland. We're about to see the second innings of this first of 3 ODIs between England and Ireland. And as I look to my left-hand side, I see it's Alison Mitchell. Ali.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, really interesting to hear that from Warren, and probably a few points that we might pick up in conversation as well as we watch the England innings unfold. So they've got a run chase. They need 173, hauled up to more of a respectable total for Ireland than it looked at one point, thanks to Curtis Campher on debut and a sparkling half-century from him. And it is going to be, to open the bowling for Ireland, Barry McCarthy, who is running away from us now. And we've got a couple of World Cup winners on strike. And first up, it's Jason Roy. He's looking to drive, and he's beaten past the outside edge straight away. And I suppose Michael Carberry, as much as the total looks way below par for Ireland against some World Cup winners, got to remember that these batsmen have not played for a long time either.
Yeah, there'll be certainly some rings.
I think you're on, aren't you? I think Jason Roy had a little bit of a back niggle and struggled, made a duck in the warm-up game, but he took a big drive at that one. So McCarthy, blonde hair with an Alice band. In again. Roy facing up, one slip in place. Bowls outside the off stump, chopping it into the ground though, out towards that slip cordon area. So Roy not completely comfortable in the first 2 balls. Michael.
Try again. It'd be very interesting to see how someone like Jason Roy decides to play this, because obviously the batsmen haven't had much game time. They wouldn't have had any time outdoors at all other than the warm-up game. So they want to get into their rhythm. Having said that, he's trying to fight his natural instincts, which is to go hard and get England off to a positive start.
Yeah, that's right. So Roy and Bairstow together. He was in such spectacular form throughout 2019. In comes McCarthy again, and he has looked to pull that, and pull shot, his bottom edged it again into the ground, out to the offside. So he hasn't managed to middle anything yet, first 3 balls, but he's chasing, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, he was not. I heard him knocking up this afternoon in this small net that they set up for throwdowns, and his bat sounded amazing. You could just hear that clean sound of ball on willow this morning. It sounds like he has a good stick in his hand, Jason. Yeah.
I think we're the 3rd time lucky with your microphone now, but we've got you loud and clear now. So bright sunshine, although the floodlights are on, such as the way with day-night matches, they have to come on. The slip is in place, McCarthy in, and he's flashing a drive there, thick outside edge away towards the wide 3rd-man boundary. There is a man there at backward point who dived, but Roy is off the mark with a streaky couple.
Yeah, it'll take him some time to find his feet. As I say, he wouldn't have had, him or Jenny wouldn't have had any real cricket under their belt. So in terms of competitive cricket, so be interesting to see how they go about things. Whether they just give themselves a little bit of a chance. But if I know Jason well and Johnny, they'll be looking to put back to ball as soon as possible. Yeah,
looking at Barry McCarthy's 27 years of age. 31-day internationals under his belt. He's stretching out his heels, kicking up his heels, and ready to bowl again now. Roy settling over his bat, making him wait. But in he goes. A little bit of a stuttering start to his run-up, then into his full stride. Bowling now full, and Roy, he's gone for a full-blooded drive, and he's found the fielder on the edge of the circle mid-wicket. So he's on to put his foot on the gas.
I was talking about him middling the ball in the nets. I was saying, right, he's tested every part of the bat so far, outside edge, inside edge. So one destined to come out the middle anytime soon now, surely.
He's got 2 more balls this over to find the middle of the bat, so you're right, we found every other inch of it so far. I was looking at that, his year of 2019, and in the 12 innings that took him up to the World Cup final, there's only 3 innings when he didn't pass 50. 300s in that time as well. Blistering form. In goes McCarthy, up to the wicket now to Roy, and he's defending that one back up the pitch. And he did find the middle of the bat, and almost by surprise, he's defended one.
Did I just see that? Jason Roy defending one? Yeah.
Interesting. Is that a no ball?
It is, yeah. I think it was, yeah.
And these no balls are being called by the TV umpire during this World Cup Super League. So it was something that was trialled it took place in the Women's T20 World Cup at the start of this year. So whenever the bowler does overstep, as McCarthy did then, TV umpire gets a buzz to a watch and then signals down to the on-field umpire, who duly calls the no ball. But it can happen, I think the time is estimated to be about 8 seconds. Now what's happened here, though? Is this the McCarthy going off? He's bowled 5 balls, including a no ball.
Looks like an injury.
Yeah, he must be injured.
Tweaked something, hamstring or...
So just before he bowled that last ball, he looked to be sort of stretching his legs a touch. This is a real disappointment for him.
It doesn't look happy. Probably felt something go on delivery. Be desperately unlucky.
Oh, what a shame for McCarthy. So 5 balls in, Ireland have got to find somebody to finish off the over. And they'll have a substitute fielder, who of course can only field. Now is this going to be... Well, it's drama, isn't it, for Ireland?
Yeah.
It's not been a happy time with the bat. It's going to be Paul Sterling to bowl one delivery of spin in the opening over. So it's been...
all happening.
It is. It's been an opening over where we've seen Jason Roy bottom edge, outside edge, inside edge, full-blooded drive that hit the fielder. A defence back up the pitch.
Now
Opening bowler walking off injured.
And now Paul Sterling coming on for 1 ball.
Oh, Paul Sterling, familiar figure, of course, all his time spent at Middlesex. Vice-captain of this side now to Andy Balbirnie. So he probably certainly wouldn't have been expecting to be bowling right now.
No.
So, and all the plans then as captain are all thrown because you've lost your premier bowler, your opening bowler. Here we go then, last ball of the over, and it's Sterling with some off-spin. He drags it down into the pitch, and Roy is jogging a single to long on.
The loosener.
I think it probably was, but it might be the only ball for a little while
Yes.
as well.
I would have thought so.
Well, first over's gone. 4 runs on the board with England needing 173 to win. William Porterfield has come on the field as the substitute then. It's blazing hot in here, warm day outside.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, you would have played a number of games here, sure, when there's been...
To my right there, and if you're fielding at square leg, it can be quite difficult, especially as balls get pulled flat at you. It can be quite difficult at times.
It's going to be Craig Young, right arm seamer from the pavilion end of the ground. Paul Sterling's now got the wide brimmed sun hat on. It's slip, and Young is in now. And it's cut back in at Roy now. Besto wants to run down the non-striker's end, and Roy doesn't, which is probably wise because the keeper is running up to pick up. I think there was a run there, but it's not exactly a settled start from these two.
Yeah, J. Ross just struggling a little bit to just come to terms with the pace of the pitch. Getting through his shot a little bit early, not quite getting his feet going. We know, when he does get the bit between his teeth, he's a wonderful ball striker.
Well, he's got plenty of time here to have a few sides and get his eye in. He's clipped that away, just turned off the hip, and it actually should have been stopped on the edge of the circle, but the ball's got away. It'll be 4, in fact. It's sliding away down the slight slope, this end of the ground, and Jason Roy picks up a boundary in somewhat streaky-ish sort of fashion, off the hip
Yeah, it's not an area you want to bowl at Jason Roy, I can tell you that now. Very, very strong leg side player. Very, very sort of bottom hand, tends to choke the bat low down, but very, very strong off anywhere near his pads if you get too straight. He's got wonderful wrists, very strong through that leg side area.
And they've got fine leg up inside the circle on that leg side, otherwise 4-5 on the ring, including slip on the offside, tucking it away again through that square leg region this time, brings the 9 off the fence, a deep square leg, and this will bring Bairstow on strike for the first time with a single for Roy. So 9 without loss. It felt as if Bairstow was itching to get at the other end and saying, I'm seeing you edge it, let me have a go, I'll find the middle.
I almost forgot about Johnny out there. There's so much happening in the other end. Good to see Johnny get down to work, really. Be looking for a big score. He's been left out of the test fold at the moment, so he'll be, obviously performances here will go a long way to trying to force his way back in, I would have thought.
Yep, scored some big runs in the warm-up match. I think he was part of Team Moeen in the warm-up, 127 off 88 balls and peppered the boundary. So he'll hope to translate that out into the middle here. 9 without loss as Young is in, and Bairstow, well, he's got one off the bottom edge and into the body that time, so clearly he's not quite judging the pace, he said at the moment.
Yeah, and this can happen here at the Rose Bowl from time to, or the Ageas Bowl. I keep calling it the Rose Bowl. The Ageas Bowl, when the wickets do start off quite dry, they can get quite slow, and usually this time of year where you normally have a lot of cricket played on it, it can slow up. It just takes you a little bit of time just to get used to the pace.
In comes Young from the pavilion end, up past the umpire, and Bairstow's batting to pad again. It dribbles out on the offside, picked up by Point. So not a bad line from Young. But these two, you sense that they're really itching to make an impact quickly, and they have got plenty of time to get the pace.
Yeah, they do. And also, for someone like Johnny Bairstow, it's been, his technique at test level has been in question. He looks like he's tried to make some changes, and he's had problems getting bowled, and it looks like he's made a few technical adjustments.
Young in again. This one is flicked away through mid-wicket. Bairstow off the mark. Will come back for a comfortable second as it's fielded inside the rope. Down there in front of the groundsman's underpass. 11 without loss after the first 2 overs then. England needing another 162 from 288 balls. But McCarthy, the opening bowler, is off injured. We've got Craig Young, and I'm sure it's not going to be Paul Sterling continuing from this end. Who is it going to be? Andy McBride. Looks like he's going to be marking out his run. But the chats we heard from Warren Duke, from the Island Chief Executive, during the interval just then, and picking up on, well, really what Jason Holder started the conversation about. The thanks for coming to England in the middle of a pandemic is all very well, but actually what's needed is something more tangible. In particular, a return tour, for example, something which actually takes cricket back to the West Indies where they can earn revenue. Sure. But overall, also just highlighting a big inequality that exists between sort of the top-tier nations in cricket and those beneath. And Ireland, Warren Dutram putting his hand in his own pocket to keep Cricket Ireland afloat in this time. So just a little bit more spin here with McBride. So off spin, over the wicket now to Roy. Tickles it into the onside and takes a gentle single out to deep mid-wicket. And we were talking about this on the BBC Stump podcast this week, and I was wondering whether it's time that cricket has, or the ICC takes a lead in these times with some sort of global COVID fund. So many organisations, you have the emergency funds together, and I understand the ICC has given a bit of additional funding to some nations on top of their main payments, but the gap is only going to get wider because you can't see how Ireland could host a cricketing nation to play biosecure cricket in Ireland with the immense cost involved. And the West Indies are openly saying we couldn't afford to charter flights, hire out hotels. Brian in again, flicked into the onside, diving stop by mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, certainly an interesting time for the game. Now that we are, I suppose, back, sort of.
Sweep, but struck on the body. Not making a clean connection, Bairstow.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's an interesting time for the game when things do return to well, if I can use that word, normality. This could be our new normal. We don't know, and what damage has been left due to the pandemic. Unfortunately, you find that certainly a lot of teams would have suffered because of not being able to function. So it'll be interesting to see what the ICC do. I do believe in what you're saying, that they.
McBrien in again, and Bairstow looking to play it carefully, turns into mid-wicket. Sterling is there now, moved away from slip, picks up.
Yeah, I was saying that the ICC should really, they probably have to move with the times now and do think about creating a fund of some sort.
McBrien in, over the wicket again. Oh, and he's struck on the pad here. The big appeal, but no interest from the umpire. Ireland have got an extra review, remember. Each team has the extra review because of neutral umpires brought in under COVID regulations. They're asking for it. Okay, so McBrien to Bairstow, who's 2 off 7.
Yeah, my first initial instinct was probably just outside. Not expecting a great deal of spin with a newish ball. But a little bit of a lazy shot from Johnny Bairstow. Not really, but it did turn. So it could be quite close, this.
You can hear the voice of Martin Saggers.
Flat line as it passes the bat, go all the way through to the pad. Okay, and on to ball tracking, please.
So no bat involved. He's rather caught in the crease, is he? Neither forward or back.
Outside, impact in line, and wickets hitting. And go back on field to Alex, please. Alex,
well, how about that for the early breakthrough? I was saying about batsmen perhaps being a bit rusty, but Bairstow had that tremendous innings in the warm-up, but he's out here for just 2, and England 12 for 1.
Yeah, well done, umpire Carberry. Finger straight up. It was slightly lazy from Johnny Bairstow. He didn't really feel like he made a real attempt to almost just shove the foot down the track. And he has had a little bit of an issue, if you remember, in the World Cup when teams have started with spin against him. I remember, I think his first knock in the World Cup, he was out first ball, I believe, to spin. So there is a little bit of a weak spot there at times. But yeah, full credit to the Irish bowlers, and well bowled. Just a little bit of turn, it was just enough, and well bowled.
Yeah, and interesting because clearly the off-spin has had the impact, bowling with the new ball, but if if McCarthy hadn't gone off injured, it may well have still been seam as it is. The change of bowling enforced has done the trick.
Absolutely. I mean, both Roy and Bairstow love pace on the ball. And I know, even as an opener at the top of the order, having pace on the ball, especially here, as the wicket tends to get slower, I mean, you can get your innings underway nicely. By the time the spinners come on, you're you're set. So having to generate pace on the ball yourself, but by putting the spinners on, happy accident from Barry McCarthy sadly having to go off.
Yeah, it brings out James Vince on his home ground, so nothing unfamiliar about that, although he would normally be able to nip home after the game pretty quickly. So Vince comes out to join Jason Roy on 5, 12 for 1 in the 3rd over. Yeah, just sort of wrap up the chat while he gets settled about the funding. He feels that something has to be done because otherwise teams, countries will run out of funds and simply won't have teams for other countries to play. Last ball of the over for Vince to face, and he does get forward to this one, turns it into the onside, and there's no run. So 3 overs gone. Ireland were all out for 172, seemingly well below par, but they have got an early breakthrough here, and Bairstow out for just 2. LBW, Brian, and then 12 for 1 after the 3rd over. I mean, Ireland have got a history of getting England into awkward positions, haven't they? And on the whole, England managed to wriggle their way out, other than we've mentioned already the famous night in Bangalore at the 2011 World Cup. But Malahide, certainly, and the Lord's Test match, not least, in the longest form of the game.
They're a plucky outfit. They're a team on the up for sure, hence why they've got full status.
So Roy, and it's still now it could be a run-out chance. The non-strikers, and Vince is racing back, putting in the dive, but the throw wasn't accurate enough. Probably needed a direct hit, but I don't think there was ever a run there, was there? Well, there's a vacant area at mid-wicket, but the ball came off bat and then onto body. I'm not sure it came off the bat cleanly.
Yeah, we were talking about James Vince earlier in the piece, and these are the areas of the game that I for one have been a great admirer of his cricket, but these are sometimes the he sometimes can get a little bit over ambitious at times at the crease in terms of trying to move the game forward.
Roy facing up again, one slip in place, Fuller down the leg side, it's been spilt by the wicket keeper, he didn't get anything on it.
This is a massive opportunity for someone like him. You don't want to give it away by a run out. He really needs to score. You feel he needs a score in this series just to keep his name in and around the England setup.
It's Lorcan Tucker, who's the wicket keeper for Ireland. He did debut against England back in May 2019. So here's Young again at the end of his mark. And now to Roy, who familiar sight. Oh, he comes forward down the track to him. He does want a single here, and the batsmen have to dodge to avoid colliding just then. They've crossed for one, but it's a nervy start to Jason Roy's innings.
Yes, it's been a very colourful. How long has he been in for? 14 balls from J. Roy so far. Lots gone on. A lot of movement, a lot of running down the wicket. Just needs to settle down now. Get his head down. Get some time at the crease if he can. Get into that rhythm again of playing. These matches are coming thick and fast, so any time at the crease here with no real pressure on, it will be valuable. You feel.
The fourth over, the rate England needs just under 3.5 an over to chase down this Ireland target. Vince facing up then to Young for the first time. Slip is in place and Young is in, and Vince is going back and then looking to turn to leg, and leading edge back up the pitch and picked up by Young in his follow through. Yeah, well, Bairstow will be hugely disappointed, won't he? They'd wanted to come in and make an impact, and that bit of a statement, knowing that he was in the enlarged Test squad, but then could have really been their candidate to replace, or to play instead of Root in that first Test match that was here in Southampton. But at that point, Denley was the choice, and Bairstow and Moeen sent to pick up duties with the ODI squad. Young in again, and that's better from quality. Vince. That is a James Vince quality cover drive and a sprawling stop at a wide mid-off. Earns him a single, but a lovely looking shot.
Yeah, that is trademark James Vince. Tall man, stands tall. He's got beautiful hands. Very, very sweet time of the ball. As I said, he's always one of those players. He'll play the shot of the day, as we've just seen. Wasn't that bad a ball, just probably slightly over pitch, but it's just now trying to put that innings together in an England shirt, you feel.
In comes Young. Past the umpire in his red shirt, and Roy's punch driving to mid-off. Again, there was a fear there might have been a single taken and a run-out chance then, but wisely they both declined the single. 4 overs gone then. 14 for 1, England, needing another 159 from 276 balls to win this game against Ireland. And our listeners on Radio 4 leaving us now for the shipping forecast. And with that, Michael, I'm making way as well. So a few thoughts from you on the situation, then Ishigo coming in.
Yeah, so far, not the ideal start for England. I think they would ideally like to be none down. But Ireland have stuck to a reasonable plan. They haven't given too much away. They've been quite tight to the off stump. Jason Roy is just starting to look a little bit frustrated. He hasn't quite got to grips with the pitch and probably the lack of pace from the Irish attack so far. Just feel he has to hang in there.
Here comes McBride, he bowls. The off spinner is James Vince turns it around the corner out to deep backwards square. Silky smooth touch from Vince. We see from him so very often here at Hampshire as the score moves to 15 for 1. He goes to 2. Lights are on here. Michael, can you just explain that with the sun beaming down into our eyes as McBride, the off spinner, is through, advances to Jason Roy and whip punches out to long on for a single.
You're going to get me in trouble, you say.
16 for 1.
I'll
Roy's
stick to the regulations. Apparently, the lights must be on with the sun blazing hot.
As Vince advances, clips out to deep backwards square off the front foot, playing with the turn against the off spinner. Another one then. Score goes to 17 for 1. We're inside the 5th over here at the Ageas bowl. Ireland being bowled out by England for 172 inside the 45th over. I might have to go and fetch some glasses actually, as McBride bowls flat. It's a chip over mid-wicket from Roy out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Long on has run around to stop the ball. Simi Singh down there, who collects it after a bit of a fumble, throws it in, and they'll take 2, 19 for 1.
You do feel Jason Roy's kettle is boiling at the moment, don't you? Something's going to give here.
I was interested to see how he would play, actually. Long layoff, time out of the game. He got out for a duck in that match against in the warm-up. As he now plays one up and over mid-wicket. He gets down on one knee, slog sweep with the spin, and a fine 6 from him. 25 for 1 then. The England team at the end of the over, 11 runs coming from that over from McBride. Roy to 15, and pretty much from ball 1 he's looked to be his normal attacking self.
As I say, great minds think alike. I said his kettle was boiling, something was going to break, and he duly followed. Yeah, great slog sweep with the turn. Again, calculated risk, but paid dividends.
They've just moved someone around to deep mid-wicket now as Jason Roy takes the low-risk option of advancing and playing it too long on the walk. As that's 12 runs from the over of McBride, 26 for 1 then after 5 overs here, and lots of movement as the batsmen come together in the middle. They have a gentle conversation before retreating to their respective ends.
Got some good tunes out there,
yeah,
they have. 90s dance classics. I like it. Yeah, takes us back, eh? Yeah.
It does. Maybe you a little bit further back than as
easy.
Young comes in. Roy carves and edges up and over the slip. Finds the boundary at third man as the score moves to 30 for 1. Roy to 20. Yeah, he just flashed at that one outside the off stump from Young. Good length delivery. He's looking to just flay his hands through anything outside there. Yeah. And they went back at deep cover. Men inside the ring on the offside in front of point as Young comes in again. This time Roy gets one down to fine leg, just gets across his stumps past that man at short fine to his right, and it's a gentle flick as he comes through wristily. Roy to 24, 34 for 1.
Yeah, good batting from Jason Roy. I think he preempted that the overcompensation ball from Young would have been the sort of pitch up ball after dropping one short and wide. Skipped down, got leg side of it, and just tickled it past the fine leg. Great batting.
Welcome back to Radio 4 Long Wave listeners as Young comes in on angle, arms pumping past the umpire to Roy, who's defending. He's struck on the pad, given out, and jubilation for Ireland and Young. He swivels to appeal and then he turns around, veins pumping out of his neck as Jason Roy has decided not to review. He had a quick chat to Vince, but will continue walking back towards the pavilion. So he is out for 24 after a bit of entertainment, back-to-back 4s, and then one good length just came back in, struck him on the pad, and he was late on it as well. 34 for 2. Yeah,
right on the back knee. Pretty adjacent, I would say. Just didn't really get out the crease, did he? Bit stuck. But you never felt he really got to terms with the slowness of the pitch. His body language at the crease at the time wasn't great. You could see he was getting a bit wound up. So it'd be massive disappointment. But again, it's for these England players. A lot of these guys will be ring rusty. They haven't played a lot of the last couple of months, so it will take them some time just to get back into their flow and rhythm.
Well, the England captain is not coming out to the middle. It will be Tom Banton, Somerset cricketer, and what a moment for him as he strides to the middle. Played some games in South Africa, got an opportunity here on home soil, batting at number 4.
Yeah, very excited to see this young man. Heard a lot about him. I've seen him a couple of times in Big Bash cricket, and he played very, very well. Was a big hit over there, and we wish him well on his start of what's an exciting journey for him. He's a very talented guy, very in the sort of Peterson sort of mould. Very tall, leg side sort of player. Very, very powerful ball striker.
21 years of age. Just 3 one-day internationals to his name. Top scorer of 32 as Young continues in. Back hovering for Banton as he's backing across and working it down to leg side for his first run, is it? Will it be signalled a leg bite? No, it is signalled a leg bite. So will remain on naught as it goes to the non-striker's end. 35 for 2 here. England have just lost Jason Roy for 24 for 22 deliveries. James Vince then scans the leg side field. There's a man down at fine leg as Young, tall frame, approaches the crease, running towards us. Vince drives beautifully to mid-off. No run is taken as the throw comes in to Lorcan Tucker behind the stumps. Sterling in position at first slip as Banton comes down the track to pat down the wicket. Young shuffles forwards, hustles in, bowls. Inside edge from James Vince as he drives, finds its way to mid-on as he comes through for 1, goes to 4, and at the end of the over, 10 runs coming from it, 36 for 2. So a couple of good overs here for England, but Ireland striking back with that wicket of Roy. Vince on 4, Banton yet to get off the mark. And I can feel the warmth coming into the commentary box because the sun is beating down. Got a greenhouse effect in here as Timor Mills has stepped in for Michael Carberry.
It is hot. It's noticeably hotter in here than it was next door where I was just sat watching. But we'll carry on. One thing I will say is I hope all the television screens are off in that England dressing room right now. Jason Roy will not want to see that again.
No.
Having played with Jason a fair bit, you know, he doesn't react well to getting out at the best of times. One to destroy the changing room, but he won't want to see that shot again. He missed it by a long, long way. But great bowling from Ireland, Craig Young.
Yep, and they're going to stick with off spin. McBride will continue after getting a bit of tap in that last over, mainly from the bat of Jason Roy. As Vince looks out to the leg side boundary. Here comes McBride now. Vince clips it past mid-wicket out to long on and casually runs through for 1, goes to 5, 37 for 2. So Tom Banton, first ball against the spinner. Michael mentioned his efforts in the Big Bash. It was exhilarating to watch playing for the Brisbane Heat as McBride shuffles forwards into his action, bowls. Banton just taps it to mid-wicket, the front foot, no run.
Yeah, look, he's definitely, I don't want to say he's got it figured out, but T20 cricket, he's definitely made his mark in. He's played some amazing innings all around the world.
Very tall, leading edge as he looks to whip it leg side, just holds in the wicket, finds its way to extra cover, no run.
For Somerset, played some brilliant innings, scored a brilliant 100 on TV against Kent.
Yeah, I was there for that game. It was exceptional as Banton is forward in defence to the offside. Marcus Trescothick was on commentary at the time and I was super proud because he spends a lot of time with him as Brian is ready to go again. Bowls to Banton, who is playing that ball to mid-wicket again. Just a gentle push, really. The good thing for him, I suppose, is there is plenty of time in this game as Bat is hovering above the stumps. He advances, drives to mid-off, is sent back by James Vince. He was pretty much nearly down the other end as the throw came in. He had a quick look back at his partner as if to say, well, why wasn't there a single on there? But they're having a chat now in the middle at the end of the over, just 1 from it, 37 for 2.
Yeah, a bit of suspect running there again from England. We've seen both sides guilty of that now. And if it was a better throw in from mid-off, it would have potentially been a bit interesting. Tom Banton was a long way down the crease, as you say. James Vince wasn't having any of it. But nothing doing in the end for England. Just going back to Tom Banton, this is a really good opportunity for him. I don't know if it was always the plan, but coming in ahead of Owen Morgan, don't know if Morgan has maybe said, go on, you get out there, give yourself a good knock.
As Young bowls to Vince, who defends back to the bowler.
And yeah, it's just a good opportunity, as I said, with lots of runs on, time still left in the game. There's an opportunity here to really kind of establish himself, get himself off, start his summer really well. As I said earlier, there's a lot of white ball cricket still to be played this year with these 3 games, T20s against Pakistan and then Australia, and playing 50 overs and T20 series against Australia provisionally later in September as well. So there's an opportunity here for Tom Banton to really kind of stake his claim and keep his name in the 11, because there's a lot of guys biting at his heels.
Vince drives, doesn't beat cover, who's diving to his right to collect the ball. And throw comes in. Just rehearses his shot once more, James Vince. It's a shot he gets a lot of runs for. Just rehearsing, just guiding it past that man.
You'd think he's so good at the cover drive. Why do you need to keep shadow batting the shot? If that was me, I'd be putting that one away. I know how to play that one.
Yeah. Young is through again, bowls. Vince drives, this time past mid-off, and that is an elegant shot from Vince. So smooth as he comes through, super classy as he picks up 4. It goes into the advertising sponge, goes to 9, 41 for 2.
Yeah, over pitch from Craig Young, just a little bunt down the ground from James Vince. Excellent timing as per the norm.
Oof.
Just holds a pose slightly, and then there's a little jog down the ground afterwards and watches that ball run away for 4. Really good stroke.
Sets up once more, a couple of bat taps before he's looking down the track at Young, running towards him, past the umpire, bowls to Vince. This time it's whipped past mid-wicket, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. I'll have to push these ones as it now goes into the rope. So back-to-back boundaries for James Vince here, one on either side of the bowler. And another classy stroke from him, just leaning on it. The line of it not as good on middle and leg, just allowed him to play it anywhere he wanted to, really, as he goes to 13, 45 for 2.
Yeah, another really nice bit of timing from Vince. As you say, didn't try to overhit it. It's a little flick of the wrist and that ball runs away. James Vince well into his work now.
An angry fast bowler approaches the crease. Young bowls back of a length, driven to cover, doesn't find the gap. Vince, as Banton is now just rehearsing a few shots at the other end. I guess a bit like the bowlers being a bit rusty, and for the batters, it's sometimes you know you can play a shot, but often when you've been in the net so long, you're finding the fielders when you come out into the middle as Young bowls to Vince, and that is pulled away just slightly back of a length. It goes past mid-wicket, and another boundary found for James Vince and his home ground. It was so dismissive, really, but it's not a powerful strike. He just gets into position so early, swivels, and allows his hands to come through. Wonderful timing once again. 3 4s in the over then for him, as England goes to 49 for 2 and Vince to 17.
Yeah, that over seems to have taken away the momentum that Ireland have been able to build up. Really tall guy, James Vince, just stands on top of the bounce that time and just swivels on top of it. That timing's there. As per usual, as you say, 3 boundaries in the over there, takes Vince to 17. Tom Banton's still yet to score. He's going to be on strike for Andy McBrien's next over.
The off-spinner comes in for Ireland. Bowls to Banton, who drives to mid-off, no run. Yes, slight problem for Ireland with Barry McCarthy leaving the field early on in the innings. So spinner came on early as Banton this time punches out to long on for his first run. And that score goes to 50 for 2, the 50 up for England. 123 more required for England to win this first one-day international and to register 10 points in the new Men's Super League, as McBrien is through to Vince, who sweeps past a man at short fine out to the deep backward square boundary. He really is finding his feet here, James Vince, playing shots all around the ground and making it look effortless as he goes to 21, 54 for 2.
Yeah, James Vince really into his work now. Sweep shot this time. Again, not trying to overhit it, just taking advantage of this batting power play. Only 2 men out allowed outside of the circle. So if you're able to find the gaps, you get rewards for your shot. James Vince hits yet another boundary.
Vince pushes forwards and defends that ball to the offside. He's got a man at long on at deep mid-wicket. Ringside field on the offside. Short fine, who's quite a square leg, and a mid-wicket is Vince. Turns the ball to mid-wicket now, who hustles round and collects it and tosses it back to McBride. Shadow has formed across the pitch as Vince drives uppishly, but it's a couple of bounces to mid-off at the end of the over. 9 overs have been bowled, 54 for 2. A few more words from you, Tamal, and then it will be Michael McNamee.
See the graphic pop up on the screen. James Vince, that was his 2000th list day run here at the Ageas Bowl. So the captain of Hampshire and white ball cricket. Scored plenty more in first class and T20 cricket as well. I've been on the receiving end of that, unfortunately, in all 3 formats. Fine player, knows this ground really well, and he'll sniff an opportunity to score some big runs here in this run chase. And just like Tom Banton, looking to cement his place for the rest of the summer.
Tamal, how you doing?
I'm alright.
It's the hope that kills you. That ball sits up and really should have been dispatched by Tom Banton, who repeats the stroke, doesn't get clear of mid-wicket. 54 for 2. Remember, the target is 173 for victory. England look like a team who've got takeaway food ordered for 7:30 to their rooms, Tamal.
Yeah, they don't waste time, do they, England? That's been the case for the last few years. They certainly get on with it. It's one that, if this ground was full to the rafters, they would have enjoyed, I'm sure.
That's cut away behind square on the offside, where it's fielded by Andy McBride. Come through for the single. Craig Young is the bowler from the far end, the pavilion end, with that lovely Lord-style roof. I can just imagine what this ground would be like on a white ball evening like this one with a full crowd. That might be a few months away, but the weather is absolutely glorious. One slip in for Craig Young as he's up and edged away through second slip, and that'll be 4 runs for Vince. So a moral victory for Craig Young, but 4 runs for Vince, and England continue their busy advance towards their winning target. Vince on to 25.
Yeah, not sure if there was a second slip, if that would have been a catchable opportunity. It was quite high. It definitely went in that area. James Vince slashed hard outside the off stump. A little bit of extra bounce from Craig Young. Paul Sterling, the man at first slip, who had his head in his hands.
That ring of young fielders in the offside and the covers. And some more defensive shot by Vince. And Craig Young with 44 on his back, and that little towel sticking out of the back of his green trousers, trudges away from us towards the purple advertising logo of the sponsor at the far end.
I'm sure you're a very well connected man in the Ireland camp. Any whispers of what's going on with Barry McCarthy, I'm sure?
No, I haven't heard anything, but he looked a disconsolate figure, and it's really thrown Ireland up in the air a bit at the minute. And there's an edge and a take by Lorcan Tucker, and Vince has gone off the bowling of Young. Ireland have got their 3rd wicket. England 59 for 3, and are Ireland dreaming?
Well, they can certainly dream. 59 for 3 now, as you said. James Vince, another start. Loses his wicket again. Just extra bounce there from Craig Young. James Vince looking to drive through the offside. That ball definitely did lift off the surface. So good bowling from Craig Young, using his height, using his pace. Just getting a little tickle through to the keeper, and James Vince has got to go for 25. Ireland have their 3rd wicket inside the power play. A bright start for them, and they're going to need to continue.
Vince goes for 25 off 21. Lorcan Tucker will be absolutely thrilled now to be in the game after his golden duck in Ireland's innings. And you would still say 173 is very, very much an easy target, but just Ireland keep chipping away, and every wicket that they get is in the positive column for them, having fought back from the horrors of 28 for 5. And they will be accentuating the positive straight into the gloves of Tucker. He'll be feeling a little bit better about himself.
Looks like it's going to be Sam
And
Billings
Billings.
coming in, yeah. Owen Morgan, obviously.
Owen Morgan saying, away you go, boys. He's maybe in the middle of a good book or something. The skipper.
I think he just doesn't want to be putting all his mates over in Ireland to the sword. He's thought he'd give the other guys a chance.
Tamale's done it before. He'll probably do it again.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's obviously a signal from Owen Morgan. First Tom Banton coming in ahead of him. Now Sam Billings, giving some guys the opportunity to go out there and do the job. Say, look, I'm not going to do it for you. You know, everybody knows what I can do, Owen Morgan. Let's see what you can do. Can you go out there and hit 60, 70, 80 not out to win a game for England?
Billings in for his first ODI in 2 years. Last played against the Australians in Cardiff. Injury hit last season. And he was impressive for the Lions against Ireland with 30 ball 50 in that game here on Sunday. So he mightn't be hanging about either. Porterfield in as a second slip. Yes, I suspect that chance would have flown over his head a couple of balls ago to Mal. You're quite right. But here's Young, tail up, into Billings, pushing forward. Big round of applause from former captain Porterfield. And there's just a little bit of extra spring in the step of those green-shirted Irishmen.
Yeah, definitely. That's good pace from Craig Young as well. In and around 85 miles an hour, so definitely more than nippy. And yeah, you're right, the Irishmen, you see they're all jogging around between their fielding posts. They'll have a sniff here. They're not out of the game. This could easily have been a case of England come out, get themselves 80 for naught, and then the game kind of just peters out, doesn't it? But with the start that Ireland have made, they're definitely going to make a game of it.
End of the first power play, England 59 for 3. You're listening to England against Ireland, the opening one-day international, live from the Ageas Bowl. We're on 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Long Wave, the BBC Sport website, the BBC Sounds app, and of course not forgetting BBC Radio Ulster Medium Wave. TV highlights tonight, 11:35 on BBC 2, and you can watch in-play highlights right now via the BBC Sport website. You've no excuse to be missing any of it. Still the sun beats down. Just past 20 past 6 here in Southampton. Andy McBride discussing field changes with Captain Andrew Balbirnie. Such is the brightness of the sunlight. It's very difficult to read the screen, so apologies if I'm meant to be reading social media messages. They're almost indecipherable. Such is the sunlight. These huge windows. And of course, as has been mentioned, the lights are on. Obviously the lights are on. So a chance for England to regroup with Billings and Banton. Banton on strike. A ring of fielders on the offside for Andy McBride as he's in. There's one slip in. There's a rover there inside the circle who's young Harry Tector on the leg side. And then 3 outside. Just in from the boundary on the leg side as well. So there's room behind those cover fielders. Try to whip that through mid-wicket. Got a bit of a leading edge and back to the bowler. So McBride forced into the attack earlier than he expected after that injury to Barry McCarthy. He lasted only 5 balls, did McCarthy. And the off-spin of McBride now from this hotel end. Another defensive shot offered.
It's nice cricketing, McBride. Scored 40 earlier with the bat.
He's been one of Ireland's impressive performers. Tamal, you're right.
Yeah, he strikes me. I've not obviously seen a lot of him, but he strikes me as the type of player you kind of, you pencil in and you build around. Just, dependable bats 8, 9, and then does the job with his 10 overs of off spin. Tidy enough, if maybe not overly wicket taking.
Not a man of many words. There's our Andy McBride. The appeal for the LBW decision. England have come through for the single as the ball shoots behind the leg. So the man racing round the fine leg boundary. Must have been bat on that. 2 more for England. They move on to 61 for 3. Banton on to 4. Yes, he lets his fingers and his bat do the talking. Does Andy McBride, great cricketing family. That's a slightly shorter delivery and direct hit, but the man at the near end, Tom Banton, was home. And as big Harry Tector threw a direct hit from short mid wicket. But they came through for the single, 62 for 3. And Banton on to 5. Nice piece of fielding to the tall man.
Yeah, really nice piece of fielding. Is recreational and domestic cricket being played back in Ireland?
Yes, we've had club cricket back for 2, maybe 3 weeks now. The weather hasn't been particularly kind.
Always the case, isn't it?
At the minute, they're playing T20 matches.
Yep.
And hopefully inter-provincial matches to come back as well. But of course, the dreadful irony was, Jamal, that May was gorgeous and early June was gorgeous and there was no cricket at all.
It was the exact same here. I remember sat in my garden throughout April and May in 30-degree heat.
Craig Young from the far end, shorter delivery, pulled away behind square. Simi Singh will field. Banton's been hogging the strike somewhat. It was the first ball of the 11th over. And Billings on strike now with his back to us. We're sitting here at the Hilton Hotel end. The trees far in the distance, beautiful picture. And I think Captain Balbirnie is asking for the man he succeeded as skipper at the end of 2019, William Porterfield, on as a substitute to return to second slip. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on Billings, and a short delivery and pulled away, and that'll be 4 runs. No need at all for Kevin O'Brien to chase that one. Sat up to be hit from Craig Young, and Billings did precisely that.
Yeah, banged in from Craig Young, just didn't quite get up as he would have liked. Sam Billings just gets up onto his tiptoes and pummels that through the leg side, gets on top of the bounce nicely, middles that ball away for 4.
Billings off the mark with that boundary. He's on 4, Banton's on 6, England 67 for 3. Remember, they're chasing a victory target of 173. And Young is in, and he bangs that one in short, and it's the exact same result and the exact same shot. I'm not quite sure of the logic of that from Craig Young, but it's successive boundaries for Sam Billings.
Yeah, this one even more dismissive from Billings. He banged in again from Craig Young. He's sticking with that ploy, but Billings again outside of his eye line, gets on top of the bounce and just smacks it into the leg side. Nothing aerial about it either. Beats the man mid-on.
I suspect the captain's had a wee word after that, Tamal.
Yeah, the fast bowler in me is telling, go again, Craig, try again.
If at first, if at second. What's the definition of madness? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result?
That is it, but to be a fast bowler you do have to be a little bit mad.
You should know. One slip, and that's a fuller delivery from Young, forced up the pitch by Billings and fielded by the bowler.
Pitched it up there, he didn't listen to me, got a better result. What do I know?
It's an easy game sitting here, Tamal.
It is indeed.
We never play bad shots up in the comedy box.
There's always a better way to play as well, isn't there?
And we're never out LBW. Craig Young into Billings, standing upright, back towards us. On drive to mid-on. Pinged about amongst the fielders. Yes, certainly probably a younger average age of the Irish team than it has been for a while, with the young 20-somethings in there. For a long time, Ireland prided themselves in their fielding. In the days when John Mooney sort of led the charge there, where he caught and chased and stopped everything, and he led by example. And I'm sure the skipper will be hoping that the young fellas add to the athleticism in the field. Still, a full shot there, it's through to the keeper. Another little moral victory for Young against Billings after those successive boundaries. End of the over. And England advance to 71 for 3. Billings on 8, Banton on 6. End of the 12th over, the target 173.
Yeah, that's a similar delivery to what took the edge of James Vince's bat. The difference is Sam Billings wasn't looking to drive the ball as Vince was. Billings was just looking to push into the offside, whereas James Vince went for the full-fledged, full-blown drive. Extra bounce there from Craig Young. There's a little spot that he's found kind of just on a length outside off stump that's definitely getting a little bit of bounce. He's not finding it when he's banging it in short, but when he's pitching it up that little bit more, he's finding something. But he's bowled 6 overs now, so you'd expect that's probably him for his first spell. Obviously he can only bowl 10 in the game, and the other opening bowler, Barry McCarthy's had to leave the field due to injury.
Another 102 needed off 38 overs. McBride's first delivery is swept away dismissively for 4 runs. And that's a nice shot from Banton.
Yeah, really good sweep shot from Tom Banton. Gets out well in front of the pitch of the ball and swats it away hard. Dissects the two men out on the leg side boundary.
That ring of three on the boundary on the leg side. McBrien is in again. Banton advances down the track and pushes it to Harry Tector inside the circle. McBrien back to his mark very quickly. And again, similar shot, and again Tector feels that sort of shortish mid-wicket. The light's still on. There's various reflections off the shiny surface at the far end as Banton comes down, and for a third time in a row, Harry Tector with his long, lithe frame launching itself onto the ground to stop that one. So at the minute it's been Banton to Tector the last three deliveries. McBrien is in, drops that one short and pulled away. Well, he'll only find the man square of the wicket in the onside, and that'll be a single. And England leading 97 from 223 balls. They're 76 for 3. Banton 11. Billings is on 8. Those boundaries. And so it's been a mix of the awful and the magical from Ireland, with certainly probably more on the debit side from the performance so far, but I've seen a little bit of a rusty English performance at the odd poor call. Jason Roy was a man in a hurry. They've all been in a hurry. 3 wickets down so far. McBrien invites Billings to drive, and he does so. Gets the single. That's the end of the over. End of the 13th over. 3 wickets are down. England are on 77. The men out so far. Bairstow was LBW to McBrien after a review for 2. Roy struck on the back knee by Craig Young. He was LBW for 24. And Vince nicked off to wicket-keeper Tucker off the bowling of Young for 25. That was 59 for 3. England have moved on to 77 for 3. Tamal.
Yeah, it's going to see a few more changes of bowling, I expect now. So Craig Young's bowled his 6th. We're going to get a different bowler now from his end. Who's the 6th bowler today? Is Paul Sterling your 6th bowler, or is he your 7th bowler?
Oh, Paul Sterling could contribute. Young Delaney can contribute as well.
Yes, we've got a few all-rounders in there that are going to have to make up.
I suspect we might see Curtis Camphor with the ball in hand as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Camphor now to replace Craig Young. So he had a really good showing with the bat, didn't he?
He can't do it again, Tamal, can he?
Imagine that, 50-odd not out and a 6th to win the game. World's best T20 ODI all-rounder. Right. So being a little bit optimistic there, potentially.
Well, I don't think anybody might have expected, maybe apart from Camphor himself and the coach, the way he impressed with the bat. Let's see what he can do on his ODI debut. Curtis Camphor from the far end. No slips in, he's dropped that one short. It wasn't a clean connection, a bit off the toe end of the bat from Billings, and there's no run.
From what you've been told and what you've been heard, was he coming into the game as a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder from what you've been told leading in?
I would suspect it was a batting all-rounder, to be honest, and it certainly was a very composed and confident and patient performance. And let's see what he can do with the ball. He's in and forced off the back foot by Billings behind square, and that'll be a single. There's one man square of the wicket. That's Porterfield. He just fielded the ball. Simi Singh, I think, there on the boundary on the leg side. Another man back in the rope as well at third man. And a ring of cover fielders in the offside, one inside the circle, and 2 more on the onside, waiting for the young bowler who's in, driven into the ground by Banton. Springs up into the air and fielded. Back to Tucker. Another sort of changing of the guard, with Larkin Tucker taking over the gloves. Gary Wilson still in the squad. Niall O'Brien's doing his thing in comedy boxes around the globe now, so Larkin Tucker seems to be the way forward as glove man for Ireland. As Tamal makes way, we'll hear from Victor in a second. And that's gone straight up into the air. This should be a take for Tucker. It's going to be the 4th wicket, and it's a bit of a gimme. And Banton is gone. Fourth wicket down. England are 78 for 4. And you never know. Victor's done it again. He's inspired another wicket.
Oh, I can take wickets today. I mean, this is one of the most productive spells probably in my life. Okay, let's be candid.
You didn't see it.
As that wicket fell, I was just grappling with the machinery here, and I looked up and you said the ball was in the air. Was it a top edge, pull?
It seemed to be, yeah, straight up into the air, and not the greatest delivery you'll ever see, but a little bit of the golden arm from the golden boy today for Ireland.
Who was I saying to? But it wasn't you, although I should have said it to you because you needed cheering up at the time.
I always need cheering up, Victor.
It's this, that England are very good at chasing 270. They're quite good at chasing 370, but they're not very good at chasing 170. They get compromised. But there goes Banton. Owen Morgan's got to come out now. It's odd that he didn't come out earlier, really, but I guess it's just that he wanted to give opportunities to the young pups. But
a wicket for Camphor. His fourth delivery in ODI cricket to add to his half-century.
I know, that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's almost as if the batsman didn't really give him quite enough respect. He's obviously never faced him before, I wouldn't have thought, although that might not be the case, actually. They're both about the same age. They might have come across one another.
They did.
In youth cricket.
You told me. He took Banton's wicket.
Oh, well, he's his bunny then.
Under 19. That's right, playing for South Africa.
Well, what a start. I mean, without this match, without Camphor, we wouldn't have had a match. And now, well, it's 78 for 4, 173 required, 95 more required, 4 England batsmen in the hutch.
'Tis interesting. The skipper is in, bat angled high in the air, and he gets off the mark with a lovely cut for 4. And Curtis Camphor is back down to earth. Owen Morgan underway with a boundary. Banton was caught. Tucker bowled Camphor for 11 off 24. England were 78 for 4, and obviously that's now 82 for 4 in the 14th over.
Well, that was a good shot. It was a sort of nondescript ball, just a bit short and a little bit wide. And he just tapped it with a vertical bat, and it just sped away for 4.
Morgan leaves that one to go through to wicketkeeper Tucker. So a boundary, a wicket. A little bit more hope for Ireland. 82 for 4 at the end of the 14th over. And I keep emphasising the victory target, as Victor was saying, is just 173.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that Banton dismissal there. I mean, it was an attempted pull shot. Top edge, and it just ballooned gently up for a very simple catch for the wicketkeeper. Cheers, Michael. Very smooth. It's like watching the men's 100 metre relay here as battens get past. And now I don't know whether she's got the last leg, but it's Ali Mitchell, who probably is the quickest amongst the candidates, coming in. And the batten's been passed extraordinarily quickly. What an old pro. But going back to Banton, he didn't really have a look at Camphor. The first ball he faced, more or less, just a bit short, went for a big pull shot, completely hit the wrong bit of the bat and ballooned up. So that's a disappointment for England and Banton. And the first over, the first ball of a new over from Simi Singh.
It is Simi Singh.
Has been
You're
defended.
absolutely correct. Well commented, Vic. And Singh is in again, coming forward defensively. Back up the pitch is Billings, who's on 10. So 82 for 4. I thought we were going to see a wonderful sort of developed innings from Banton then. He shaped up well to start with.
Yes.
But every batsman has seemed very eager to score quickly. And it's not a big total being chased. Use of the feet, working it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Everyone's a little eager, aren't they?
Well, I think there is something in this theory that I'm developing, that England play their way in one-day cricket.
Singh is in again, over the wicket, with his spin going back, punching it down towards mid-on, taking a gentle single, moving England on to 83 for 4 in this 15th over.
And the way they play, as I was saying to Michael, 270, no problem. 370, a bit of a problem, but, we're right up for that because there's only one way to go, which is to play their natural game. But you get a little total like 170, and there is nagging in the back of your head, well, hang on a minute, do I play my normal attacking game, or do I play with a bit more discretion because the target is so modest and the run rate is very low? And it appears that there's some confusion there. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that 4 good men have gone and the game is alive.
It is, as Singh is around the wicket now to left-handed Morgan, and he defends into the onside. And there's no run.
Which is, well, I was going to say, rather ridiculous. That's great for the spectators, but there aren't any. But it's not a done deal at the moment.
No, far from it. England need to build a partnership. Singing again. Just stroke it out to the offside, finding the fielder, and no run. Morgan stays on 4 at the end of the over. 15 gone then. And England 83 for 4.
And I mentioned to you, I think, or mentioned to someone that, when we went back to Dublin after the World Cup defeat all those years ago, the Wi-Fi code, which we were seeking, Bangalore 2011.
Naturally.
I'm just wondering when we get back to Dublin next, will the Wi-Fi code be Ageas Bowl 2020? Because it will be quite an upset.
It would be.
And it would give the Irish's Super League ambitions a great boost.
Well, this is it. This is the added importance of all of these matches. It is Kampfer continues bowling full now. It's been whipped away down towards fine leg for a single. England 84 for 4 now. Well, Malahide, England will reduce to 101 for 6 in pursuit of that 199. And of course the test match at Lord's all out 85. But then Ireland weren't able to do any better. In fact, did far worse. But yeah, Jason Roy looked nervy. Not necessarily nervy from the start, just edgy. Couldn't find the middle of the bat. Maybe struggling to get the pace of the pitch. Yeah.
Well, they're all rusty, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all equally rusty.
Morgan facing up allows one to go past him outside the off stump. We've got Paul Sterling in position at gully with his wide brimmed sun hat on. You need it out there today.
I mean, they've been practicing furiously, but there is a difference. Even from a practice match where there's just not that little bit of extra pressure and the possible humiliation of a defeat or something. There's a different sort of pressure when it's for real than there is in a practice match or in a net. Or
Kampfer rushes in, bowling at the England captain. He flirted outside the off stump, maybe shaping as if he might look to glide one away. Then remember there was a gully and a point.
I tell you what, I mean, that's pretty good pace for, I thought he was a little all-rounder, but that's whizzing through about 84 miles an hour.
It is, yeah.
I mean, what a game he's had.
On debut.
You'll have to have another one, Ali.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought he'd be left out at all for the next game.
No.
Yeah, half-century, 2 half-century partnerships, digging Ireland out of a hole. He's bounding in now. Once more, Owen Morgan shapes to play, lets it go through to the keeper. And now his first international wicket as well. He's got Tom Banton out before, hasn't he? And
so Michael was saying, in under-19 cricket,
that's right,
when Kampfer was playing for South Africa.
2 years ago that was.
In fact, that's worthy of a note.
There you go. Put it in capitals. It was a little individual battle, maybe, if both of them remembered that. Batsmen have long memories, don't they?
Oh, yeah. And bowlers too.
Yes, yes. Morgan facing up to Kampfer, dark-haired, bowling full, and it's off the outside edge out to point. And the throw comes back into the non-striker's end, has Billings leaning back to make sure his bat's grounded. 89 more needed off 205 balls for England. So it's more than within their reach, but they need to bat sensibly.
Well, there's no time issue, that's for certain. But there is the rustiness issue. They've got capable batsmen to follow, but they're not used to batting at the moment.
Kampfer in full. Morgan coming forward. Shout of no run because he finds mid-off. Very tidy over from Kampfer with just a single coming off it. So 16 overs gone. England 84 for 4. Needing another 89. So that target 173. Ireland were in real trouble at 28 for 5 in the 7th over. David Willey 4 wickets in his opening spell, including 2 wickets in 2 balls. But then Curtis Kampfer, a man on debut, was the one to steady the ship. He's just 21 years of age, all-rounder from South Africa. And he first put on 51 for the 6th wicket along with Kevin O'Brien, and then another 66 for the 8th wicket with Andy McBride. So Ireland are a bowler down, with McCarthy having gone off injured early on in the innings.
Well, I mean, so much has gone wrong for Ireland, and yet they're still in the game.
Absolutely.
I'm sure Sterling will have a bowl. Another off-spinner. The two off-spinners, McBride bowled very well to start with. Simi Singh is now on. So there's no shortage of off-spin.
Yeah, plenty of options in that department. There's a sliver of shade in the ground, and there's a fine leg standing in it. Probably quite glad of the shade at the moment. But here's Singh over the wicket, used the fin, driving straight back down the ground gloriously. He's saved though inside the rope, and just a single. It was a well-struck shot. Equally neatly fielded as well.
There's much that's surreal about this occasion, as we talked about. But one of the things has nothing to do with the pandemic. It's the fact that the floodlights are blaring out.
Yes.
And there's no suggestion of dusk or any clouds.
One slip in place here for Simi Singh in now, and Morgan plays off the back foot to the onside, jogs another single. As a missed field, they won't try and run a second. It's one of cricket's great unenvironmentally friendly.
Yes, it seems so crazy. I mean, it's such a beautiful evening. It's one of the most glorious days of the summer. It's only 7:15. There's no suggestion of darkness being imminent. But the floodlights shall be turned on for the second innings.
Yes, it is decreed. Playing back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler, and no run. There's a few things in the regulations that you could take out instantly, and the floodlights is one of them.
Well,
it's got to be.
Particularly when energy's a bit short.
Yes, and money.
Yeah, exactly.
This is it's already costing ECB a lot to put this on. Been turned out down through mid-wicket. And going through for a single, takes the score on to 87 for 4 in this 17th over. But no, it's been a glorious hot day here. And Owen Morgan had no hesitation in asking Ireland to bat first, and that was duly rewarded with the state of the game and the early wickets that were taken. Singh around the wickets, stroked away through the covers, and another one taken. This time adding to the tally of Owen Morgan. Moves on to 6. Smart bowler, Simi Singh. He's sort of overtaken George Dockrell in the Ireland lineup. He's in the squad though, Dockrell. He's over here. Goes Singh again. Blings his head, drags it down a touch, thump back into the pitch and into the midriff of the bowler. Isn't able to gather it cleanly. It's a dot ball. 4 off the over, 88 for 4 after 17. Billings on 14, Morgan on 6.
Some drinks. Dockrell feels like a veteran. I bet he's not 30 yet. Or he's very close to it. I don't know. But he was a regular in that 2011 World Cup as a teenager, getting some top players out. He had a spell at Somerset where he looked good for a while. And then he's faded. I think his action has changed. He played so much one-day cricket, perhaps, I don't know the detail, but what looked from a distance, and his arm dropped a bit as he just tried to keep things tight in a one-day situation, but he lost some of the loop that he used to have. And it seems a bit of a shame, really. It's a sort of unfulfilled. He's a bright guy and a lovely bloke too, and he's still in the squad, but he's not penciled into or inked into that team by any stretch of the imagination, because his bowling's lost a little bit of venom. Anyway, but he's still here. He might feature later on, I don't know. But I think McCarthy will have to be replaced, but presumably by one of the cricket bowlers.
Boyd Rankin is in the
Boyd Rankin and Little, isn't it?
Yep. Simi Singh's an interesting story. He's someone who came to Ireland as a teenager and immediately had ambitions to pull on an Ireland shirt one day. Comes from the Punjab, and Ireland citizenship was achieved in April 2017. And he plays for the YMCA club, Leinster Lightning, and Ireland Wolves being the equivalent of the England Lions.
Right. Well, the Irish, in several sports, have got a tradition, as indeed most other countries come to think about it, England included, of plucking out the odd cricketer from overseas, and currently the combination of Singh and Camphor represents that.
Quite a good one, isn't it, for Ireland?
Yeah. Well, certainly Camphor. I mean, Curtis Camphor on his debut. Suddenly, people won't forget this in Irish circles, I'm sure, because without his innings, it could have been an ugly game. This. In fact, we still don't know who's going to win it. To come out in your first game, get an unbeaten half-century, and now he's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 6. They'll remember that for a long time, and they'll value it, and he will play a lot of cricket, I think, for Ireland.
He's looked utterly unfazed by the situation. I mean, yes, there's no big crowd here to perhaps make it feel like the occasion that it ought to be, the start of the World Cup Super League and England's first appearance on home soil as world champions, but it's an England side who are missing a lot of their World Cup winners, which is one thing in Ireland's favour.
But I think there was tension. There was tension, the way they batted and the way that, it doesn't matter there were no crowds here. They know that there's a big audience beyond.
That's it.
And that it's a big game against England, whether there are 10 people here or 20,000. So I think they did play with a bit of tension, but so are England.
Yep, they absolutely are. So this partnership's only worth 10. It needs to grow. And it's Camphor continuing. And Morgan to get it away through the covers. Got the Ringfield up on that offside.
They're quite right, and Balbirnie is quite right. He's not employing any real sweeps. They're just 2 men on the boundary, a square third man and a long leg, and he's quite right just to impose pressure, make Morgan, who's just come in, play some big shots, give him no easy singles.
Camphor bustles in, and Morgan using his feet and looking to glide it past point, both through the finger of point. There'll be no run because cover then scampers back. I think there'll be some ringing of fingers there at point as well. It's Harry Tector fielding that position.
I mean, he did almost what Balbirnie wanted him to do. He did something extravagant. He ran down the pitch there. He's good at it, though, and he actually middled it beautifully towards square cover, but they managed to prevent any run.
Here comes Camphor again. Dark headband on, down the leg side this time. Morgan taking a swing, but it's a wide. Very, very tight interpretation. And he moves so quickly from Test cricket to one-day cricket, you forget how strict the interpretation of wides are.
Yeah.
Because that would have just been a leg side delivery taken neatly by the keeper.
Big day for Michael Burns, actually, I suspect. Would this be his first international match? I can't quite remember.
Of course, neutral umpires allowed, and Mike Burns is standing. Camphor in again, just chop it away. And it is again, Tector moving forward from square cover, picks up, and no run. Now, Fielder's going back onto the boundary.
He's putting one back, isn't he, on the leg side? So he's got a strong offside field in the ring, 4 men in the ring there. A 6-3 offside field, but 2 men on the leg side. Whether that means he's going to bounce Morgan out, or he just wants a bit of insurance at the end of the over, we'll see.
3 balls to come in this over from Camphor, bowling from the pavilion end, bank of trees and the hill behind him. Bowls now, it's off stump line, it's a sprawling stop, a good stop at point. Morgan does like it through that area. It's strong if he gets the opportunity. Runs are saved. And talking about the World Cup Super League, I mean, this is only, I think I read that the second multi-game series that England and Ireland have played. And so as well as obvious World Cup qualification, it's the volume of cricket which teams like Ireland and Afghanistan will gain is immense. He has bowled back of a length and it's been pulled away behind square. Just the one though. There are 2 men out there now. They almost converged.
Well, he put one back there. I think that was just an intended short ball. He put him back, and he didn't bowl a short ball first ball to Morgan, but he did after that, and he played the pull shot and he kept it down, but he didn't really time it. So it was a worthwhile ploy against Morgan early in his innings. He's up for it, all right.
He's marshalling his own field. I like that. He's a thinking cricketer. He knows where he wants to place the field. Catcher in at short extra cover as well. In once more to Morgan, and he has him defending that time. To end the over, the ball drops almost by the England captain's feet, and Camphor picks up in his follow through. he looks up for the battle and the contest. 18 overs gone, and England are 90 for 4 in pursuit of 173 to beat Ireland, and therefore pick up a whopping 10 points for a win in the World Cup Super League. So that's what they're playing for, as well as the obvious pride and everything else that comes with it. But it's tangible, which makes a difference.
I'm trying to take the Olympian view now. But we've just had this great test series, a really good test series, and it was made by West Indies really winning that first game. If that would have happened here, that would have had a bit of spice to the next two.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it?
Without wanting to be disloyal or greedy.
Singh with the new over. Morgan facing there, goes for the sweep, but he's struck. There's some bat there. He's got something on it, I think. It's running away down towards the fine leg boundary. And the throw comes in. Leg by, so he didn't get anything on it.
I think it was leg side too.
Yeah.
They're not going to review it. Well, you know how much I like a big story too, Ali.
Well, you'd have to make a note.
Well,
You've got some notes.
I've got some notes.
You'd find it easier to string them together.
Yeah, exactly.
A big obvious storyline. That England need just over 2.5 and over from here. Just keeping those wickets in hand, settle any nerves up there in that dressing room. Reverse sweep this time on. He's nailed it. Morgan absolutely nailed it. Billings absolutely nailed it.
He has.
Really well played.
It's a good opportunity for Billings because he's the sort of guy who's been travelling around with the England one-day side for a long time, but has really had a regular slot. And there's a match to be won. You know, the other batsmen have gone, and he can prove his worth to his captain up the other end. But that's a typically modern, impish reverse sweep, well struck.
He's moved him on to 18 off 20. It's the third boundary off the bat of Billings, as Singh is in again and coming forward this time, strokes it back up the pitch, Billings, but Singh is there to field off his own bowling. It's his first one-day international since June 2 years ago.
Is it?
Dislocated shoulder, do you remember, just before the World Cup put him out of contention for that. So it's been a desperately unlucky time injury-wise. Reverse again, nailed once more, exactly the same spot. Getting it between, third man is up, and then the backward point, so another boundary off the reverse sweep. Struck really cleanly.
It was. I mean, there's not a huge gap between those two fielders there, but he's found it, and he's timed the ball beautifully both times, and he's kept it down both times. Let's have a look. They're having a chat now. Balbirnie is going to try and put a stop to this nonsense, or stop giving away a boundary for that stroke. So, sort of, that little battle has been won by Billings. He's got the field changed, and there's now a man on what is the sort of backward point boundary to try and reduce that shot to a 1.
So where will he go now? Billings, as Singh is in, and he plays a very solid defensive stroke. It's getting forward over the ball. Those reverse sweeps, there'd be a time where you'd look at them and think, risk. But there just isn't. It's a standard shot in the locker.
It is, and then they get out and buffers like me say, what's he doing? But you're right.
Last ball of the over, Singh in, going back this time, he'll flick the wrist and working a single up towards long on. The end of the over, and a productive one with those boundaries from Billings. 10 runs off the over, it brings up the 100 for England as well, 100 for 4. Maybe these two are going to put a strong partnership together and ease those early wobbles. England need another 73 to win. Vic, few more thoughts of you. Kevin Howe's coming in.
Yeah, well, England need one substantial innings, and they haven't found it yet. But Billings now has 23. Masses of time available, but a limited supply of batsmen. There's still the likes of Moeen and David Willey, Rashid. They can all bat, actually. But batting second, sometimes the pressure gets to a lower order. One more wicket, and there's still life in this game.
What a wonderful, bright, sunny evening it is, as this one is played behind square for 4, beats the dive there. It's Billings will find another boundary and take the England score now up to 104 for 4. Billings and Morgan needing another 69 from 185 deliveries. So Vic has just said this, there's loads of time, but they've put a bit of pressure upon themselves. with the loss of wickets here, 4 down. And next delivery is played more defensively by Billings. Off the bowling of Camphor.
We didn't have this problem at Old Trafford.
Sun in your eyes.
Sun beaming in. There's a strong evening sun which is dipping now and it's blazing into our commentary box.
We're not complaining.
Luckily I've got a hat.
Well, I have. It's just it's in another room.
Yeah, mine's in the car.
And it's a long way from here to my room, as you know. It's about 3 doors away. Next delivery is hit beautifully. It's a lovely cover drive through extra cover, that from Billings. It's a 4, and he is one of those that needs to take his opportunity, and he's doing rather nicely at the moment, taking his tally to 31 off 27 deliveries. That's a 6th boundary.
Yeah. Well,
108 for 4.
He's played some fluent shots too, and that's one of them. Sort of classic cover drive, almost on the up. We've seen him play some fine pull shots and reverse sweeps. That's the most classical shot that he's delivered, I think. A lovely cover drive.
Camphor looking for a second wicket. This one is just played to a man at cover point, and no run. So, who knows how this game is all going to end up. However, what we do know is that Ireland are capable of making teams sweat a little.
Well, they're particularly capable over the years of making England sweat a little, it seems to me. Anyone who's been to Bangalore will never write them off.
2 balls left to this over.
That's
almost the leading edge, but he just gets enough bat on it to turn it away onto the onside for a single, does Billings. So another 1 to the total, 109 for 4 now.
Yep, they have caused England some torment in the past, and sometimes when they lose, they've frightened them. I mean, that Test match, actually, when you think about it, England all that for 80. But for Jack Leach's Night Watchman 92, who knows what might have happened.
Camphor in again, this time to Owen Morgan, pushed back to the bowler on debut, and he puts his right hand out to collect the ball. So 20 overs gone, 109 for 4, another 64 needed from 180 deliveries. Billings on 32, Morgan on 7. Camphor now 1 for 17 from his 4 overs. I mean, we'd add to that within this year. The West Indies, who they took very close and should have won the 2nd ODI in the West Indies in January.
Yeah.
But it's carrying that on and finishing the team off.
It doesn't matter who you are, you don't very often win from 28 for 5. And it is remarkable we're sitting here still discussing the possibility of an Irish victory after that. He's shuffling his bowlers around a little bit. He can't really shuffle the mode of bowlers. He's got a lot of off spinners. But he's brought back McBride instead of Simi Singh, who also bowls off breaks. Remember, he's without McCarthy, who went off injured very early on. So he's got a few overs from Young. I mean, there's no point saving too many if England are not losing any wickets. They've got to perhaps bring Young back at some point, even though they'll bowl him out early to try and get another wicket or 2. McBride's bowled nicely, though, earlier on in this innings. He batted well, too.
Well, he was about to bowl and then decided against it. Either he wasn't ready, maybe the batter wasn't ready. But either way, he stops. It's Billings, who I think actually stopped him from coming as a ball. He's just collects thoughts. McBride will bowl to him, playing back and down the leg side. It's a leg side wide, signalled by umpire Worf. 1 for 29 from 6 overs into his 7th. Now for the spinner, bowling from the north end. That's where our commentary box is. In and bowled and punched, but along the ground to Paul Sterling on the leg side to do the fielding. Sterling did not come off today. He was out cheaply for 2. They're under the wide-brimmed hat at the moment. Looking to dab this round the corner, and a very deft shot and a nicely played one as well. Just get a couple of runs into the shadows down towards the pavilion end. 2 more to Billings. He'll move to 34 and take England to 112 for 4 in this 21st over. O'Brien again with ball in hand. Billings again looking to just paddle that round the corner. Does so, not so fine this time, so it'll just be a single. But again, it's out into the shadows. Down towards fine come long legs. So one more for Billings. 35 not out, 113 for 4. There are shadows being cast off now, but players and fast stand. What time is it? 7:05, so a fair amount of daylight left yet today, but the shadows starting to creep across the field. Coming around the wicket, McBride looking to reverse this in the air, but gets away with it. Morgan just over the man who was standing there at backward square leg. A risky shot in the end from Morgan, but he gets away with it, and he moves to 11 with a second fourth of his innings, the England captain, and the score moves to 117 for 4.
Yes, he just hit that well enough. It was in the air. It went over a fielder who was notionally at backward point. Not a chance. It cleared him by 4 or 5 feet, but he hadn't hit it quite right. That was a catching opportunity.
Brian around the wicket again to Morgan, driven along the ground. He'll just be able to saunter through for a single up towards mid-off. England captain moves to 12, 118 for 4. Came out and sort of settled a rocking ship, did the captain, Owen Morgan. Target down to 55 from 175 deliveries, 1 ball left of this over. And again it's McBride to come in to bowl to Billings, taps that round the corner. And a single, he sends his skipper back. It's his call. He could see the player, the Irish fielder, coming out of the shadows with the ball in hand. Not worth risking going back for a second. It's the end of that over, which means McBride has now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 38. England at 21 overs, 119 for 4. Require 54 from 174 deliveries. A total of 6, 7, 9 runs coming from that over. Who's that? I see. There's Mike Carberry there. We're not going to complain about the sun. Yeah. We're not going to complain about this sun beating in on us.
It's beautiful, mate.
It is
beautiful.
Nice.
That's what you want.
It's warm.
It is warm. Especially for us follically challenged blokes as well.
There was absolutely no need for that. It's warm for everybody. Next delivery in bowls and played away behind square. Beats the fielder there. Sort of deep backward square leg. 4 more runs for England. And Billings moves up to 40. That's the 7th boundary for Billings. Reiterate, he's one of the players that needs to make some sort of mark in this series, and he's got off to a good start with the bat here. 123 for 4 in the 22nd over. Camphor again, he's bowling in his 5th over, in bowls, right arm, and that's gone, just out of the grasp of the man at backward point, and having beaten him, it's going to be 4 runs. A couple of close calls here for England, just out of the grasp. I'm not too sure if the fielder got fingers to that or not, but just out of the grasp, I might imagine. From we looked at that live, we can take another look on the replay as to whether the fielder did get fingers up. Just fingertips, nothing more. But trying to be a bit more expansive here, maybe both Billings and Morgan, and they've just rode their luck just a little in the last couple of overs. 127 for 4, but that really was flying. Had that catch been taken, it would have been a blinding catch. But 22nd over we're in. And a contest we have got. Certainly you'd favour England still at this stage, but another couple of wickets to be lost in the next few overs could make it interesting. Camphor in, bowls, and Billings a very throaty no back to his skipper.
And the chat around the field, no doubt from the Irish guys, will be, lads, you stick to 2 wickets on this, 127 for 6. It's a different game. You start getting into that lower order. I know England do bat a long way down, but it's big pressure.
So once again, the bowler in, Camphor, and that's so wide it's not going to trouble Billings, taken by the keeper. Sam Billings, who, for me, with Sam, not to say he hasn't had his opportunities, he has been given opportunities, but in such a way that I imagine he would say, although not seeing this directly quoted from him, never too sure where he fits into anything. within the England setup, and I imagine that really is quite important. You know where you are. So for Sam, this is an opportunity. I think he's 29 years of age, Sam, so he's still got time on his side, and this one's played behind square on the leg side, and there will be a single, and the over continues. So there was a time, which is hard to remind ourselves now, where I was a bit concerned for Johnny Bairstow. That was the way his career was. He, sort of dropped into matches here and there.
It's so important as a player. I mean, obviously I didn't play a lot at the international level, but just to know your role and to be given that backing.
Comfort in, bowls to Owen Morgan, push to mid-off and no run.
Yeah, I think it's crucial. I mean, you've seen Johnny Bairstow develop into a very fine international opener in the last couple of years. I think simply because of he knows that he's been given that role over a period of time. He's had time to build that relationship with someone like Jason Roy, and I think it's obviously led to a World Cup win last summer. But I think and that was really the key component to a lot of England's success, is that everyone to a man over the last 4 years has known the role that they play, and I think that's key to building a successful side.
This partnership is now worth 50 off 52 deliveries, Owen Morgan and Sam Billings. As I say, they needed to steady the ship. Ireland have really got themselves in amongst it, and they still are to a certain extent. This game was not won by England. Banton was the last man to be dismissed, but now with Billings on 45 and Morgan on 12, the score is 128 for 4 to 22 overs. Got former England international Mike Carberry alongside me, enjoying the sunshine here at Southampton. This first of 3 one-day internationals, and there's McBride to continue. That's nicely clipped away on the onside for a single for Billings, up to 46, 129 for 4.
Very simple cricket as well, I like that. It's ticking over, not trying to be too extravagant. Sam Billings, he's played the correct shot to the correct balls, which was needed in a situation like this where you haven't got a lot to gain. It's not like you can go and get 100, but
McBride in, bowls, and this is in the air. Is it going to be safe? It's out to deep mid-wicket. It's just, just in the end, probably a good few yards in front of the fielder who's running around, but for a moment I just thought he might get to it. He actually slowed up a little. I just wonder whether the sun there put him off. I don't know. It probably was unlikely he was going to get to it, but for just a moment you just thought he was going to go his way. But in the end, did that go for 4 or 6? It
went for 4. I'll be honest, Kev, my mince pies weren't working there. I thought he'd plinked it straight to the fielder. I thought that's why I just shouted out, "Oh no!"
Yeah, it was a little bit for him to come round and chase it round. He's gone again on the same side, but this time behind square. That races along the ground for 4, and takes the score for Morgan up to 20 and 137 for 4 midway through the 23rd over. So starting to play a few more confident shots here. Absolutely. Against the spin of McBride. 1 for 47 his figures read after 7.3 overs.
Absolutely, this is where Owen Morgan's a master. He manoeuvres spin so well.
And the wicket again. And again, just use of the wrist, just to flick it away. He won't get a run, but
it's that hurling background, isn't it? He seems to have. He's one of those batsmen that he seems to have a shot for every ball. It seems. He can reverse sweep, run down the wicket.
And again, McBride pushed back up to.
He makes a box that spinners are trying to land in so small. He's got such a variety to his game.
And McBride around the wicket again, playing back, and that needed 3 no's to send Billings back into his ground, square on the offside, and that is the end of that over. So Jason Roy made 24, Johnny Bairstow just 2, James Vince 25, Tom Banton an 11. Have you been on talking about James Vince?
I have, yeah. It was again flattered to deceive a little bit. It was looking good, played some lovely shots, as we know he can. I said at the start of the show, he's one of those batsmen that he tends to play the shot of the match, but for some reason he just struggles to kind of put that together in an innings. And this was a great opportunity for James to really put a marker down as an in the faith that he's been shown so far from the selectors, to repay that faith and to finish up maybe 70, 80 not out. Unfortunately, just went to the well too many times and tried to take liberties to a ball that wasn't probably there to score off. It was a good length ball, So disappointing, I would say.
He's a man you know well, a good friend, but as a non-player as I am, I'll come back to that in just a second. Start of this next over, 24th over, it's Craig Young bowling to Billings, pushed into the offside. What's going through his head at that stage, Mike?
It's always been, a mild criticism of James. I mean, look, I think he's been obviously had some great partnerships with him here at Hampshire, achieved a lot of things with him here at Hampshire, and it's always been my mild criticism of him is that I think he's got to know when to take the attacking option and when to throttle back sometimes. I think when he gets in that mindset of...
Young coming in again to Billings. That's short and has been played away with some power for 4 through mid-wicket. Rolls on the ground eventually, but that was flying out there on the leg side. It's another 4 for Billings, and it brings up his 50. Sam Billings needed to produce, and that's exactly what he's done here this evening. 50 runs, 41 balls, 9 fours. Steers England to 141 for 4 in the 24th over. It's down now to 32 from 160 deliveries.
Yeah, that was a top shot and a top knock. I'm really pleased for Sam. He's had a few months out from injury, but that was a great shot, just pulling it back of a length.
Craig Young again comes from the far end, the pavilion end, up onto his toes into the offside this time from Sam.
But on that, following up with that conversation on James Vince, I feel that at times he gets into a bit of a one-dimensional mind frame of just trying to hit boundaries, and the key to batting still is to respect the good ball and to put away the bad ball. We know he has the ability to hit most things for 4, but you have to also respect that, at international level, bowlers are going to be in the right area more often than not, and you have to be able to respect that at times. And it's just unfortunate for him that he just picked the wrong ball. Probably the first mistake he made, it was all over in a flash, but these things happen.
Young once again into bowl to Billings, pushed back up to Craig Young. Rather sharp there. That was a good stop and throw down from Craig Young, but he was back into his ground. Don't forget TV highlights tonight. Mike, normally in bed by 9:30, 10 o'clock, but you've got to stay up later tonight, Mike Carberry. 25 to 12 for the TV highlights. I don't want you missing those on BBC Two.
Settle along.
In play clips on BBC Sport website right now, if you want to see what's going on, as well as hear what is taking place. Very Young coming into bowl once again to Billings. Punches that, but straight to the field. It can't find a gap. It's fairly crowded out there in the field, in the offside. 141 for 4.
Yeah, Young bowling to a good plan. Packing that offside field. I like the fact he's put a slip in. He recognises the only way really Ireland are going to get back into this game now is to take wickets, take the attacking option, try and force a mistake from Billings, who's just past the 50 mark. Maybe play to his ego a little bit.
Head down from Billings. There's a slip in. That's Sterling as Young comes into bowl and comes back in a little to Billings, and he just works it out. Comes to the onside up towards mid-on, the end of that over. So 141 for 4, 24 overs gone, 32 still needed, and Billings on 50, Morgan 20. Mike Carberry, on what you've seen from Ireland and the way they've gone about things, then Michael McNamee will be joining you.
Yeah, I think, well, the honest opinion is it's just a lack of runs. Their batting unit at the top, you hope would have set the tone or set a better tone. Obviously, they were in deep trouble within the first 10 overs of the game, being 5 down for 28 and never really recovered. It's always going to be a tough ask from there. Credit to the England bowlers, they never really let them get away. But the young man, Camphor, I thought played an outstanding knock in the circumstances, with the situation he was placed in, especially on debut. He showed a very, very calm head for all the carnage, and I think coming out with the ball, I think they've given a reasonable account of themselves. I think the bowlers overall bowled a tight line. They've frustrated certainly Jason Roy at the top. Never really got to grips with the wicket or the pace of the wicket or lack of pace, and I think overall, just you think with maybe 150 runs more, it would have been a better contest.
Feels like it's the dying embers slightly of this game, Michael, doesn't it? Ireland have
Yeah.
had their they squeezed the door open just a fraction. We're going to see the leg spin of young Gareth Delaney in from this hotel end. A respectable start for him. Defensive shot offered by Owen Morgan. And we think back to Malahide, the start of last summer in 2019. Ireland and England 66 for 5, chasing 199. Then it was a partnership between Folks and Tom Curran that won it for England. So it looks as if this could be a similar story, as that ball was outside the off stump. Missed by Morgan and taken to the keeper. There's a slip in. 4 other men on the offside. And then a ring of 2 on the onside field. And man behind square on the leg side too, as Morgan cuts for a single. And you do wonder what both respective, not just teams but squads, will learn from this game, how they'll change things up for Saturday, how Ireland might approach it differently, what Balbirnie might do should he win the toss. All those little variables will come back into play.
I think it's more a case of mindset. I mean, as I say, one-day cricket now is very much a power hitting game, and this is I suppose, what can go wrong when batsmen go out too hard without, giving themselves a chance against a good bowling lineup, and that's exactly where the Irish found themselves very early on in this game.
Tector's been moved on to the long on boundary as Delaney is in with 64 on his back, and a little bit of a full toss driven straight to Tector by Billings, who's on 51.
The question is now, as the players have to ask themselves, is are you brave enough now to go out and play that same way in the next game? And that's where that word mental toughness that's branded around comes into the game.
Morgan's back on strike. England 143 for 4. It's a dab on the onside. There's nobody there, and Delaney has to field off his own bowling.
As we've seen with the England team over the years, we were for a lot of years criticised for not playing a modern style of cricket, and you can see Owen Morgan's had a massive influence on that and in bringing that attacking nature to the England batting lineup, and it's paid dividends.
Delaney in just his third one-day international. He's played a number of T20 matches for Ireland, as again Harry Tector's brought into play as he moves around. England 145 for 4, Morgan's on 22, Billings on 52, a single off that delivery. The last of the over. A little discussion between Captain Balbirnie and Sterling. Is Sterling going to come on to bowl? England need just 28 off 150 balls, 145 for 4, and that's the end of the 25th over. And I think had this game been played in front of a full house, spectators might have been thinking, we maybe head on now to beat the traffic. Occasionally it can be a wee bit difficult getting out of here, can it, Michael?
On occasions, yeah. I've been stuck in the odd traffic jam here, getting home.
I know they have built additional access roads in recent years. And this is Young from the far end onto the pads of Billings, who sweeps that to the boundary, mid-wicket boundary, and another 4 for Sam Billings. And Ireland starting to look a little weary in the field. And poor old William Porterfield, one of the old men of the squad, thought he might have been in for an easy day on the drinks trolley. And he's been chasing around there like a whippet round the boundary.
I tell you, that's how the game's changed, isn't it? He used to be the old guy in the slips, now he's on the boundary. The young pups in the slips.
It happens to us all, Michael.
I know, mate. Something not right, isn't it?
Anno Domini catches up with us all. England moving, advancing towards that target. 149 for 4. Just need 24 off 149 deliveries. Billings, another little push drive down the track. And a diving stop. Is that the skipper there? And one more, England up to the 150. And Billings, a hugely impressive 57 off 49 deliveries. Morgan's on 22. And this has been the match-winning partnership, without a doubt, for England.
He's looked in good touch, Sam Billings, considering he hasn't had a lot of cricket recently. He's really hit the ground running. He's got a pace of the wicket. He's played strong shots. Hasn't been too extravagant. But I like how he sets up. Very, very fast hands, very wristy player, almost Asian-like in his approach. He's got these wonderful sort of wrist flicky sort of backlift pick up of the bat and whips back through the line of the ball.
The man has been moved inside the circle on the onside as Young is in. Morgan, that's high in there, and that's going to be 6 runs behind square. Young dropped it short, Morgan responded, and what a strike by the England skipper.
Yeah, it's not an area you can bowl short here at the Rose, but you must get the ball up high. It looked slightly top edge from Morgan. I don't think he was fully in control, but because he went 100% at it, I think he got away with it. But good effort on part of the bowler, but I think he would like that ball probably a little bit higher. It was probably a little bit of a hittable length. But he has struggled with the short ball in recent times, Morgan.
17 required for England. Morgan waiting once more, and that tucked him up a little bit, squirted out in the offside.
A good follow-up there as well, the pitch-up delivery. I think Owen Morgan slightly expecting another short ball, wasn't quite prepared to get forward, got trapped on the crease. I'm really impressed with Young. I think he's really given his all for his captain. He's tried to make things happen. He's mixed it up well, picked up a few wickets.
Well, he's had to lead the attack in the absence of his opening partner McCarthy, coming towards the end of his 8th over. He's pitched on the legs of Owen Morgan. Plays it down the track, no run.
Looks a strong bowler as well. Not really what I would call a swing bowler. Looks like bustles in, really tries to whack the ball into the surface, try and gets a little bit of seam movement, generally across the left-handers, mainly into the right-handers.
He's bowling sort of early to mid-80s miles per hour, and that's just dabbed down for an easy single. Behind square on the offside by Morgan. Moves on to 29. And the lovely evening sunshine here, the end of the 26th over. You certainly would be thinking about getting your public transport or getting your car wherever it's parked if you were a spectator here, because England chasing 173 or 157 for 4. And they have an eternity of deliveries left, and only a very unlikely, astonishing collapse will prevent England from easing home in this opening one-day international. But a few hours ago it looked as if it was going to be an even bigger stroll for the men in the sky blue.
Yeah, it was, and credit to young Camphor who played an outstanding knock-on debut, and I think
who would have thought we would be mentioning the name of Curtis Camphor as often as we have today, Michael Carberry?
Absolutely. Well, testament to how he played. He's very composed. I think there's definitely definitely a very bright future for Irish cricket, certainly. I thought in the circumstances, held his nerve, played nicely, played the correct shots, the correct ball,
and a little bit more of competition for places in the Ireland team. Delaney, that's a reverse sweep. It's brilliantly fielded by first slip Paul Stirling, showing a little bit of athleticism on the bounce. And Gareth Delaney, short haircut, back to his mark, and he's in the leg spinner. He's dropped that a bit short and picked off for a single by Morgan. 16 required for England for victory.
I think it's testament that you can have all the practice games you want, but nothing beats match practice. And I think the Irish batsmen probably a little bit short of match. I'm not sure how much preparation time they would have had before this tour, but their batters did look rusty.
Delaney's in. That's driven, and Delaney held his hand out. He thought it might have got a hand to it, but instead of which it's been brilliantly saved by Tector. And he might have given it up, or one of the older fielders I don't think would have got to that, but there's the speed and the pace of the young man Tector, preventing the boundary.
Again, great shot from Sam Billings, over pitching, just drilling it. A great piece of fielding, great commitment even at this stage. The game, you would say, is pretty much gone from an Irish perspective, but it's great to see the young guys throwing themselves around, trying to stop every run, making England work for these last few winning runs here.
We're just checking whether Tector's body touched the Toblerone, that padded Toblerone. I think the umpires are happy enough.
Now you're going back some years there, mate. Toblerone. Oh, what a sweet that was, eh?
Other Swiss-based chocolates are available. So Tector saved 2. Billings did get 2 for that, and he'll get another 4 as he pulls that away through mid-wicket, and the Irish heads are down. And I think the sooner this game is over for the men in green and they can get into their post-mortem and get into their iced baths and probably a glass of something with ice in it. That was a little bit of a gimme for Billings, and he smacked it for 4 through mid-wicket. 9 needed. And again off his toes Billings, who I suspect is in the reckoning for the Man of the Match award.
Yeah, he just hasn't. He's come on, Delaney. He hasn't really found his length, has he? He's few full tosses, few drops short, and these two have, I say they're masters because they have these sweeps and reverse sweeps in their armoury. They've just been able to punish him.
Billings on 64, Morgan on strike is on 30. Perfect forward defensive shot offered by the captain. And just 8 required for victory at the end of Delaney's over. Not for 12 off his opening 2 for the leg spinner. England 165 for 4. And it will be all over very shortly in the sunshine at 7:30. What a beautiful evening. We will be hard pressed to get a nicer day on Saturday or on Tuesday, Michael Carberry.
Absolutely. Time for a nice cold glass of water in the bar, don't you think, Mikey?
Absolutely. I'll stand you one, Michael, Generosity unknown.
Absolutely. Thirsty work doing this, isn't it, mate?
I tell you what, it is like working in a greenhouse here when the sun is like that. We need some curtains, I think, for Saturday, just to, maybe for the top half of...
Don't complain, mate. We've got eight months of freezing cold to look forward to soon.
Thousands of cricket fans would love to be in the Ageas Bowl watching this.
Absolutely.
A privilege and an honour to be back for the return of Irish international sport. Let's face it, the first Irish sports team back in competitive action in lockdown. And Simi Singh is back at the pavilion end, and they'll take 2 of his opening delivery. 2 more for Billings behind square on the leg side. And it's a tired Ireland fielding team. It's all hands and hips and what might have been, and if only we'd got 30 or 40 more. You don't get that second chance once you're gone.
Absolutely.
From 28 to 5, it was a long way back. Billings comes down the track and stabs that down on the leg side for a single.
I think, although it's not a great situation for the Irish, but some of the young batsmen in the field, they only got to look at someone like Sam Billings and the way he's played. It's not, risk-free cricket. He's just got himself in, and as the bad balls have come, he's put them away, and he's still scored at a good clip.
England one big hit away from victory. Singh is in. Driven to mid-off by Eoin Morgan. And I suppose the Irish equivalent, some of the more experienced players should look at the way Camphor batted.
Yeah.
Remarkably sensibly, risk-free for most of his innings. And a forward defensive offered by Eoin Morgan. So plenty, I think, for the Irish to work on tomorrow. Plenty for them to consider in terms of selection and approach to the game and shot selection and all that. And we'll be back here because Eoin Morgan has just struck that ball for 6, and victory for England, and a fitting way for the match to finish. A lovely straight hit by the England captain, smacking Simi Singh into that sight screen on the far end. And after the occasional wobble, England have wrapped up victory here. They've got their target towards the end of the 28th over, and they've won this match by 6 wickets.
Yeah, I would say a decent day for England. I think they would have ideally liked the top order to have finished the job, but Captain Morgan, as he's renowned for, comes in and steadies the ship, and he's such a cool, calm, collected figure in these situations. He's been around, he's seen it all. He knows how to chase runs in this situation, and congratulations to Sam Billings as well. I think it was a lovely knock to watch. It was not a destructive innings in terms of modern day one-day cricket, but it was a professional knock. He got the job done, soaked up the pressure, built partnerships with Morgan, and it was just a thoroughly professional performance.
Been joined
backed up with the bowlers.
as well by England T20 bowler Tamal Mills. Tamal, the two big winners as individuals for England, Sam Billings with the bat and David Willey with the ball. In the end, it was perhaps a closer contest we might have expected when those Irish wickets were tumbling early on.
Yeah, Ireland were in with a sniff, weren't they, for a little bit. They took 4 wickets relatively cheaply. England will look back and there'll be some guys there that will look back at their wickets and be disappointed. There's some opportunities missed there, the likes of James Vince having got another start. But yeah, England, look, Sam Billings came in and he performed really well. He's been given an opportunity. Owen Morgan put Tom Banton and Billings ahead of himself in the order to give them the opportunity and the platform to go and chase these runs. So Billings will be really pleased to walk off here unbeaten. And then Owen Morgan came in and showed everybody else what needed to be done out there. And then going back to earlier in the day, David Willey was fantastic. We've spoken at length about his time away from the game, obviously being dropped, being the man that was left out for Jofra Archer in the World Cup last year.